What if you could build a fully animated food delivery application like Wolt using React Native, Expo and an actual Git workflow? In this video we'll build a Wolt clone step by step with animated screens, map markers, sticky headers, card logic and also some custom screen transitions. This means you will learn and build an auth flow with animated models, a beautiful restaurant list and detail view, an interactive card powered by Zustand state management, a beautiful checkout flow with native maps and picker components, plus epic custom transitions, MMKV version 4, swipeable rows and so much more. But it gets even better. After every chapter, I'll open up a pull request on GitHub using a proper Git workflow, and I'll let CodeRabbit AI analyze our PR so we can improve our code, implement best practices and improve the performance of our application. This means you'll not only see how to build a great application, but also how to ship quality code, how to review your application and include AI feedback. And to make sure our application isn't silently failing in production, we'll also use Sentry to include error monitoring as well as their AI seer to also draft some PRs that can fix our code and bugs in our app. Big thanks to both CodeRabbit and Sentry for sponsoring this video and making builds like this happen. Before we begin, make sure to use the links to CodeRabbit and Sentry below this video, and as well probably clone the GitHub repository of the finished code so you can follow along all chapters of this video. To get notified about upcoming videos, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button so you never miss any future videos like this, and as well check out galaxies.dev if you want a more structured learning path. You will love what we've created inside the Zero to Hero mission that will teach you everything you need to know to ship epic React Native applications in no time. And now let's dive in and build a beautiful Wolt clone with React Native. And honestly, it's really beautiful. Alright, so let's get started with our application. I will use bun, you can use npm, yarn, whatever you prefer. Simply use the command to set up a new Expo application by using create Expo and then give it a name. I will call this one just Wolt. So with Mun, this is actually pretty fast. It uses now the default template, it installs my dependencies, and before you ask, this is Warp. Now, we will not code in Warp, I just try to get a feeling for if this is worth upgrading my application. But anyway, let's open up our application. I will open it up in Cursor. So any other follow-up questions, my editor currently is not VS Code, it is actually Cursor, the AI supported editor. Now let's zoom in 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and I don't want to do anything yet. This is my initial application, we could launch it, but we want to now set this up in the best possible way. So we really have a solid foundation for any kind of application. For this, we need to install a bunch of packages, and we also want to connect our application to a GitHub repository. Maybe we should start with that. So in your GitHub account at the top, simply hit the plus button to create a new repository. And I will call this one Wolt React Native, if that is still available. And that's probably going to be the repository that you can access with the link below this video. For the moment, I will make this private. In the future, I will make this, of course, hopefully public. I usually forget this before publishing the video, but anyway, here it is. Now we can hook this up to our local application, and that is what we actually also should do. So right here, we can now go into our changes, and it already has an initial commit. So I could publish that branch, but I want to make sure that this is correctly connected to my repository. So I will copy these 3 lines in here. This will add the origin, that will change my branch, which should already be main, and then it will push this to our repository. Let's take a look. If we do this, we should see our initial repository come up with all the files we just have and the README created automatically by Expo. So this is now our repository, and from now on we can commit either directly to main or we can create some PRs. And that's actually what we want to do. So therefore, we want to get into the flow of creating branches for the things that we implement, so we can then make a pull request against our main branch. Then we can review those pull requests, and we're going to use CodeRabbit with some pretty nice AI functionality to give us improvements, point into potential errors for our application. And in general, this is an actual Git workflow that you can or probably should embrace at your work as well. Let's call this branch, I don't know, setup. Okay, and then we got this. Now, what do we actually need to do? We want to set up a Prebuild with Expo. That means I want to first of all add the Expo Dev Client package. What's the Expo Dev Client package? Well, the Expo Dev Client package will simply give you a nice little overlay in your application when debugging. Other packages that I want to install the Expo Google Fonts package and the Nunito font, as well as just the Expo font package. These packages will help us to use pretty much all of Google fonts available. And you can just go to the Google Fonts browser, select one. As I said, I will use Nunito for this one because I thought, well, it actually looks pretty cool. Okay, that was the second installation. Third one is going to be Expo Haptics. This is for haptic feedback in your application. And the next one is the Expo UI package. Now this one is actually, it's not even in beta. I think it's in alpha stage. So we're going to be a bit careful with that. But with Expo, you can bring in Swift UI or Jetpack Compose elements and components directly into your React Native application. It is pretty impressive, and we definitely want to have that, at least take a quick glance at it because it is so cool. Now, speaking of other things that you need for a solid application, you usually want to have a state management. So I want to install Zustand, which is my favorite state management library. We're going to get into the implementation of that later, but for the moment, I just want to have this added. Additionally, next to Zustand for state management, I also want to have React Native MMKV for macro AV, which can be combined with Zustand to actually persist your local state, as well as having probably the fastest key value storage for React Native out there. MMKV just hit version 4, so be a bit careful, as you now have to also install the React Native Nitro modules package. So you're gonna see that one right here. React Native Nitro modules is now also in the installation commands. So let's go back to our application and install both. So we got Zustand, we got MMKV. Now the final piece for a decent React Native application. And now here everyone already screaming, oh, I hate to install all these dependencies. Yeah, I know. It's not the coolest thing, but it's also, on the other hand, pretty impressive to see that the community has developed all these different packages that are all on their own amazing, whether it is a Zustand library, an MMKV, or what we also now need, 10-stack query. All of these are pretty impressive tools, and you can just get them for free in your application. And once you know like the basic stuff you need for an application, this becomes pretty fast, and you can also create your own template. So let's finally add 10-stack React query to my application. I think for the moment that's gonna be all. Now, what we need as well is to remove this default setup in our application. And there's always a reset project script. So let's run run reset project in our application. Do you want to move them? No, I just want to delete them. So that gives us a clean structure in my application. Let's actually add a couple of files more. This clone, when I developed this, I already knew this is going to be pretty big. And I had two options for this. So the one option is that we code everything by hand. And that would probably have turned this video into like 10, 15 hours, I don't know, something along those lines. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna get pretty long even without that. So the second option was to give you some boilerplate code that you can bring into the application, so we can then use a couple of hooks, a couple of services, and dummy data in our application, and focus actually on building the screens, the navigation, the animation, the state management, all of that. So I hope it's okay for you. Go to the GitHub link below this repository. Right now I can't go to the GitHub repository because I'm actually creating this for you, but best case, you probably download the entire GitHub repository, either download or clone it locally. And then you want to bring in a couple of files. So the first thing you want to bring in is the assets folder. In the assets folder, you're going to find that I have added next to this maybe a Wolt logo, as well as some dummy data. We have some pretty cool AI generated images. We have menu items and we have categories in here. So a couple of images that will just help us to build a cool application. Now, on top of that, we need some dummy data. We don't have a real backend here, so let's also bring in the data folder. The data folder will have a couple of categories, so we can iterate categories, which are also connected to the according images from our assets folder. As you can see, we're using require. In a real world, you would probably get back a JSON, but that should be fine in our case as well. Because we're going to implement a pretty cool pattern with a service and hooks that you can easily then replace for your own backend. Now, we got some restaurant markers to have a location later. We have the menu for a restaurant, again, some dummy text and giving us access to the images. And then we also have the restaurants itself, so we can display a list of restaurants with geolocation and image and a bit of data. Good, these are the data and the assets. Now, additionally, I want you to also bring in the services folder. Now, the services folder is pretty much a pattern you can embrace, and I left these to-do comments in here as well because I generated some part of this with AI anyway, and that also made these nice little comments. So from our service, we would expose the API calls, for example, to get the menu of a restaurant or to get a specific dish by ID. You will always see that in our case, we're gonna just iterate our data. And then we will return a promise. The reason is that in reality, when you would do what's under to do up here, you would actually make a fetch request, which would also return a promise. So therefore, this could be simply replaced in your application by an actual real API call. So the change is really, or I try to make it as minimal as possible. We're gonna get through or go to the functionalities later. They're pretty standard to give us like the menus, this one's here there's actually using the cart item from the cart store. Maybe we should generate that one as well in a second. But pretty much, again, you see this is just some dummy data as well as the restaurant service. Get all restaurants, get by ID, get markers, or even search. Okay, these are the services. Now let's do a new folder and call that one hooks. Under hooks, you could bring in everything from our repository, but actually we might probably just want to have these two for the moment and focus on the other one by hand. So these hooks are now using our service, as you can see. So it follows a pattern where we can later in our pages simply bring in a hook to get like the menu, and we don't have to care about what's going on in the background. And in the background, what is going on, that this is actually using 10-stack query to wrap the call from the menu service. So you see the connection here, menu service, get menu is used within use query from 10-stack. Okay, so this way helps us to really make this reusable or as reusable as possible. And you're going to see it for every of these. We're going to use query. Every query is saved under a specific query key. The query function will always use our menu service, our, what's it called? It's like the facade pattern or something. I learned this like 15 years ago. And the same is true for use restaurants. This one's also using the same stuff like before, always using use query. And then you have really a super clean setup in your application. Now, I think this one service depended on like a card service. I don't want you to implement the whole card service yet, but maybe we can generate the necessary stuff. So let's do use card store. So this will later be used to actually have the storage. and the dish is coming from our, I've got a new keyboard, you know? So if I type something wrong, it's not my fault, it's because I have a new keyboard, of course. This should be the use card store at the moment. Just make sure that you have a dash in there, not a dot. Then the order service should also be able to use, come on, order service, hooks, use card store, use card store. What's wrong with this one? Order service, card item, cannot find module. No, I just made this a dash. I just made this a dash. Here it is with a dash. Should I generate it again? What's your problem? Use dash cart store.ts, put in the stuff. Are you happy now? You're not happy, huh? I hope you will compile, because the file definitely exists. Cannot find, unknown word. Cannot find module at hooks use card store. I don't know, what's your problem? I definitely have a use card store in there. Huh. Anyhow. Otherwise we could eventually still just comment this out, because I don't know, where is the card item? Yeah, it's used here. Yeah, probably we're just gonna comment this. This will come back to me. This will absolutely come back to me in like 3 hours into this video. I call it now. Okay, anyway. Additionally, while we're here in the setup phase, we could create our store for the user, but no, let's not do this now. The other foundational thing is to bring in our constants. So let's copy over that folder. Where is it? Didn't I just copy it over? Where's my constants? Oh, here it is. In the theme file with our fonts defined as well as our colors defined. I don't know why you're red. D, what means a D? Deleted. Who deleted this? That doesn't make sense. Anyway. Okay, so at this point we've brought in a bunch of files. We've set up everything so far. Let's give this a try and now make a pre-build. So you can run bunix expo prebuild -- platform, and for the moment I will do it for iOS. Probably later I will also do it for Android. So this should generate a new iOS folder in your application. And, ooh, I like that one. Once you got that one, you can run your application just like you would do with Expo Go on either your real device, your iPhone or whatever, or the simulator. If you do pre-build for Android, you can also do it on the Android emulator or any connected device. And just to make sure, to be clear here, if you're using pre-build on Windows, you cannot build for iOS. Let's do this now. Bunix expo run iOS. This is the main command you're going to see me use pretty much all the time from now on. Whenever we make changes, I will use bunix expo run iOS, because that will run our native application and directly deploy it to a device. This is the one really I use in 99% of the time. Sometimes I add a -d to deploy to a device directly, but honestly, that's pretty much it. So now let's compile, and meanwhile we can probably take a look at our changes. So we've got a bunch of changes here. We got like the files we deleted, we have a lot of things added. So let's write a little commit message in here as well. Let's say my favorite commit is usually init to win it. Although this is just a setup on the basic stuff. And this is a bit out of the screen right now. So if I bring this in here, you could see you can actually do commit and push in one. You can also click just commit. And then in the second one, you can click publish branch. But you can also click on this little thing here, and then I would do all three at once. Now, I have installed the CodeRabbit extension here in VS Code. So you can search for CodeRabbit. That one will exist both within Cursor as well as VS Code. You can install this and use this as well. Pretty cool thing. We're going to take a look at this later, but for the moment we're going to focus actually on the, let's call it, default way of using it. So in my GitHub repository or your repository, you're gonna notice that you now have a new branch and you wanna compare and pull request this one. So this is, let's call this one basic setup dot. All right, and let's create a PR. Now, in my case, what happens is that CodeRabbit will automatically jump into this and analyze all the files that we changed and all the things that happened here in our PR. Why is this happening? Well, because I connected CodeRabbit with my GitHub account. So you can use the link below this video to go to CodeRabbit, and then you can log in. So I usually use login with GitHub for anything related to, well, GitHub. I'm gonna see when this strikes. Maybe I also have to enable this for this repository. Let's see. I am not in my organization. This is the one here. And what do we call this? I don't know. We called this like Volt. Did we just call this Volt? No, that's not the one. Let's see. I'll click Add Repositories. Use my passkey here. Okay. No, that's not the one. You can just do it here, my friend. Okay. There we go. CodeRabbit should have access to all repositories. Let's see, I will just update this again. This is, by the way, what you should also do if you're doing this for the first time. Then we should be able to go back to CodeRabbit. I don't know why I have to log in again. It usually should log me in automatically. And then we can hopefully, I think by now, yeah, it's not yet connected. That's good. Then we can do this on our own. So here's my organization. I should now have the Vault clone visible in the list. If it's not, I might have to set the repository. Yeah, let me update my repository. All right, so the problem was I created it in my private organization, but now I moved it to galaxies.dev. And now we can also test another cool thing. So as you can see, there's nothing here in this yet. No review or anything. But if you look at the docs of CodeRabbit, you're gonna see that normally this is automatically generating a PR or a review of your PR when you have connected this correctly. And I do have connected it because I can now see my Wolt repository here, right there. But you can also manage this manually. So you can just call CodeRabbit to simply create a full review. So I will now tag this in here. So add CodeRabbit AI full review. I will leave a comment, and that should usually now bring in my good friend CodeRabbit to perform the magic. I don't know if we have to update this or if it automatically takes place. So let's wait a minute until we can see the analysis. All right, so CodeRabbit is mostly done, and we can now see that CodeRabbit actually updated or edited my initial not existing comment about this PR. So summary by CodeRabbit, new features, the stuff we added, and simplified app navigation, updated dependencies. Now let's scroll a bit further down. So we can see that CodeRabbit reacted to this message and then performed a couple of actions. We get then a nice review and summary of pretty much everything that we changed in this PR. So we have the changes, which is the files, and the change summary right here. So quite a couple of things. Introduced the service layer, added data fetching hooks, added the stuff to our app.json. We then also get a nice sequence diagram. In this case right now, it's displaying a couple of things like use restaurants, get all, and how the data flow in our application works. It pretty much nicely sums up the pattern we have implemented with the service and the hooks again. That's actually pretty cool. And then we have the estimated code review effort, structural changes. Yeah, it's usually also including some funny stuff like a poem or a message while it takes place. Then you can also see the details here. So what you're going to see as well is that right now this was generated with the free plan. Therefore, we were not seeing too many things. So we saw a pretty cool description of the sequence diagram and the files we changed. This is what you get out of the box completely for free with CodeRabbit if you sign up and connect it to your GitHub repository. Now, because in here there's not too much that I actually want to change, it was just the foundational stuff, I will now go ahead and merge my PR. So that will merge this into my main branch. Now locally, I want to make sure that we're actually using this. So in my application, I need to make sure that I will actually now switch back to my branch. So I will now check out to my main branch again. And in here, what I want to do is I want to sync my changes. So this will pull in the changes that we made in the PR and have them in our application. Otherwise, I would just still have the default way of my app. In the meantime, also my application finished launching here, so I can now open this up in the iOS simulator, and we should hopefully see our application up and running. Let's put this a bit to the side. Let's continue, and let's make sure that our application works as expected. Let's go to the index and say hello world. All right, updated and updated in my application. From the logs, you can also see the application is running. If you press J, you can open the React Native DevTools, which will, by the way, depending on which version you're checking out, will get a nice little bump and update over the next time. So if you see me looking into logs, it is me pressing J here in the console to bring up the debugging tools of React Native. Otherwise, if you manually want to reload this on Mac, you can press Command-Shift Control Command Z to bring up this view, which comes from the Expo Dev Client package. This is the overlay I was talking about initially, where you can just reload your app, you can go back home. This is like your own dev client, similar to the Expo Go experience. Okay. At this point, you should have your app running either on Android or iOS. I can actually also do stop this and do Bunix run Android. So we have like the same setup and can check this out every now and then. You should have the assets, the constants, the data, the hooks, and the services. You should have installed the packages, all the ones we mentioned before. And you should also probably connect it to your GitHub repository, as I've shown before, as well as created the CodeRabbit account so you can generate your AI reviews. For comparison, by the way, here it is also running on Android. And after running it on Android, I can actually still reload it on iOS, and it should actually, or normally, oh, this is actually not yet the application, right? This is something else. Yeah, this is the Expo Go app. This is just the emulator was started. Once this is done for Android, which takes probably a couple of minutes, we should be able to use the open live reload server for both iOS and Android at the same time. But nonetheless, most importantly, you have all the files in place, you have your repository, and then we can head over to the next chapter. After setting up the foundation for our application, we now want to focus on the login page of the Wolt application. I have prepared a little video here, which is actually from the official application. So when the app starts, what you're going to notice is that we have like a bottom section here with a little logo, a tagline, and here we will have some buttons, as well as some animation going on up here. Let me play this. So you see, the buttons are kind of moving in from the bottom. Thank you for that. These buttons here and the privacy statement are coming in from the bottom with a little animation. And the stuff up there, so you see, that actually moves. Okay, and we will try to implement that as well. So let's close this and have our application up. Now, the first thing we want to do is we actually need to install an additional package. So the one I used is the Expo Linear Gradient package. You want to install that. Actually, I think in the future, this will be a lot easier when native CSS support hits Expo. You can use then Tailwind. It's going to just be, in general, a whole lot easier. Now, nonetheless, we should now do a new run of our application and get started. We probably should also restructure the application. Actually, Yeah, let's do the little restructuring as well. I will recommend that we have our topmost layout file and then we do another app folder below. That's usually a good pattern because you can keep all the provider stuff in the layout and then have a different layer down here. So in here we will have folders for authenticated stuff. So that means we will probably later have something related to auth, and we're gonna also have something with public. We will use parentheses to make these groups. If you use them, they will actually not show up in the URL, so it's kind of optional to use them. Nonetheless, I want to place a layout file next to this as well. And in this layout file, which simply sits next to our two layouts, we do functional export. Let's call this, I don't know, like root nav. And this is going to be a stack from Expo Router. We're gonna have two elements in here. So we're gonna have stack.screen. Let's close this so everyone's happy. Stack.screen, the first one is auth. And then we can also additionally add some options in here. So what we definitely want to see is we want to have header shown set to false. And we're probably going to do the same for the public folder. Okay. Now, additionally, in the topmost layout file, we don't want to really have a stack in here. We only want to have a slot, so that will render the next layout. On top of that, we want to wrap this in a few things. So let's do, is this brackets or parentheses? I always confuse this. I'm sorry, I'm not a native speaker. So we want to add the gesture handler. Come on, why is there no code completion? Root view. Okay, and usually you should be import that automatically from the React Native gesture handler. And we can place the slot within, and we want to make sure that this one gets style flex 1. All right. Additionally, I would also like to bring in the according provider from 10-stack query. So we will also wrap that one around our application. Let's place this here. And the query client usually gets a client now, which is the query client. I think we haven't created one, so let's do this. You can do this in a different file if you have a lot of customization. For the moment, we're just going to use the default query client here. So let's use query client and then just edit as the client here. Good. This is our topmost layout file. As I said, we then have the next layout file, which lives next to auth and public. And then inside of public, we will also have a layout file. So let's maybe copy that one. And this one, I will just call this layout. It actually doesn't really matter. I just like to sometimes call it layout. This one is now in the public folder next to our index file. And this is the definition for the files in here. So we only have the index file in here, and I want to set the header shown to false as well. So now we have a clean setup here. We have our index page in the public folder and we have no header. So a perfect setup for our application. Now let's get started. This is the actual login screen we wanted to build. So let's bring in the React Native style sheet definition down here, add this up here. We probably also need image, so let's add that already. Although it will be taken away when I not use it and save. Yeah, it's always the same. And then let's grab this. We can already get started with a little container styling here. My container will probably just have flex 1 and a white background. Do we have a white background here anyway? I think it's not white, right? So let's say styles.container. And you can define either the white background here, or if you're fancy, you can also do this directly in your layout. So where we have this definition, you could set the content style and then set the background color here to white. Okay, this is more white than it was before. Yeah, that's certainly different. Okay, so we had a couple of elements on that screen. I also have my own implementation of that, so maybe we should take a look at that one. This is how it should look like. No, we can't really pause that. Actually, we can. If you do like this on Egg, you're gonna see this like it is. So my idea for this screen was the following. I'm gonna try to implement that we have up here, this is the area that will be animated. Don't mind that we have like these blurs here. This is just like bad recording. In this area, we're gonna have the linear gradient, and down here we have the rest of the content. So we kind of blend this on top of the animation up here. Implementing the animation will be our last task. Let's first do the implementation down here. So that means we should probably wrap everything that we have in that place with view style styles dot content container, and then we're gonna close that. If we wanted to, we could also like already define this up here. We're gonna call this like infinite scroll container. Of course, styles, not style sheet. So this one will be probably implemented last, but the content container is something we might be able to already implement. So for the content container, I definitely want this to take up most of the space here. So I'm going to give it flex 1, and let's maybe add some stuff in there, because otherwise it's going to be really hard to see anything. So let's use image from React Native, and let's set the source to require our local asset. That one should be available at add. So we have this little shortcut, and then /assets/images/Wolt logo.png. Quick reminder, if you didn't add the assets before, now would be a good time to do it. So grab the GitHub repository and bring them in. And then let's also attach a brand logo styling that we're going to implement down here in a second. So, okay, of course, this gives us a huge item. Let's make sure we align the items in the center, and then my brand logo just gets, okay, this is center. Now the brand logo gets a width of 100%, and then just a very tiny height of 48. Okay, now it's up there. Not too bad. We're gonna anyway have the other infinite scroll container. Maybe we can say this one should take up like 0.8 flex. Then, you know, this area here, up here, oops, is kind of blocked for this animation where we go up, down, up, and down here we have the Wolt logo. Of course, we want to set the resize mode here to contain, otherwise we won't see our Wolt anyway. And then continue with some margin bottom. Good, that's the brand logo. Now let's add a little tagline below that. So here we go. And we're gonna directly make this an animated text. We actually don't want animated from directly React Native. We want animated from React Native Reanimated. By doing this, we will have the chance to animate the entering of our elements on that page. So we saw that fading up, and we can mimic that as well. So it says like almost everything delivered. Okay, of course we might need some styling here as well. So let's call this one styles.tagline. And my tagline styling, where do we place this? I don't know. Maybe just sort this like it is happening in the app. So tagline gets a bigger font size of 30. Then we certainly want to have our own font family. The good thing is that we have this under our constants. So you can now bring in fonts from constants theme. And then we can just say, hey, please use the brand bold font. Just notice that we haven't actually set this up. Maybe that's a good time now. Yeah, let's head up to the topmost layout file and implement the quick hook. So with Expo fonts, it works really easy. You have this hook in which you get fonts loaded, and you can now simply call use fonts from Expo font. So use fonts from Expo font, and you provide it with the fonts you want to load at this time. In my case, I want to load the Nunito. Why is there no code completion at all today? This is just such a joke, honestly. So, okay, use fonts. I want to load Nunito regular, and now we can simply say if not fonts loaded. In that case, I will return null. So that makes sure that we're actually loading the font in the first place. Okay, let's heat back. Are we doing this correctly? Yeah, I hope so. Although, is there like more? We should probably also load some like this. Let's do this. Yeah, you see, that's better. Now it's actually probably even too big. We're gonna check. Anyway, let's say text align. I think it even is already center aligned. Give me more. Let's do some margin bottom as well here, about 50 for later. And then I wanna, does changing the font weight do anything at this point? If I set this to like 900? No, not really. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's fine for me. In the actual application, it's even bigger. So this is 700 bold. What other? Do we have like even bigger ones? We do have 900 black. Let's add that as well. Okay, we got 900 black. And then with that in place, we probably also need to update my theme here. So if I want to brand black, that would be this one. Okay, so if we go back and instead of brand bold, we use brand black. Yeah, we need to save this and then we need to reload. Yeah, then we get like the biggest possible font. Okay, cool. Now we can actually up the font size even a bit more, like 32. If we're crazy, we could also change like the line height to, I don't know, something that's a bit more condensed. But anyway, let's keep it like this. But we also wanted to animate the appearance of that one. So we can now set the entering here. And for entering, what I want to use is the fade in down from React Native Reanimated. With that in place, reload, and you see the text comes in faded really nicely. We're gonna keep that pattern up and use this for the other views now as well. So now we want to do, we kind of want to do now the login buttons here. So let's do a new view. We're gonna call this one styles button container. And in the button container, we're gonna have multiple animated views so we can fade in the buttons like one by one. So let's do again, animated view, entering, and this one now will have fade in down, but it will also have a little tiny delay attached to it. So therefore we can like mimic this stagger animation and fade in the one. So in here, this one probably should be like the Apple auth button. And we also, of course, need my button container styling. Let's put this in place here. So button container should get like width of 100%, otherwise there's a problem. So let's also do gap of 12 and width of 100%. We don't have anything yet in that container. As an example, let's do this as components. So let's create a new folder and call this one components. And in components, I will do a new folder auth. So, I mean, this is kind of optional, but I think it's a good practice nonetheless. And then we could have like a Apple, let's call this one Apple auth button.tsx, as well as a Google auth button.tsx. So then you have structured this nicely. React Native function export, Google auth button, and you could even implement your own Google and Apple auth pretty easily in there. So as an example, let's just do the Google auth button here, React Native style sheet, So let's add this style sheet up here. And let's make this one simply a touchable opacity from React Native. Attach some styling like styles.google button and add the styling rule in here. We should probably put this to use now as well. Let's see, let's do a quick save in here and do the same for the Apple auth button. So this one's again going to be a touchable opacity from React Native, bring in the style sheet, and these are just tasks that I would usually hand over to AI. It's really, yeah, it's not too cool, but I'm doing this by hand. I just want to let you know that these are exactly the situations where I reach for AI and tell, hey, just code this up, because that is not too hard to do. So nonetheless, we have our Apple button here, and I will now copy this over so we can also have our Google Auth button here with a delay of 200. So with all of that in place, yeah, everything should now fade in with a little stagger animation. And we're gonna have one final animated view, which is like 300. And this one is like the other button. So let's do a touchable opacity directly in here with some style. So styles other button, and then the text as well, other options. Okay, of course this one should probably also have a, oh, what is that one? Didn't see that one for a long time, huh? Other button text. Okay, here we go. Other button needs styling, and as well other button text. Oops. And finally, yeah, text is still missing from React Native, so let's add that as well. Good. Okay, we got the 3 buttons. Which one do we want to implement first? It honestly doesn't really matter that much. Maybe we start with Google. So this one gets the background color. I prepared like a little color for you here. This one, okay. Then we want to make, of course, the flex direction for the button row so we can align the items correctly. We want to have alignment. There was like a shortcut, wasn't there? Like align items center. And then we also had justify content center. So then we already have it in the center. Now we need some padding vertical. Let's do about 16. As well as a border radius of 12. And finally, a gap between the elements in there, because this one will also have, so continue with Google, but we also need ionicons from Expo vector icons. So let's add them up here. And that should be an ionicon for this case. I think something like a logo Google should work. Color should be white in this case, and then let's check. Okay, we're getting there. Now we need styling for the text as well. So Google button text probably. And then we have a really clean setup in which you could later very easily implement the actual logic for using Google Auth. And I will follow this up with a video because the process, it's not too hard, but there are a couple of steps involved, and I want to show you that in a separate video. Again, it's one of these things that will probably otherwise make this video way too long. All right, this is the Google Auth button, and we kind of want to, we probably can do the same for Apple as well. Just need a tiny bit of a different styling, so let's do this. Let's copy this over into the styling here. Let's call this Apple button. I should have probably just called this button, you know, but here we are. We all make mistakes, right? Okay, Expo vector icons need to be added in here as well. And then we can have sign in with Apple. We're gonna make the background black for the Apple button, I think. Yeah, that almost looks good. For the font size, something like isn't correct with these items. I don't know what. I'm still like, my head is still trying to figure out what I dislike. I think I definitely dislike the size here of that icon. Yeah, let's make that one bigger. Same here. Size should be 18 at least. And then we have the Google button text font size 16. I mean, 16 isn't small, but it looks so smallish. I don't know. Let's do 18 probably. Okay, those two buttons look good to me. And we could probably get inspired by that styling for our other button. So we could now just call this one other button text. Be smart about that. And then on our index page for the other button, I'm just going to flip the styling a bit. So let's do F0, F0. The rest is probably going to be the same. And the other button text is going to be 666. So that was a bit darker. Okay. Looks pretty legitimate. Only the problem is that the button container. Oh my, did we implement the content container? Yeah, the content container itself should probably just have some padding horizontal of like 30. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Let's also do some padding vertical. I don't know, that might come back to me, but for the time being, that looks good. So now the only thing missing is this like privacy stuff down there. This is kind of optional, so let me just bring in a quick privacy container styling. So this is how it could look like: privacy container with some margin and the same padding horizontal or even more padding. Then we have privacy links and the privacy text. Nothing too crazy. And now to implement that, we would just do outside of our button container an additional animated.view with the styling set to styles.privacy container. And guess what? This one will have an entering with fade in down and a delay of 400. Okay, so then we can place in a text element, styles.privacy text, and then something like this here. Please visit the Wolt privacy statement to learn more about data. You can even have an on-press event simply on a text, so you don't always need to have a button or something. So this could just trigger a little function up here, const open web browser. And this one would do something like use the linking package from React Native and then call linking.open URL https galaxies.dev. All right, let's see. Good. So clicking here, did we actually attach that one? Oh yeah, that is not a URL. I'm sorry. Yeah, this one opens up a browser. Good. Okay, but most importantly, see again the entering. So that page builds up gradually with our stagger like they are all fading in. I think this is sort of a beautiful page. I don't know about you. I really like that one. Okay. Implementation details for these options comes in the next part. For the moment, we have one more thing, which is up here, the animation. We could already do a commit. I'm kind of like, I will call this work in progress login UI. Let's do a little commit here. Then actually, you could now already review this here. So from the CodeRabbit extension, I get this prompt. We will do this later. For the moment, let's just continue because we still have some more work to do. Now, we already have the infinite scroll container on this page. And I don't want to have this infinite scroll container to use a flex direction row. So we can have 3 different views next to each other. Then we want to have justify content center. We want to align items in the center, as well as have a little gap between the elements. And then we want to probably, well, let's probably keep it like this for the moment. So in here, as I said, we want to have 3 different views, and I would like to make them custom components. So let's do a new component. and let's call this smooth infinite scroll.tsx. In that smooth scroll, infinite scroll, we're gonna have a lot to do. So first of all, I would like to bring in some basic stuff, because this is just some data. We have 3 icon data sets, which we will use for our iteration. In the actual app, it's probably images, but we can rely on some emojis here, I think. Then we want to have some cons. We have the item height, we have the scroll speed and the frame rate, and then we have some infinite scroll props. So we can from the outside define whether the thing should scroll up or down. So then we can have easily reuse of these 3 and also define which icon set should be used, so they're like not showing duplicate elements. Okay, about the component, we probably also need a style sheet definition down here. So let's add that one first. Okay, and then we want to get all of the elements here. So let's get the, we can just type this up here with smooth infinite scroll props. And then we should be able to easily get the scroll direction. I will by default set this to down. So if we forget about it, we're gonna have it. As well as the icon set, I'm gonna set this by default simply to set 1. Now we can make this an animated scroll view. Okay, scroll view. And once again, we have to bring in animated from reanimated. So import animated from React Native, reanimated. Here we go. Then we have our basic setup. So that animated scroll definitely needs a ref, so we can target some elements. So let's do, what can we set the ref? Yeah, let's do it like this. Const scroll ref equals use animated ref, because this is an animated component. So we can already type that out, animated.scroll view. And then we can attach the scroll ref in here. Good. I want to set scroll enabled actually to false. Oops, I should close that one. Scroll enabled, because this is not something the user should scroll. This is only something we want to do. Shows vertical scroll indicator should also be false. This is really more about an animation. And then we finally, of course, have the content container style. Let's set this to styles.container. We don't have that one yet. Let's add it. And let's already add a gap. So this is the gap between like the different items. And then we have some padding vertical of, let's say, about 20. All right, let's put this to use in our application, because then we can see it better. I don't know if we like, let's see, we have the smooth animated scroll. We can set the scroll direction here to down, and then the icon set to set 1. I just want to do this manually. I know it has like a default, but I want to do it like this. If we now had 3 of them, that should actually work. I would just change this one to be up and set 2 and down and set 3. All right. Now about that infinite scroll. We need a couple of things. Maybe we should do the view first before we actually animate the items. So we do have our items, and we want to map. Where do we have the items? Actually, we don't have the items yet, right? Good call, good call. We should probably have our icon data using icon data sets at the index, or at the property, no, at the key. That's the one, at the key icon set. This is the whole data. Then I have my items, and I want to make this array a bit longer. So I will now use icon data and again icon data. So we have like double the length. I want to also set the total content height. So this is going to be important for our calculation later, which is now of course going to be icon data.length times the height of one item, which we've defined up as a const. Now we are able to iterate the items here. So we do have the item and we have the index. And then let's do this. These will create all separate views. So they will have the key index. And then we should probably add view to make React Native and TypeScript happy. Just add this automatically. Oh my. Cannot find, yeah, IDX, that's what I meant. Right. This view, let's see, do we see anything yet? No, this view doesn't have anything. So let's add a text element and then we can use item.emoji. Now we should finally see something on the screen once we have added text up here. Okay, we got 3 rows of icons. Not too bad so far, huh? Not too bad. The view should have some styling, like this is the icon container, and there will be more in here. So let's set this to styles.iconContainer. Okay, icon container. And then we also have styling for the emoji. Maybe just gonna do it in here. So this should just be font size 40. Okay, now they're a bit bigger. The icon container now has a specific width. We'll have 160 and we'll have the fixed height that we defined before. So we can reuse our const now, which is the item height. Okay, now we only see a couple of items anymore. Additionally, these should also have a specific background. I think that should be specified in the item itself. So we can set this in the iteration and set the background color here to item.color. Okay, good. Looks like we need to center our stuff again. So justify content center and align items center. This is the center, really? We'll maybe have to do some calculation there later. Okay, we're gonna make this rounded with a border radius of 20. And I wanna have some margin horizontal of about 5. Oh no, yeah, now I remember. The thing is that the first and the last item should be cut off on the sides, and this one here is in the center. So that's why we have the little challenge up here. But we will be able to handle that without problems, I think. Additionally, we could probably have like a little box shadow here. How do I want to set this up? 0 pixel, 2 pixel, I don't know. We should use a box shadow generator, I guess. And what is the syntax exactly? Let me copy one box shadow I used before. So this should be a nice, yeah, I think that one is actually pretty spot on. Okay, we have the margin. Okay, that should look good. All right. How do we get this correctly centered, I wonder? We probably, I think we need to tweak our styling here a bit for the infinite scroll container. Where's the infinite scroll? Okay, let's set this one to have use a relative position. And also, we have the gap? Yeah, we have this, and I want to also make sure that we're not showing any overflow, although that's maybe already default. Okay, we might be able to simply position this with our styling later. So then we're gonna have the right place. Okay, we have the container styling, we have the items using our icon container, we have the emoji. We're not really scrolling yet. We will get to that in a second. Let's see that we start the effect. We have our scroll ref, and I want to have another shared value here. We'll call this const scroll y. Use shared value, and the shared value will start at 0. We have the icons, that's fine. Now let's use use effect first of all. In this use effect, I want to first check if the scroll direction is equal to up, and if that's the case, I will set the scroll y value to my total content height. In the other case, I will just set it to 0 so we can actually do some scrolling. Okay, we need to do dot value. Sorry. Oh, and this one should only be called, of course, once when scroll direction is set. Now, if we reload this, looks still pretty much the same. Additionally, we now want to set an interval that scrolls our items. So let's do an interval here called setInterval. And within, we have a function, and we want to call this every 1000 milliseconds divided by our frame rate. So pretty often. Also, because we're here in the use effect, let's make sure we clean up after ourselves. You can have a return in the use effect, and this is the perfect place to call clear interval on your interval. All right, we're not doing anything here yet, so let's do this. So the calculation is now to increment my values, increment, and we increment them with a little calculation. So scroll speed divided by frame rate times scroll direction equals up. So it's either 1 or -1 basically. So if scroll direction is up, then it should be multiplied with -1 and otherwise with 1. So we scroll in either up or down direction. And then we can set the scroll y dot value plus equal to the increment. Let's see. If we now restart the application, nothing happens so far. That's good. But this will just make sure that we start at the right value. We still need to implement an animated reaction now. So we can import use animated reaction, which will, oops, not that one. Sorry about that. Use animated reaction from React Native Reanimated. That reacts to changes in our scroll y value. So whenever that changes, we want to do something with that value. And that's what we do in the second argument here. So once again, we check if the scroll direction is equal. Probably I should have used like a Boolean somewhere. If the scroll direction is equal to down, and otherwise we have an else block. In that case, let me just bring this in now, or let's type this. So if my current y value, the one from the current scroll value, is greater or equal already to the total content height, then we will set the scroll y back to 0. Otherwise, or not otherwise, in any case, we want to then call scroll 2. So we're scrolling our scroll view, and we're scrolling to with scroll ref as the reference. Want to set this to 0. What are my arguments? Why are they not displayed here? Scroll to X number, Y number, and then false. Why is scroll to... yeah, we need to bring this in, of course, from Reanimated. So this is a specific function here from React Native Reanimated that we can now use to actually scroll our scroll ref. So in that case, let's use scroll synchronously to a given position of a scroll view. X position, we're of course never changing really the X value. The Y value is actually a third one. We need to change that in some cases. So if the total content value is otherwise, in this case, our Y value would actually be the new Y here, and we wouldn't have that one. And we can now copy that over pretty much into the else block. And in here, we can check if this is, oops, smaller than 0. So you already see our animation starts. If it's smaller than 0, I will set this back to total content height. So we kind of have like 0 or total content height as opposite values, because we can then scroll from these directions. Hope that makes sense. So in that case, I want to set scroll ref X is always 0. This is now not 0 like here. So in this case, we would go back to, ooh, come on. Just want to show you this correctly. In this case here, we would go back to 0. In this case, we would go back to total content height. And here we would still use the same setup. So then this one starts to scroll as well. Now, one last thing that bugs me is that these items should actually be slightly different. And I wonder, I might have to update my index file to see this happening. So we have our view setup, flex direction row, center, relative, and hidden. In my example, I also wrapped every component in its own view. That might or might not make a difference. Yeah, so if we wrap them in their own views, they will actually take up their entire space. So let's do a third view and place this one in there. And now we're seeing, oops, didn't want that one, that if we place them in their own view, they actually behave exactly like we wanted to. Whew, that was pretty intense, I guess. A lot of reanimated stuff already happening in here. I think you don't have to always understand every single value and variable here with reanimated. AI can help you out in a lot of cases as well. So just make sure you understand the general setup, that animated reaction simply lets you respond to changes in a shared value. So when our shared value here is recalculated, we can then manually scroll our scroll views. We could probably also have the shared value directly in here. That could probably also work. I'm open to PRs on the GitHub repository. Speaking of PRs, we're going to come back to that very soon, because there's only one last thing missing, and that is the area here. So in that area, I want to have my linear gradient. So let's bring that in. Let's first of all add the package from Expo linear gradient. And then after the last view, I will add my linear gradient in here. This one should have some colors. Let's make the colors obvious. So let's make this from like red to blue for the moment. And then we need to add some styling here as well. I will make this right in here because I don't know, I want to see this here. So we want to position this now absolute. So it's like above the rest, and we can directly do this in the center. We're going to give it a height of 200. Then we say left 0, bottom 0, and right 0. Okay, this is our gradient. What a beauty. Now I want to change this to be transparent. Okay, so it's transparent up there and it's white down there. And with that, we have a beautiful gradient above the app. We could also change this and add like different steps in here, but I think the most natural gradient flow is probably going to be the best here. I wonder if we have like -30. Nah, that's not making it any better. Maybe even like, yeah, then no, it's just 0. It's just like, this is it. We shouldn't touch this. All right. This is our animated login page. I think we can be really proud about this. So add animated views. And now I will commit this. Oh, I commit this on main. Oh, that's a problem, huh? We should probably check this out into a branch first. Create branch, login page. And then add animation, commit, and now I can publish this branch. Now I wonder if we have both commits in that branch. I'm actually not entirely sure about that one. Let's see. Let's compare our pull request here. Yeah, work in progress and add animation. Looks good to me. Let's create the PR. You might have noticed I actually went back to my own repository I don't know. I had some issues with like the connection between CodeRabbit and my GitHub repository, but now you see CodeRabbit is immediately jumping into this and will create, hopefully, a better PR than I did. All right, the review is finished. We have now an actual good implementation. New features, introduced public landing page with Apple and Google Auth. We included privacy link, edit, infinite scroll. Okay, we had this before, the summary of the changes in the different files, but I've now also used my pro mode of CodeRabbit. You're gonna see how this differs to before. So we do have the sequence diagram again. A bit about our rendering, not too helpful here. Estimated code review effort, 22 minutes. Yeah, probably that would take someone like this. Possibly related PRs, use enter animation. What did I do? Use enter animation, I don't know. But let's continue down here because now we got even more. We have some nitpick comments about things we used. So use theme fonts for consider the button text, use a hard-coded font way without specifying a font family, which means it won't use no need to brand. This is on purpose because it shouldn't be used in all the cases, so I'm actually fine with that. Displaying a loading indicator to the UI. That's actually a very good catch. Something we probably even should do. Although use fonts at this point is so fast that we probably don't need this, but this is a very great catch for our application. Then consider adding query client default options. Yeah, I'm absolutely going with that one. That's a pretty great idea. I told you about this before. Could I just add this here? I cannot do this like that, right? Yeah, I would have to apply this differently, but supplying these as default options might be really a smart choice here. Let's do this, and then we have some cool default options. Okay, for the auth button, consider Apple. Yeah, you're gonna run into problems. My styling for the Apple sign is probably not perfect, and there's actually an Apple compliant component from Expo that you can use. Avoid inline styles for the gradient overlay. Yeah, that's okay. We could do this. And simplify reaction and avoid once animated values handle down, just forward Y to scroll. That's pretty interesting. I don't know if that works. If that works, that's like a really big catch. Let's try this out. So we're gonna update our code. And the idea was to simplify this one here. And instead, oops, sorry about that one. Use animated reaction just like this. Very curious if that works. Let's see. It just works. Why did we implement that in the first? No, it doesn't. It's not working here in the center, you see? So maybe we could just do this. But overall, I don't know. We might have to, which isn't working, which direction isn't working right now. So the first one down, scroll direction down is working, scroll direction up isn't working. If scroll direction is up, maybe we should do like an if scroll direction equals up, we need a different handling, but otherwise for down, this seems to work pretty flawless. Yeah, there's definitely making this a lot shorter. So for up, we could still use this, but yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what's going to... I really like the simplification. It's just not working for both cases. So I will comment this back out and leave my implementation for the moment inside. Now, anything else? Worklet captures prop won't respond to prop changes. Yeah, I'm not changing that. I think that should be fine. Okay, VS Code settings. Yeah, that's probably not something I should commit anyway. Privacy links points to a non-Wolt URL. Yeah, good get here. I could hook up press handlers for auth actions. Yeah, we're not implementing this yet, so I'm fine. We also, button isn't pressable, wrong icon, add on press and A11Y. Yeah, the auth button here is not entirely correct. That's true. And add on press handler. Yes, we could do that as well. Pretty good catches here so far. What's this one? This is initializing this in a completely different way. Reanimated handles repeats. I don't know. It even calculates my data sets differently. So this is a pretty cool one. I could probably try this out. Yeah. Anyway, with the UI thread, how could we implement this entirely? This is so cool. It now gives you also a prompt for AI agents. So let me copy this over and try this out in my application because I'm really curious if that works. This is my smooth infinite scroll. I will use Claude Code, and I will just paste in exactly what this one told me. And I'm excited to see if this really works out. So these videos, you know, I try to make most of it manually because if I just give you prompts here, that's not gonna work for you. However, I think integrating AI in an efficient way in these videos will teach you also something really interesting, how you can use it. And this, if it turns out like, if this works, this is an epic improvement because A, it improves your application, and B, the one AI tool, CodeRabbit, that made our review here gave us an exact prompt that we then fed back to another AI tool. Yeah, this is actually React Native does support box shadow, so that's a pretty new one. So here we go, changes made. Claude made a bunch of changes. The file looks like it's still compiled, so let's see if the animation still works. That's the key question here. No, the animation isn't working anymore now. So, although I would really love to say that it turns out good, it's probably not directly on... Oh, it actually works. Now it works. It does work. Let's do a refresh here. Maybe it just had like a loading time? That would be crazy. Let's reload. Oh, it starts like really slowly. That's actually kind of beautiful. So yeah, what can I say? AI made my code a whole lot better because it works. It removed the ugly use effect that we had before, and I'm almost speechless at this point. I don't know if you still use me, if you still need me, because I've shown you all these things and how to do this manually, and now we just tell AI to improve it, and it's so much better. Well, thanks to Claude Code, and especially thanks to CodeRabbit, because now we can update our PR. So let's close this, yeah, thanks. Update for better performance. Let's commit and push this. Okay, that should be added automatically here in my PR. So update for better performance. And now I don't want to like review this again. We can now merge this instantly into our main branch. So second feature or first real page implemented in the clone, which means we should go back to the application, check out to our main branch, sync the changes that we made in the PR, and now we're up to date once again with our application, and we have a beautiful login screen implemented. After this quite intense implementation of our login screen, let's do something a bit lighter. When we click other options, we want to present a little form sheet down here with a couple of options in there and then route the user forward to the inside area. So in order to do this, let's start by creating a new branch, and let's call this login options. Okay, because I usually forget about this. And then we can add a new file. Let's call this one other options.tsx in here. React Native functional export page, and then we're fine. Now in the layout here of the public page, we want to make a new entry. Oh yeah, this is how coding works a lot faster if you have cursor enabled. But of course, for you, I will disable cursor tab when I find the settings. Here it is. So I will snooze this again. Okay, so my other options is down here. Right now, we don't even have connected it. So let's do this in the index file. Where's the button? It is here. So let's wrap the link from Expo Router around it. href goes to /app public other options. Use as child, so you can use the right styling in your touchable opacity and then close it. And now this would push another page. Now, this is absolutely not what I want to see. What I want to see is slightly different. I want to have the presentation here set to form sheet. And with that, I want to also set the title to an empty string. And I want to set the header shadow visible to false. Let's see. Okay, so we already see when you click this, now it comes up as a form sheet. If we set my sheet allowed D10s, yes, to the right 0.6, we should be able to make this one snappy down here. So now it just comes up here and we have this nice native feeling sheet. We don't need anything else. You can also set the sheet corner radius to something like 16, so it's not as hard as it was before. And now on my other options page, I can simply implement a nice little container. So let's do this. We bring in our style sheet once again. So this one gets styles.container as always, and my container should have a flex styling. So here we go, flex 1 and some padding for the elements. Good. Now, what we want as well is a little close button. So we can create that one manually. Let's do a touchable opacity. Set the style to styles.close button. And then make sure that we also close that one. So the close button. Oh yeah, we should only have one pair of those. That's better. In here, we just want to have an Ionicon, name, close, size, quite big. Let's do 24, and then color should be black by default. Okay, here's the button. But for the close button, I want to give this some background color. So let's use background color from our theme. So we should be able to bring in colors from my theme and then use the light. Okay, here we go. Then we will set the border radius to 40 to make this rounded. Set padding to 8, that makes it look a bit bigger. And then I want to call align self, so that button should align itself to the flex end. So then it's positioned right here. On click, it should of course dismiss this page. So let's bring in the router using use router from Expo. And then simply add an on press here that calls router.dismiss. Okay, let's check this out. Works perfectly. Now we have a little text in here. So why is it always saying state? I will never, none of that, none. Because text was not import, so it doesn't do, but it's just a shit show sometimes, honestly. Styles.title, and then log in or create a Wolt account. Okay, let's put up the title styling here. So for the title, we of course want to make the font size a lot bigger. We'll set this to 30. We're gonna probably use once again our font family, the big one. So fonts.brand black. Yeah, that looks good. And then let's do some margin vertical, about 22. So we have up and down, some spacing, and we probably don't need additional font weight. Now let's place all the buttons in a container, and this is actually going to be pretty much the same setup that we had here. Didn't we? Yeah, we called this button container. So let's grab that code and place it here. So we just don't want to make the whole animated fun again. So let's, do we? I mean, we could just leave it in there. Wouldn't hurt probably. It looks good, you know, the entering animation and the stuff. It just looks good. Let's do this. Okay, so we also need our button container styling that we had on the index. So let's jump down. So somewhere right here, we have the button container, other button. Yeah, those are the 3 ones we need. So let's paste them in here. We also need the link from Expo Router, and we need the 2 imports for our custom components. Let's hit save for everything, and let's check again. Why does other options look so strange? Probably because we don't need, we're already on the screen for other options, right? We're trolling ourselves here. We don't need that one. But we probably need like a guest button where we can say continue as guest. So let's do 2 more of these, or maybe even 3, I don't know. How many? Yeah, maybe like this. Probably we're just gonna call the second one. We can have continue with Facebook as well. So now these buttons should pretty much just replicate what we already had in here. Like we just want a touchable opacity in here. This one should like be Facebook. Who's using Facebook anyway? Really? Facebook button and Facebook button text. Continue with Facebook. I mean, I'm not opposed to the things Facebook is doing, just like Facebook itself, the platform. It's like, who is still on there? I don't know, anyone. Okay, so we can use font awesome 5 for the Facebook icon. We just need the Facebook button styling, and we can also copy that from the previous button for Google Auth. So both of these are like the general styling options. Let's put this here. We call this one Facebook button and this one Facebook button text. Facebook button should actually have like a light background color. We can take this from my colors. So let's use light, and then we can, for the text, use colors.dark. So then we have continue with Facebook, and we finally, yeah, we can just keep the name other button if we wanted to. Just making sure that we have a delay of 300, 400, and this one will be the button which has simply continue as guest. So we will have like a split logic here. You can either sign in, which you actually can't really do in our app yet, or you can continue as a guest. For continuing as a guest, let's see, this is the one here. I actually don't want to set any kind of background color. And for the text, I will use my colors.secondary. So that looks pretty nice. Okay, everything appears. I kind of like that one. You can also have an animation for like this one up here, but probably don't want to animate everything on a page because then it enters like white and it's also not looking great. Let's now wrap this up after the UI with a bit of logic. So if we press continue, continue as guest, we're gonna call a function, and that function should be within our user store. The problem is we don't have a user store yet, so let's change that. Under hooks, let's add a new file and call this use user store.ts. This is now using Zustand. So from Zustand, you can simply import the create function, and with that create a new store. Let's also define a little interface here. So this interface will be for user store, and let's define what we need. Is guest is going to be a Boolean. Then we're gonna have the user. I don't really have a type for that, so let's call it any. Set is guest to change this. So is guest Boolean. It's going to be a function that simply toggles that. And then set user. So any user that is passed here would be set as the user. This is my interface, and we can now simply create our use user store using the create function from Zustand. To make this typed, simply add your interface in front here, followed up by parentheses or brackets, whatever. And then you follow this up with set and implement the actual store in here. So that's the important part up here if you want to use it correctly with TypeScript. Now we just need to implement all of this. So isGuessed will be false. User will be null initially. Set isGuessed will simply use the set function then you have access to. So it calls set and updates isGuessed. And finally, we have the same here, calling set to update user. And with that, you have a super slim store that we can now use. So we can now export default user, use user store. And then on my page here, we can come back and get const set isGuessed from use user store from my hooks. All right. And now once we go continue as guest, I will call set as guest true, which will toggle that value and makes the user a guest. Now, if you implement Apple sign-in, Google sign-in, Facebook sign-in with any kind of backend, you would also have a user object. And then in that case, you could simply go into your servers and call the set user to set the current user. Now, at this point, we're not yet using this. So let's do this. I want to add one index file in here to my auth folder and also an underscore layout. So we're actually seeing something. Let's call this here a stack from Expo Router. Okay, we need the import from Expo Router and we had that one screen. So let's do stack.screen, name was index. And maybe just to show that it works, title, feed or something. I don't know, restaurants would probably be the page. So then we have the index file. Let's call this one my inside page. And I also want to have a quick way of going back to the login. So let's bring in the same stuff we had before. Just for dummy reasons here. Let's add the import and let's add a button here from React Native. We can set the title to go login, and then we have the on press, and that will call set isGuessed false. Okay, that should work. So now the last missing piece is how we protect our inside area. In the past, we have also used Clark and Supabase and other authentications. And how at this point you can make this so easy with pretty much any kind of logic, because Expo Router specifically has a function called protected stacks. So you can now have a group here and make this one protected using a guard functionality. So only when that guard evaluates to true, something is displayed. So in our case, what we want to get here in the root nav now is, and just for reference, the root nav is the one that is next to our two folders here. In here, we could now get isGuessed or user from our use user store. And now we want to make sure that only if the user is a guest or a user, they are able to see the auth pages. And now we can also make sure that we're automatically signed in. So if the user is not a guest and also not a user, in that case, I want to show my public page. So at this point, we will always see our login page here. Is the auth index is missing the yeah, I don't think that is still the case. We will now always see this page. Once we sign in, and we can do this as a guest in this case, we should see that, let's see, this variable here in the root nav changes if we attach the continue as guest functionality to our button. Whew. Yeah, the code review would have captured that anyway. On press, I want to call my continue as guest. Okay, let's do this now. I'll also bring up my log. So right now we're not a guest, we're false. Continue as guest, and we're automatically inside. I also can't swipe to go back because our navigation stack was simply replaced now. Instead of having this stack here displayed, we now have this one because isGuest is true, and therefore only this option is displayed. And this, it's like it's not existing anymore. The problem is that if we reload, we're still signed out. So we would have to connect this to MMKV to correctly store the token. We could probably do this, but let's first try if we can also sign out. So go login. Yeah, exactly. Works as advertised, I would say. Well, I mean, let's quickly do this. It's not too hard to set up persistence. We have all the packages in place. Let's create a new folder and call this one utils, because you always need utils. And in utils, I will create a Zustand storage.ts. Let's maybe put this to full width here. In our Zustand storage, it's hard to combine German and English, by the way. We want to import create mmkv. This is the new functionality, by the way, from React Native mmkv since version 4 came out. So if you're still on version 3, which you shouldn't be when using or going through this code, then you would initialize the storage differently. But now it's a function called create mmkv. We then also have the state storage here from Zustand/middleware. And with those, we're able to define, first of all, the storage using create mmkv. So this is our default. You can also specify like ID and encryption and whatnot. But most importantly, we now set up the Zustand storage using state storage as the type here. And then also make sure that we export default Zustand storage. Now, to implement this correctly, we need to implement 3 functions. We have set item, name, and value. And they should use my storage dot set name value. So we're pretty much just telling Zustand how it should persist the items correctly. The second one would be get item. This one will only get a name. And then we can go ahead and try to grab the value from the storage using get string. Why are we actually calling get string? Could also be a Boolean, right? But anyway, we're going to return either the value or as a fallback null. And then we have a third one, which is remove item. So by a name, we want to remove something. In that case, this is actually different than before. So it's now called remove. I think it was previously called delete. This is our entire Zustand storage. And we can now wrap this around our use user. Where is my use user? Hooks use user. So right now, if you reload the application, you will always fall back to the initial state. To persist this now, you can bring in create JSON storage and persist again from Zustand middleware. And this one goes now around my application. Now I have to be a bit careful here. Let me cut this one out. And then I will call persist on this. I will then add this again. And now again, it's kind of difficult, but I think in here we have another block, which are the options. So the options here is user. And then we have the storage mechanism. And here we create the JSON storage, which is now under the hood using our mmkv Zustand storage. Yeah, if everything turns out correct, it looks right. Let's see. If we now refresh the application, we should still be here. But if we now sign in, we're a guest user. And if I refresh, yes, we're still a guest user. Nice. So we've implemented the options dialog, the little modal, and we can call this auth options and navigation. I think we're already on my branch, so let's just commit and push. Would you like to publish this branch? Yes, I would definitely like to do that. So after that, I can come back here. I can create my pull request. Just like before, I want to create this. And now I just have to wait 2 minutes for CodeRabbit to create a better description for my PR. Okay, so let's wrap up the chapter with the review. So we have auth options and navigation, implemented multi-method authentication, guest mode, modal-based authentication, and persistence. Great. Implements a user authentication system with state management, the files we've changed, the sequence diagram. Let's check if this is true. User store, read as guest user, render auth screen, show guest options. Then we can public screen. Yeah, that looks about right. Now, I'm usually also very interested in the nitpick comments about the files I've changed. So, remove unnecessary return statement. Per stage. Okay. Yeah, well, we could do this. Not a crazy thing, but I mean, it's listed under nitpick comments anyway. So what do you expect? But anyway, consider adding a user feedback for guest mode. Set is loading. Yeah. Could be the case. Yeah, we could do a quick loading, but it's instantly, so probably wouldn't help us too much. Any other problems here? Debug logging should be removed. Yeah, of course, the logging will be removed at some point. This one is what is this? This is the index page. Yeah, we're gonna anyway implement that later. Then we have our both auth buttons are non-functional UI stubs missing. Yeah, we know about that one. Add on press handler. Anything about our user store? Improve type safety? Yeah, we could implement a user interface. Yeah, we're not really using this, but it's a good catch. We should probably do this. And the Zustand storage method should use set string instead of set. Apply this diff, return storage to stat storage. I don't know. Should return void. Interesting that they return void. That's kind of new to me. But anyway, looks like otherwise we're pretty good. I think we're fine. Those were not critical things, just things that are really good to know about. So now, once again, go back, git checkout to main, sync your changes, and you're on top again. So now we're in a great state. We can log in. We have our login page finished, which is actually really beautiful, honestly. And we have this nice little modal, which feels absolutely native, and we can continue to our inside area. So now in here, let's talk once again about tab navigation. Let's move on and implement our tab bar. So right now we only have one index file in our auth folder. That should be changed. So I would like to structure this in a slightly different way, in that we have an additional tabs folder. The reason is simple. In here, in this inside layout, we might also have like a modal page that could cover the whole page, and that should be above the tabs. So we need to account for that and pretty much like have another folder that could be modal in here, or another group next to the tabs layout. Now, of course, in the tabs folder, we also need a new layout file that will specify our actual tab bar navigation. So let's do this layout in here. And then we call this one tabs from Expo Router. Probably want to snooze this again for an hour. Is there anything important in here? No, just 2 tabs. Right now we still have that index file which is displayed. I will just copy this in here and rename this to like discovery or something, because we're gonna have a couple of tabs in there. Now, usually if you have a tab bar, you can just create the index file, the profile file, whatever kind of tabs you have. But in our case, those tabs should also have their own navigation, and we will actually use a specific screen transitions package later, which is a custom stack implementation as well. So what we want and need to do is instead have folders that have their own layout. So we can do this like this. you would probably otherwise have a profile TSX. Now you would just have a profile with an index TSX included. So that would be my profile page here. And we can then do the same for other tabs as well. We have this one discovery tab. I will just leave it like this is. Then let's add a new file, probably a search.tsx. This will just be search. And then I want to have a new folder for restaurants. So that will be one of the pages we will definitely implement. And an index tsx in there. Restaurants. And finally, one more folder for stores. And again, stores gets an index file. Stores. Okay, these are a bunch of pages. Let's check out what's going on. We have my tabs layout. So for the tabs layout, we certainly now need to include the different pages. So first, I want to have restaurants. In the second, I want to have discovery. This should of course have restaurants, and this one will be discovery. Additionally, let's do a couple more of these. So we had stores, then we had search, and then we finally had profile. So those were the tabs we added. Now with this, we should also have the correct setup. What's missing here, I guess, is right, for all these with sub pages, we still need the navigation as well. So therefore, let's go into these pages and create a new underscore layout.tsx. React Native, whatever, could be layout, could be page, doesn't really matter that much. Now we go ahead with stack from Expo Router, and they just have one stack.screen name definition for index. This one can be closed, and then this is just stack. Okay. This is for the profile page, right? Where's my profile page? Here. Okay, we already got a little issue here with the tabs header. Let's check that one out. That should come from the layout file here. So for everything in auth, we don't show the header, but in auth for, yeah, then we have a tabs folder, and I want to hide that header as well. So false. Okay, now we have profile and index. That means in here, we also need for all the pages that have their own stack layout, they should have header shown false as well. So that should be here, and for, yeah, the other ones still, of course, need, restaurants needs a layout file as well, and stores as well. All right, so they now all have their own layout file. We can copy over header shown to restaurants, false. Discoveries, okay. Stores, okay. Search, okay. Profile, okay. Okay, most pages look okay, although the header, like, I don't know why the header has sometimes a different height. That should be something about React Native screens. Guess that will be fixed soon. Okay, so we do have the different tabs, and we now have more flexibility with their own implementation here. Probably, do we want to set anything specific? Actually, kinda would like to set usually the screen options here and define the content style, background color to be white. Okay, so let's copy that definition over to the other ones. Okay, and okay. Does the title matter? That's a good question I'm asking myself. Probably. So let's also add an options object here specifying the title of a page. So this one here is my profile page. On the profile page, I actually want to have like a big title on iOS. Maybe we could quickly add that. So you can usually do header large title and set that to true. Then you can also set header transparent to true. And then you can like on scroll on your page, so on the profile page, you would have a scroll view here, scroll view from React Native that implements content. I probably should add the import as first. Content inset adjustment behavior and set that to automatic. Now, what this gives is when you scroll, it usually moves your profile into the title on iOS. I just probably need some styling here. So I didn't want to dive that much into that page, but just quickly implementing that behavior. So here we go, style sheet, container gets flex1, and then we can assign styles.container here. And then, yeah, you see, then we're able to scroll this and it moves nicely into the header. So giving us the native iOS look and feel. Okay, we can close that page. Let's take a look if we need anything else on the other pages. We will also not get into every single page, but for the moment, let's also wrap up the tab navigation. So going here, we can do a bit more to make our tabs actually look nicer. I would like to start by changing something generally. So if you have some general changes, you can do this up here in the screen options. So you could set the tab bar label style. And in here, I would like to set the font size to 9. So that is like a tiny bit smaller. But at the same time, I will also increase the font weight to 600. So there's a bit more bold. This will look a lot better in a second, at least I hope so. Let's start with restaurants. We have the title, header shown false. We also want to have a tab bar icon. And the tab bar icon has access to color and size, so we can style it correctly. Let's put this in here and let's use material icons. Can you get the import? Oh, nice, you can. Okay, that was wrong. Name equals restaurant. That should exist. And then you can just set the color to color and you can set the size to size. And close that up. And yeah, it looks slightly different. You almost got that one right. Okay, so now we got the restaurant one here. Let's add the tab bar icon to the other tabs as well. So discovery gets an ionicon. Let's use ionicons, and then it will get, actually you can also make this dependent. Like sometimes you're gonna notice this, that applications use either an outline or filled one. So you can not only get color and size, you can also get the focused state. With that, you can check. So if this tab is focused, I wanna use the compass, and otherwise I will use the compass outline. So you see, outline, filled, outline, filled. Pretty nice little trick here. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's add this to stores as well. So stores gets either storefront or storefront outline. Okay, outline filled, works as advertised. Then we can continue down here with the next one. So search gets another tab bar icon, this one from Font Awesome 5. We're gonna use the search location and otherwise just search. I hope that works. Let's see. Yeah, you see? So you can get like nice little things going on by using the focus attribute here. And finally, we have the last one. This one gets an ionicon. Let's just use person here. Don't have to be too crazy and use focus. Okay, looking good to me. We have a general tab bar. We have a bit of like the header large effect going on here. We can navigate between the different pages and we have a pretty clean setup here. Now this time I want to make this a tiny bit different than before and show you something else. What I want to show you is that you can also use the CLI of CodeRabbit to get information pretty much about your uncommitted files. So the CodeRabbit analyzes your uncommitted changes using the same pattern recognition that powers our PR reviews. Pretty cool thing. So let's try. You need to, of course, install the CLI. There's also a cursor integration. Nice. Did I already add this to cursor? I think, yeah, you can install this globally. I need to authenticate and verify this. Let's check this CodeRabbit auth status. Yep, I'm logged in. That looks good. Okay, set up cursor rule for CodeRabbit. Run it as a way to run. That's cool. You can also set this up as a cursor rule. Now, there's so much you can do with like cursor, with rules and Claude rules and MCPs. It's kind of getting out of hand. What I wanted to show you most of all is that you can run this now simply with a prompt only mode. Let's copy this and give this a try. So in my terminal here, I will run CodeRabbit prompt only. We have a bunch of uncommitted changes. So starting CodeRabbit in plain text mode, connecting to review service, setting up, and this is now analyzing my changes. So it should eventually go through all of this, and I don't think there's actually a ton that I would do differently, but let's wait until we get a little feedback here from the CLI. All right, this time it's completing a bit faster because it was also not really a huge change. Let's see. So with the -- prompt only mode, you get just this plain output of the review. In this case, it tells me that in layout around lines 900, the tab bar label style uses font size 9, which is too small for readability. That's actually a very fair catch. I hope it still works in my application because, yeah, I think it looks okay, but definitely something could be caught. And this one is about the discovery line that we just have like a dummy functionality in there. The cool thing here is, again, there's a very tight integration between CodeRabbit and AI agents. So you can see right here, we have always a prompt for an AI agent. So just like we did before, I could copy this out and put it into Claude Code or Cursor or whatever you're using to improve on that issue. And there's a whole lot more. I just checked this out as well. So you can have this both integrated with Claude Code. So in Claude Code, Claude could actually authenticate with CodeRabbit. So you could then tell Claude to implement a feature and run CodeRabbit in the background automatically, which is pretty wild, honestly. And same for Cursor. So you can set this up with Cursor as well. You just need to install the CLI, authenticate correctly, and then it can automatically do things in the background with the rule that you can set up for Cursor. Again, it is pretty astonishing what you can do with CodeRabbit. I was already blown away by like the general functionality of the AI pull request functionality. But if you like don't even want to commit bad code, you could also use the CLI to check what you've done. And I would also recommend give it a try and run CodeRabbit without prompt only, because the interactive mode is actually pretty nice as well. For now though, let's commit our changes. So this is the tab bar setup. I will directly commit this to main. This is pretty good. We don't need to make a branch here. We're gonna make this in the upcoming videos for the next features. For the moment, just make sure you've set up everything. You tried out the CodeRabbit CLI and installed it, and you have your tab bar in your application up and running, and that you can hopefully also, go back to the login and then also go back to the inside area. Now it's time to implement the actual first inside view of the application. We want to build this restaurant screen, and this is actually a screenshot from the official Wolt application. There are a couple of things on this page. First of all, there's a quite custom header component. We will leave this one out for the next chapter because there's actually an animation going on and that will require some work. Then we just have a little title up here, and then we have the first section, which is like categories, something that can be scrolled, just a horizontal scroll. We won't attach any kind of navigation because really we have enough pages in the application, trust me, in the end. We'll just make this as sort of a dummy functionality. And then we have a second category or a second block down here, which is all restaurants. We want to create components for this down here. So this will be like a restaurant, I don't know, list, or yeah, like the restaurant list. We want to have the category scroll as a component. And we also want to have this entire page, this entire screen here as a component. Because in the application of Wolt, you're going to see that it's kind of reused in some places. And therefore, we want to make like this whole screen reusable. So with all of these thoughts in our mind, let's continue. I want to first make a new folder. I will call this screens. So if I have something that really fills up the entire screen, I don't feel like it's just a component. I mean, it sort of is a component. But overall, yeah, maybe I should have like a screens folder and the components folder. Probably AI review will tell us about it later. Now, with that in place, let's add the page I want to use. So I will call this one restaurant list page.tsx. Okay, this is the page. Now we want to display that page when we navigate to the restaurant's index file. So instead of just bringing in the component here, you can wipe out the entire page and say export the default from my add components /screens /restaurant list page. If you do it, we should notice that if we now go to the restaurant page, we see restaurant list page. So nothing really changed, but it's now using that other file. I also want to, by the way, disable. For the moment, let's leave the header. We'll eventually set the header shown to false here, but for the moment, let's keep it. So I will just add header shown true. Okay. We're gonna work on that later. But maybe I should already set it to false because then we can work with the padding correctly. Okay. Okay, good. So now we do have this one just using the default page. So we have sort of a reusable page. Let's see, where is it? This is my restaurant list page. As I said before, I want to have two more components, the category list and the actual restaurant list. Let's set them up as components as well right now. Category list.tsx. Okay, category list. And another file, I will call this restaurant list.tsx. Okie dokie. Now back to our usable page. Now I'll minimize this for the moment. Okay. So where do we get started? We could probably get started in the restaurant list page. On that page, we need some styling. So React Native style sheet goes here and style sheet import up here. I'm gonna have a container styling container. As always, flex one. I think we probably already have a white background here, so we don't need that. Styles.container. Now, on top of that, we need to bring in our components. We're gonna have a text component which says like restaurants. That was at the top of the page. Then we had the category list. Then we had another text which said all restaurants. It's like the small category thing. And then we had the restaurant list. Okay, we got all the stuff on the page. On my view, I also want to now wrap all of this in a scroll view. So let's do a scroll view. Actually, let's already prepare this for the next chapter. Let's do an animated scroll view. Okay, this won't really change a whole lot yet. We'll just make this a bit more animated. This one also should have the usual setting for shows vertical scroll indicator false. I honestly don't like that at all. And then for the content container styling, I want to probably set some padding top up here. Yeah, it's going to be a bit more. So we should maybe get the insets as well. So let's get the insets using use safe area insets from the React Native safe area context package. And then we could do something like insets.top plus 60. That should account hopefully enough for anything that comes up there. Now let's also give some styling to our titles here. So this one gets styles.page title. And the other text is probably something like all restaurants title. All right, page title and all restaurants title. For the page title, we of course want to have our big font as well. So let's use the font family, bring in my fonts from the constants, and let's use brand black to make that one bigger. Of course, font size should also be upgraded to something like 30. And there we go, a lot better. Let's also add some margin bottom here of perhaps 8. And some padding horizontal of 16. All right, then we're gonna render the category list below that. And for the other one, and actually maybe we're gonna use brand bold in here just. In the real world, yeah, the top is really big and the other one is sort of big, but not that big. So maybe just all restaurants, maybe just like 20. Margin bottom, yeah, we can use 16. Probably I should use 16 as well in here. It usually looks better if you have the same values, I guess. Does it change anything if I update the font weight here as well? That's my question. So if I set this one to like 700, no, that doesn't change anything. Let's just stick to our fonts here. I think that looks good. So with that setup, that was really the easy part of the exercise. We can now get into both the category list as well as the restaurant list. Now, I wonder if we really want to implement both, because the category list is honestly a lot of styling and there's not really a ton of learning included. Honestly, let's bring in the code for the category list. There's no value in just doing 20 minutes of style sheet here. So let's do this together. Let's bring in the category list and talk about what's going on in this page. What's now red? Category list. Export const category list. Yep, just the import changed. Okay, so this is our finished category scroller. How does it work? Well, honestly, it is just an horizontal scroll bar. We have a view, we have a text element, we have a see all button, which is positioned at the end, as you can see right here, touchable opacity with some styling. And then we have a flat list that is meant to be for horizontal. The data comes from the categories. So this is the data we added initially. If you haven't done this, now it's absolutely time to do it. Because here is the name and the image and background color. All of that is now used in the actual categories. So if we render the items of the category, we have this function up here, which then grabs the styling, which uses the dynamic background color. We have the image source, and we have a bit more about the name and the different places for that category. Beyond that, shows horizontal scrolling together false, content container style, and all the styling. So this is all the stuff we would have to write. Really, this is just UI and piecing together styling, so I don't think there's any value in doing this together. Let me know in the comments if you think differently. I'm always open to critique, and I can do this again with you in the future, but I honestly think there are many more interesting areas in this app that we want to explore, that this part really doesn't really require more of our attention. Let's instead now focus on the restaurant list, because in the restaurant list we also need to load some data and display it. So let's do this together now. First of all, we can get the data here from our use restaurants hook. Use restaurants, right, that's the one. So we can get the data here. We will reassign this to a variable called restaurants. I like that more than data. We also have is loading and we have error. Now, if you've used 10stack before, this should look very familiar to you. This looks almost like using useQuery. Well, essentially we are using useQuery. So this is all this functionality exposes that hook gives us. It's just abstracted away into this hook. But we now get the benefit of using it on this page. So that means we can do all the stuff that you're used to. We can have early returns. So if we're loading, we can say, hey, return a simple view in here. Probably needs some styling. And then just put in an activity indicator from React Native. Size should be large. And then color will be set to colors. So from my theme dot secondary. So now, can we see this actually in action? We very briefly see this. We might be able to, can we add, let's see, add a dummy delay of 3 seconds. Once again, this is the kind of AI stuff I like to use. So here we go. With that in place, let's do a refresh. And we see it loads for 3 seconds. And then the restaurant list is there. Boom. This is pretty cool. And we could do the same now for if we encounter an error, if we encounter no restaurant, or the list is 0. In all of those cases, we could have an early return. However, we also want to have our default return down here. So in here, I just want to change this to a fragment, empty fragment, and then iterate my restaurant data. So at this point, yeah, we could have another check, but honestly, yeah, okay, it's okay. So for every item in my list, I want to render a view. Key should be set to item.id. And you see, once we iterate the item, it automatically picks up that this is a restaurant using that interface. And therefore, we get here code completion of that entire interface. And once we got that, we can render our restaurant. Now, we could have this in another functionality or right in here. Actually, it doesn't matter too much. There will be a link component around this one at one point. However, now is not the time because we don't have the routing yet. So for the moment, let's just stick to a touchable opacity here. Okay, touchable opacity, styling, styles.card. That's something we have to set up definitely very, very soon. Oh, and we haven't even added my style sheet yet. So let's put this in now. Bring it in here. Okay. Okay, okay. And then we have the card in here. Maybe we should add some content to the card, because otherwise it's really going to be hard to render anything. Let's start with the image. So image source will be set to item.image, because that is already using a require statement. That should be fine here. And then we have styles.image, which is something we haven't created yet. Maybe better a question mark or like otherwise null. What does it expect? I think it's okay like this. We know that we have an image, so that's actually fine. Okay, for the image, I want to make sure that this is using the full available width, and then we should also see our card in a second, but only a height of 180. Okay, okay, nice. I don't know where this is coming from. Probably these restaurants don't have anything, but that is good. That is a good start. Let's maybe add a little bit of information, because then we can see more, and the card just like makes more sense. Let's use this one, styles.info. So let's add some info styling in here. That should just have like padding of 12 or so. Padding of 12. And for the info block, we have the text, which is the item.name. That is the name of the restaurant. And I just noticed, yeah, it removed once again my text import. Okay, yeah, it's getting better. Let's give this styles.name, and then we also can follow this quickly up with styles.description for a little description block. For the description, I want to be careful that this is not too long, so maybe I will set the number of lines here to 2, the maximum. So now we can also define our name styling. So for the name, I want to just use a font size of 16. I know that the AI review will complain about not using the brand all the time, but it's not used in every single place. So we don't need to use the brand font everywhere. Okay, so making the title a bit bigger, and then we also had the description. This one should just be font size of about 14 and a different color, so let's just use 666. Okay, good start. Now let's make these elements actual cards. Therefore, we're gonna set the margin horizontal to 16. Actually, we can set the whole margin to 16. Okay. Then we want to give this a box shadow. And this box shadow should look like this: 0 pixel, 4 pixel. You can use any kind of box shadow generator and just play around with the values, honestly. Just do what you like. 0. So then we have black with an opacity of 0.2. Now, you usually don't see a box shadow unless you set the background color. So let's set the background color to white. Did I make a mistake here? Yeah. Yep. Is my argument still true? Nope, it isn't. Okay. Let's also set the border radius here to 12. Sorry. Yeah, the cards are coming together. You notice there's no border here. I kind of want to have a little border there as well. Let's do this. Let's do border width. You can also just do this on a side, but I will do this in general. Border width, I will set this to stylesheet.hairline width. So really a super thin border, and then set the border color to something very light. So I should have colors.light in there. That should give us really like the tiniest possible border color there. Is there any kind of overflow, by the way? Okay, hidden should be a string. But yeah, you notice at the top, I don't want my image to overflow that. So overflow 0. I usually also add elevation for Android. Is this still required? I'm not an active Android user, so I will keep it in here for the moment. Okay, this is the first block. Restaurants also have a bit more like metadata. We can put this probably in here. Let's do view, style. And I know I said like 10 minutes ago I don't want to do too much styling, but this is a page that also loads data, and it's like one of the essential views. The categories can't do anything anyway. I feel like a bit of styling, doing styling together here and there is actually fine. Okay, let's see. So metadata should render. How do we do this in the best way? Let's put up the styling already, metadata. And this should have actually a very thin border. So this should have like a border top color of, I don't know, should I use my same colors light? We can try. I don't know how it looks. Border top width. Did you know that you can just set one width? I learned this like a couple of months ago, I think. And I was like, that's interesting. So here we go with the metadata. In the metadata, we can now display an Ionicon. So Ionicon's name, bicycle. This is how you pronounce bicycle. Why am I not getting code completion? That usually means Ionicons are added wrong. Bicycle outline. Why is there no code completion? I don't know. Okay, here's my amazing bicycle. Should probably increase the size a bit. Let's add for the color 666, sort of darkish color. Then I had, once again, a bunch of text elements. And honestly, that isn't too interesting. So I could now bring in the metadata for the delivery fee, a currency, some high dots. So let's add these blocks here. After that, I also want to have Ionicon's name, happy outline. So this is for like the rating of a restaurant, using the same size again. And I noticed that metadata should probably have a flex direction row. Flex direction of row. Now it makes more sense, right? Let's call line items center here. And then I also want to make sure we have some gap between the elements and some padding of like 10. Okay, so I don't know if this is visible in the video. There's like a super thin border here. I don't know if this should be darker. This is the color I previously used. Let's see if that's darker than my light color. Not really, honestly. I think we're good with colors light. We have our line items and we have the gap. Now we also need metadata text. Metadata text. Give this a font size of like 13 and a color of the darkish one we had. I should probably put this into my theme as well. And then we also had the dot styling. So the dot will be 999 and font size 13 as well. So I think they turn out pretty good. These are just ones that don't really have an image, but we have a bunch of those that do have an image. I really like this one. I don't know about you, but this is a good starting point. Now, one thing I want to note is that in this case, we're using the usual tab bar down here. This is not an iOS 26 tab bar we're using. These are not native tabs. We could, however, get that very easily by using the native tabs from Expo Router, which are still experimental. So that's why I didn't include them here. I've used them before. It's pretty easy to exchange this. But for the moment, I honestly want to keep this like it is. And last time I checked, Wolt still had this tab bar. They're probably going to update this like every application, but for the time being, this is how it looked in the application. So now we have the starting point of our restaurant's application. I think, did we make a branch for that? Check out to, what is my currently? Yeah, I think we should do one. Create branch, let's call this restaurant list UI. And then from the side, we can do our changes. So this is list of categories and restaurants. Again, let's commit and push. This will also publish my branch. And we should see in our repository that we can make a new pull request. Let's do this like before. I don't want to add any information because CodeRabbit will take care of that for me in about 1 or 2 minutes. So let's see, I opened this up and usually that comes pretty fast notification here. Yep. Checks haven't finished, so let's wait until CodeRabbit is done and then we can review what we implemented. Okay, so let's go through the comments of the PR. The summary is that we added a dedicated list page, we have the hidden header, and we have the 3-thing delay. Well, that wasn't too important, but well, here we are. The sequence diagram, restaurant goes to restaurant list, has the renders the category list, has the used restaurants hook with the 3-second wait, even that is included in here, gets all the restaurants and displays them. That looks good. Now, possible related, what is this one? That was my second pull request, right? But that one is actually in the Galaxies repository. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, we got some nitpick comments here. I don't know if we still want to go through them. Yeah, this is right. Extract magic number to named constant. Yeah, it is a magic number indeed. I like that one. I like that one. We can really do that. Let's do this quickly. That was on the restaurant list page, right? Restaurant list page. The screen up here. Header height. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I could also put that darkish into and consider using regular scroll view. Yeah, we're not using the animation yet, but that will follow. And down here, we could use a flat list for a better performance of our restaurants. That is absolutely true. But on the restaurant list page, we are already inside an animated scroll view. So it's kind of hard to then on this page have another flat list, because then we're rendering a list inside a list. Yeah, but it already caught that. That's interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, we could probably do that, but for the moment we can get away. Yeah, this is something we can remove. Now, usually what's even more interesting are these potential issues down here. There's no on-press event. Okay, what is this? Committable suggestions. Carefully before ensure that. I can directly also commit the suggestion. That's pretty cool. I can also resolve this, of course. Replace web only. No box shadow exists on React Native. I can actually say this is resolved. So how would it look then? Did it just disappear? Yeah, it marked as resolved. There's at error state rendering. Yeah, actually, I'm fine. You can add that. I'm good with that. Commit changes here. And then it applies the commit. List of categories, edit, update component restore. So CodeRabbit automatically updated that page to add error handling. That is pretty nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now let's go back to where we were. Remove unsafe non-null assertion. Yeah. And provide. Yeah, I don't have a placeholder, but good suggestion nonetheless. Again, box shadow is available on React Native, so we don't need that one. The 3-second artificial delay, I want to keep it for the moment. This is just for testing. So the rest of this actually looks fine. I just probably need to fix code. You know, my commit messages are absolutely the best. Yeah. I probably need to call git pull first. Yeah. Can I pull the changes? Oh no, I don't want to get into git hell. Can we just sync that? Can't be git merge, git rebase. I should probably just not do my change that I did. That was on me. I did a local change and I also did a change in here. So I should just check out to this fix, honestly. And then not use my header height. I said check out. Git check out to this one, to this branch 53 seconds ago. But that branch also shouldn't have, probably I should just apply the change for the height in here. Was it here with the magic number? Yeah. Apparently in the nitpicks I can't do the magic number stuff. So pull and push one commits. Git pull. That's not working, so let's try git pull rebase. Okay, and then sync my changes. Okay, let's see if we have the commit at the bottom. So yep, we have the fix. Now we can finally merge this. Merge. That is merged. We can go back to my repository And we can check out to main once again. It should be merged. Are we good? Git checkout to main. Didn't we just merge the branch? Category list screens. Everything looks good to me. I don't know, the files up here were deleted. That just looked very strange to me. And let's see. Git checkout dot. Let me fix this locally. One note, there was actually an additional return statement for me here. Probably not for you, just want to mention it. So I just had to quickly fix my code. I will directly push this to the main branch because that was not an essential thing. But anyway, you should now have this list implemented and we can dive deeper into this kind of amazing header animation. Alright, so this chapter is going to be absolutely amazing because this is something you see in pretty much every application and we can do this with React Native. And I actually initially didn't think that it is possible. Let me show you what we want to do. So this is once again a little demonstration from the official Wolt application. I want you to look at specifically this area up here. This is what we now focus on. So what happens in the app when you scroll that page? Let's see, I will scroll that page. And I do it really slowly here, but you notice there's a lot going on in that header area and it feels so smooth and so natural. So let's do this again. Let's do it really small. By default, there's no shadow and there are a couple of icons. Once you start scrolling, those icons, you see, they sort of fade away and give room for a different kind of header that now also has a shadow at the bottom, as well as a title and a different button to the right. So I was absolutely like, how am I going to pull that one off? But let's do this together. Okay, first of all, let's do a new branch for this. So create a branch. This is header animation branch. And our branch, we could also, by the way, I think just publish that branch. I changed my time here, by the way, back to 1 second delay because it got kind of annoying otherwise. Then let's see, we were on the restaurant list page, right? That was our main page. Let's put this to the bottom and let's probably introduce a new component. So under components, let's do a new file and call this one restaurant header.tsx. I'm aware that I'm currently covering this with my head. So here we go. This is our restaurant header. I actually want to reuse that one on a different page because for the stores page, I just want to like reuse that view, just like pass in a different title. So let's have an interface here, restaurant header props. And in there, we're going to have the title as a string. And we will also now have the scroll offset because this component will be included in the restaurant list page. And remember, that page is like this whole screen here. So we want to capture this scroll view offset and then pass it to a component that we place above. So therefore, this is not having its own scroll offset, but instead this will receive a shared value from Reanimated of the type number. All right, we can then use this in here and get both the title as well as the scroll offset. With that in place, we should also be able to add our restaurant header in here. Restaurant header goes here. For the title, we will simply give this one restaurants. And for the scroll offset, I think we don't even have that one yet. So probably, how do we do this in the best way? Honestly, the review will tell us, but my idea would be to capture the scroll offset in a shared value here. So use shared value. I think there's probably a way to do this faster, but this one feels more explicit and I can show you quite easily what's going on. So you can set up a scroll handler using use animated scroll handler from React Native Reanimated, and on scroll with the event that you get, you can simply update our local scroll offset value to event.contentOffset.y. So now we just need to pass the scroll handler to our scroll view. So I want to say on scroll, use my scroll handler. I also want to set the scroll threshold. I don't know if this is even necessary for an animated scroll. Limits how often scroll we find. What is the default here, I wonder? Is there a default? Interesting. But this should be fine. Okay, so now the scroll offset is just passing the variable here. Okay, we see up here our header comes into play. For the restaurant header, the idea is, as you might have seen, there are like two versions. We have one version of a header and we have a second version of a header. Let's implement them sort of separately. I want to also make this whole view, of course, animated. So this is going to be an animated view. Nope, this one goes outside. And of course, we want to have a style sheet definition in here as well. Okay, so now I can already say style for my container. This is probably going to be an array, but this will be the header container. And the header container should make sure that this item is positioned absolute. So here we go, position absolute. Okay, then the rest of the page should be fine and we can just interact with the header. Now, what we also want to do is, of course, make sure this is top 0, left 0, right 0, right 0. Then as well, give this a background color. So maybe then we can already see a bit more. Maybe let's give this something like red. Then we see really what's going on. Yeah, that's good. I want to make sure that this one is really at the top. So I will give it a Z index of like 100 for the moment. And then we also want to have the same sort of box shadow we used in other places. Let's just copy this one. I don't know how that looks, but let's give it a try. Let's see. I can't see it, yeah, because I should maybe do it in white now. Yeah, the box shadow might be a bit too hard. So initially I had like the old way of doing this. Let's make a little comment here. It would look like this. This is barely visible at all, honestly. I don't know. For the moment, let's keep it off. Maybe we're gonna do this for, yeah, this must be a very tiny one now. No, that was actually fine. This is, I think this is the spread, right? I get always confused with like the values here, but nonetheless, let's keep it like it is for the moment. Okay, so as I said, we're gonna have two separate views in there. So let's set them up. First one is also, of course, an animated.view. Okay, this animated view is, we're gonna call this one here header 1. So it will receive an array styles.header1 and potentially later some other header styling that we will do with Reanimated. So the header 1, probably it has actually the same padding. Let's see. Let's do some padding horizontal of like 16. That's what we used in most places. Padding top of 8, and then also padding bottom of 12. Okay, so that makes it a bit bigger, but since we don't really have any content in there, there's not a whole lot that is displayed. Let's make this the flex row. I don't know if we can directly do it in here. Flex direction row, or if we need a separate view. Justify content. I want to do this with space between. So you know we have the items to the left and then to the right. And of course, align items center. There we go. Good. Now we just probably need to put something into this. So we do have the, what is in the official first header. So there's like a little location drop down coming in here, and we have two buttons to the right. So that's actually a easy one. For the location one, we could probably wrap this in a link component, but for the moment, let's start with a touchable opacity from React Native. This will also get some styling like styles.location button. And then we have another view for the first icon included. That should be name business outline with a size of, what is the default size of an icon? I wonder. I think the default color is black, but cannot find name view. Okay, that's that's a good one. Okay, let's see if something comes up. It comes up there. Not too bad. Not too bad. We're just getting started here, friends. We're just getting started. So after the location button that will receive like some padding and background color, we have the text. No, I always want to say style, and I also don't want to say style prop because text is also not yet added. I hate it. Just add view and text automatically when I set up this page. Styles.location text. This would usually be something dynamic. I will just set this to a string for the moment, but you could of course easily exchange this for anything coming from a database or whatever. So we're gonna make chevron down, gonna use same size of 16 here, and then wrap it up. And then we're gonna see that my location button probably also needs to have the flex row set. So location button needs flex direction row, as well as align items in the align items. That's what I want. Align items in the center. Yeah, getting better. Probably also the location button should have like a border radius of 20. And then we also want to have the gap between the elements set to something like 6. Okay, why are you still so far at the top? Header 1, what do we have for header? Padding horizontal, padding top, padding bottom. We have the location button. Do we have the location button icon? No, not yet. We probably should style that view, and I assume that at that point things start to look nicer. So this would be the location button icon container. So if we implement that one, I think we just gonna have like a bit more to see. Location button, border radius of 20, so this is going to be a rounded button. The background color, we can set this from my colors, so let's bring them in and set this to the light color, and finally add some padding of 10. Good, that makes the whole thing already a bit bigger. One thing I noticed is that we're not respecting the header inset once again. So let's get this value, and I think then everything will be in a lot better place. So let's get the insets like we did before, use save area insets, and then we can, pass them simply to our header container and do what we did before. So that would be padding, padding top would be set to insets.top. A lot better, right? Now we're talking. Now we're in the right place. Actually, I think for like the first header container, we don't really want the box shadow, because by default this should just be white here. That's not too bad, my friends. That's a good starting point. That's a good starting point, honestly. We also need the buttons to the right. So let's quickly add them to our header view as well, outside of the touchable opacity. Let's do a second view and say this is styles.right icons. And in here, we're gonna have 2 touchable opacities. Touchable opacity, style is pretty much icon button. Okay, and then just icons inside. First one will be the filter icon with a bigger size of like 20. Okay. And then we're gonna have a second one. Probably I should style that first one. Both right icons and icon button. That makes sense. Although it already turns up, it's not too bad, honestly. Right icons. We'll also have flex direction set. And then we had the right, no, what was it called? It was called icon button, right? Icon button. Okay, icon button. Let's give this a specific width and height of 40. And of course, a nice little background color. Let's use colors primary light again. That should look good. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we should certainly add a border radius here. Border radius 20 and align items in the center. And of course, as well, justify the content in the center. Good. We should be able to reuse that. For the right icons, just make sure that we have the flex direction set to row as well, with a little gap between the items. So right now we only have one icon, but that will change in about a second. So let's copy this. This is the second one. This one gets, well, let's call this one map outline. Okay. So we got the buttons, we got the first header. Oh, we're still missing the, what is this? The location text. What should we do for the location text? Where did we add this? Somewhere here. Okay, so for the location text, let's change the font size to be a bit smaller, like 14. Oops, I'm sorry, I broke my styling here. Font size of 14 and font weight of 600. I know CodeRabbit will probably strike me again because this is too small, but I think it's okay-ish. So this is the first header part. Let's grab a bit of coffee. Honestly, it's not too bad for like having a custom header. I think it's pretty okay so far. Let's do the second version of that header. The second version should have, let's bring this in, a little title up here and a button to the right. So I would probably, how do we get started? I would probably just copy this one for the moment. So let's copy the whole view. Let's probably also add some comments here. Header 1, so we find around better. Okay, and then we do another one, header 2. Okay, let's paste this in. So this will get the header 2 styling. We also now have, let's see. What do we need in there actually? We need the center content. So let's place that one first. We don't really need this whole fun here. And for the right icons, we honestly don't really have a whole view for that. We just have that one filter icon, I guess. I mean, we can keep it in there. Probably won't hurt. So let's call this view style equals styles.center content. And then we have a text element, which is the title that we pass to this page. And by the way, let's comment out the initial view, the first header, because of course we could have both below each other. That will probably work as well. Yeah, probably works as well. So for this text, let's call this one text here. Styles.title small. And then there was another one below it, which was pretty much with our location and the chevron down. So we could maybe bring that in and wrap it inside of a touchable opacity. It kind of looks like this here. Let's see, after that title, we have a touchable opacity. I would probably call this one location small because it's a tiny bit different. We don't have that first view. We do have my location small text, and we do have that icon, but also in a smaller way. Okay, we should probably give center content some styling, as well as like header 2 and all that stuff. If we give header 2 the styling, it will be above the first one. So maybe do this now. Let's comment this out here. So everything looks torn up again. And if we now say after header 1, we have header 2 in here. We want to also have padding horizontal, padding, let's call this padding vertical of 12. We can just do this here, padding vertical of 12. Want to have our flex directions as well. And we probably also need to position this one absolute, because otherwise, if we don't do it in here, the first one, if they like appear at the same time, the second one would always be below the first one. So let's call this one also with an absolute position. This one will have bottom 0, left 0, right 0. Okay. Additionally, we do have the button here, that is correct, but we also need the rest of this. So we need the, like, I think we call this center content, right? So for center content, let's do this down here. We can add some styling to make this take up most of the space and align items in the center. Now it's in the center, but you're going to notice something. The problem here is, and somebody on X pointed this out actually, that it's not centered here. So why is it not centered? Well, this is an entire row, and we do have a second view here. So although this is taking up the full flex available, it's never going to be in the center. So we need to account for that area as well and kind of push this a little bit to the right. And we can do this with a little fix here, just add a padding left of 40, and then everything should be aligned correctly in the center. I think that looks a lot better now. So then we had the title small, location small. Let's implement some styling for all of that. And then we can actually already get into the animation. Ooh, it's exciting. So title small, font size of about 16. And again, setting the font weight to something bigger. So let's do 700. And then we have our title set up almost correctly. Let's also add a little margin bottom here. I don't know where we could add the gaps. I will just do a margin bottom here. Then for the next row, that is my location small. That one also needs row, because otherwise we have the name and that chevron in separate. Right, so flex direction row, as well as align items in the center. Okay, it looks already better. Just a tiny gap maybe of 2, and then it's almost perfect. So that one is clickable as well. We probably also need a couple of pages to display, but more on that in a second. So location, small text. This is going to be a really tiny text, and I will set the color to fixed value here. Did we use that in like my colors somewhere, like 60? Nah, not really. I should have added that somewhere. I should really have added like maybe like a muted color. I will do this now, just for you. Okay, so you will have probably already have that one muted. It's going to be 666, and then we can just use it. I think we used it in a bunch of places, honestly. Muted. Let's see, actually, do we have 666? Yeah. Let's exchange these files. Let's do colors.muted. We're cool kids. We can do this in a better way. Colors.muted. In a theme, we have to supply it, of course, but here we can do colors muted, and we can do it here, and we can do it for the icons here, and here I should probably just have called replace. Why am I doing this by hand? AI exists and I'm exchanging variables here by hand. Anyway, back to topic. We have header 2 implemented now as well. Okay, so this one looks pretty legit. Now, where do we continue? So there are a couple of pages that are not too interesting, and I honestly would like to bring them in because, once again, they're not really adding any benefit to our page. And one is the location one. So the location modal is, honestly, it's not too interesting. So let's figure out a place for that. I would say under modal, and then probably just under modal, we could place a location. You can bring this in from the GitHub repository. So this file, it is actually not like really something you need. And this is only styling, really. This is only styling. This is only views, text, touchables, and styling. So I don't really see a reason to code this up together. Now, we should, although, include this correctly in our layout here. So where we have our stack currently, we should, next to the tabs, have a new file, a new route. It's gonna be modal/location. This one, once again, will use presentation form sheet. So then we can set the sheet grabber or the allowed detents, whatever. We need to set anything, everything. So let's set this to 0.7. Let's set the title to an empty string. Let's set the corner radius to 16. I think we probably did this before. Sheet grabber visible. I want to set this to true this time. And in the header right, I want to place a little button. Maybe let's display the page first. So this is it. Let's hook this up to our header. So in my restaurant header, we should wrap the link component around whenever we have this location thing. So let's do this one first here. So by the way, now that would be on top of each other because of the absolute position. Oh, what's going on now? What is going on now? That was interesting. Why is this header 1 now also? Oh, I added the whole stuff to header 1. I was about to add this to header 2, of course. Sorry about that. Okay, so we do have the location button, and I want to wrap this with the Expo Router link component. The href no goes to app auth modal location, add as child as always, and wrap it around the touchable. And now this opens up this nice little location view here at the bottom. Is there anything else we need to fix? Probably I want to set the header shadow visible to false to remove that line. And now we could also add the right button to close that one. So let's quickly add the router using the use router hook. Okay. And then for header right, we can quickly code up touchable opacity. This one will on press simply call router.dismiss, and we'll have the Ionicon name close sharp. Did we add the Ionicons correctly? With a size of 28. Let's see. Yeah, the icon is almost good. We should just have a little styling here. I will do this inline so we don't have to do a whole new style definition. So let's add padding 4, border radius of 20, and probably also, why does it already have a background color? That's strange. It's probably an iOS 26 thing. Yeah, probably. Okay, so this is our filter modal, and we can now not only use this up here, but we can also use this in the header, in the second header. So let's comment this in for the moment, and let's place it around the touchable opacity we had here, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. So now when I press there, and it would be visible, oh, come on. Now the second one is positioned absolute and at the bottom. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea for debugging. Okay, but this one triggers our modal again. For the filter modal, it is pretty much the same story. I also would like to bring that one in because it's only about the UI. So next to location, place the filter modal. This one's just displaying a bunch of options, hard-coded stuff. Of course, all of that could come from real backend, but this is really nothing too fancy, nothing essential for progressing this application. So let's do the same setup like we just had. Quickly move over to our layout. Let's copy that entry that we added for location, because the one for the filter will actually be pretty much the same, I assume. So filter, form sheet, no title. I think everything can probably honestly just stay the same. I think I changed this to be a bit bigger, expanded. but beyond that, really nothing changes. And now we can also do that one around the filter touchable opacity, which we also, by the way, have in 2 places. And then we're ready for our animation. So this one will be filter. Okay, pressing that brings up this filter. Oh, I want to set the background color here. Good point. Let's set the content style to background color of white. I think then the page looks better. Yep. So honestly, just a little filter modal. You can't really do a whole lot in there. But I wanted to have it anyway because it feels like this is what would pop up in a real application. Okay, let's place this one finally around the other one in here. I think that was here. There are actually 2 ones, right? This is the filter one. So I can just do this. And for the location, we can probably reuse the other one again, right? Actually, for the location, we're gonna have a map later. We're gonna focus on that later. So now it has come the time for reanimated animations. All right, my header 1, my header 2, again, should be positioned absolute bottom left right now. Okay, so then it will be sort of visible. It's actually in the same place, but that's sort of good because that already shows that we should be able to somehow switch between the different stylings. Just like before, I want to set up a scroll threshold so I don't have a magic number somewhere. That was 60. Okay, now we can create our first animated styling. So let's call this one header 1 style equals use animated style. In here, oops, let's make this correct. In here, we can now check. We want to change the opacity of that header while we scroll. So we want to interpolate some values and match them to a different range. So first of all, we have the number that goes into the interpolation. That is our scroll offset.value, the value that comes from the parent page through the props. So we can inspect that one. This one should be mapped to different values. So it should be mapped, give me like for interpolate, see this? So we have first the input range and then we have the output range. For the input range, this could go from 0 to scroll threshold times 0.6. And the output goes from opacity 1 to 0. Basically, if we haven't scrolled, if the offset is 0, the opacity will be 1. If we have reached the scroll threshold, the opacity will be 0. We can then also additionally add an extrapolation type. So let's add extrapolation.clamp. So with clamp, what is the exact? Clamps the value to the edges of the output range, so it's not going above that. Okay, this is the first one. Then we can already return this, by the way. So we can already return the opacity here. And we can apply our header 1 styling to our header 1. And now on scroll, you already notice it fades out. Pretty easy, right? For just a couple of lines. Now, at the same time, I don't only want to animate the opacity, I also want to call translate y and change the y coordinates. Again, we pass in the scroll offset value, and this one now goes from 0 to -10. So it just gently fades up over the time that we scroll here. And then we pass this as transform down here, and we have our transform, our translate y. Okay, so now as we scroll, it moves gently up and fades out, and it moves gently in down. You see? Pretty nice, actually. Now, the cool thing is we kind of just need to negate the whole fun for our header 2 styling. Let's already bring this into header 2. Here we go. Header 2 style. So let's think about it. In this case, we want to go from 0 to 1. It should initially be hidden, and then it should become visible. And it should become visible not from 0 immediately, but from, let's say, scroll threshold times 0.3 to scroll threshold. So once we hit the 60 scroll distance and offset, we're gonna have it entirely visible. And we can just copy that calculation down here. And that transformation, again, goes just the opposite way. We start at -10 and then come to 0 at the end. You see, instantly, because the header 2 styling is at 0, there won't be any styling. And once we scroll, we actually show the other header. Isn't that a beautiful animation? I don't know about you, but I think it's amazing. Now, I want to see also my header shadow come into play. So as I said, this was what I initially had. I don't feel like that one is working at all. Let's try my box shadow. There should be a way to only have that box shadow when the second header... Yeah, I would probably... I don't know, for like... The problem is that the header container, like the entire container here, has the box shadow. I think we should just do... yeah, I have an idea. So let's do it in the old school way, with a shadow color, offset, and shadow radius. Which, by the way, isn't really visible right now. Why is that the case? We have a background color, we have our positions. Honestly, I'm not sure. It should be visible in the header container. But we can also just do another styling. Let's call this shadow style. So let's do shadow style equals use animated style. This one will also have sort of the same animation here. So I want to return the elevation and the opacity here. So let's calculate the opacity using interpolate once again. We have the value. We want to go from 0 to the threshold. And during that range, our output should also be from 0 to 1. So the shadow should actually then exist. Then we can set directly the values here. So we're not setting the box shadow. It will probably be possible somehow, but let's do it like this. I would set this to opacity times 0.1. And I will also update the elevation by using this times 4. Now, when we scroll down, it should actually come in. The biggest issue I currently see is that we're not applying this. That's certainly one of the biggest issues. Let's see. You see this? No shadow, header 1, gently coming in header 2, and our shadow. And I think it's gonna be hard to see any difference between the official application here. That's changing probably also, maybe it fades the title a little bit later. We could have another separate styling for that, but I don't want to go beyond this. But our application, it is so close. And this file here, it is about 200 lines of code. I think that it's definitely worth to invest those 200 lines into your header animations because they always look great. They always feel good. They really give you this natural feeling. I don't know. I'm a big fan of header animations. Okay, with that being said, let's send this off. So implement scroll-based header change. Let's commit and push this. Also publish our branch. Okay. And then we can head over to GitHub to make our pull request. Compare and pull. Open this up. Implement scroll-based header change. Sounds good. Create that pull request and then wait for the official AI code review. All right, so time to review this. Summary, filter modal, location modal, animated header. Unified, you mentioned unified my styling. We have all the changes to our files. We have the sequence diagram of the pages we can reach now. And let's most importantly check the potential issues down here. We'll probably not go through all the nitpicks once again, but instead go to this one. So use theme token for consistency for background colors. That's actually a pretty good one, yeah. Could you please, I wonder if we can, like, there's a command here I could say at CodeRabbit, please implement the changes you suggested in your code review. I will just do this and see what happens. So if CodeRabbit is able to implement these changes, probably also not only in one file, but in multiple places. Beyond that, what else? Fix typo in constant name. What? Constant is misspelled as scroll threshold and where is the mispronunciation? Oh, I missed the R. Yeah. Yep. Can you just do this as well? Can you all please implement this? I don't know if this is going to work or get me once again in Git hell, but let's see. Hardcode location should be, yeah, the location was hardcoded, but that was on purpose. And that's pretty much it already. That's interesting. Okay, so let's see if this is now also updating the PR in any way. It's actually, I think, still in progress. And I wonder if CodeRabbit is now doing something about my additions here, or if I need to post. Yeah, here is the CodeRabbit reacted with ice emoji. So I verified exist in your theme has the value, here's the implementation of the suggested change, update line to use. Okay, yeah, it's just giving us the updated implementation that we can then implement ourselves. So let's quickly do this. That's probably a good catch. That was in one of our layout files for the background color. So we would now use colors.background instead. Is that really white? Yeah, background is definitely white here. So whenever we use white in our application, we should probably just use colors.background, but that's gonna be in multiple places. I don't really want to do this now everywhere. One more thing that I actually really wanted to do was that we can now duplicate the behavior. So in our tabs, we implemented this on restaurants. So on restaurants, we exported that default stuff. And we can kind of do, well, we can't do exactly the same. We probably just have to copy our restaurant list page. Unless we could pass, yeah, with the default export, it's gonna be challenging. So let me bring this in just, I wanted to show you that we could make this sort of independent here. What? We do have that. That is definitely available. And I would now just call this one stores to show that we could have like a different header, and then we would exchange the values here for stores, and then we had all stores down here. We don't have an API for like different stores. And what's your problem with that? Honestly, it exists. It absolutely exists. So, well, here it is, my friend. What is your problem with restaurant header and list? You're so funny. And import, yes. And import. And import. What has changed? Nothing has changed, my friend. Nothing has changed. But if I go to stores, I would now have stores and all stores, so I could kind of reuse that page. I don't know why stores look so different from this one here. How is that page title so different? Like the page title here, it's Brent Bold. It's like I'm in an entire different place. What is this magic? I don't know what the magic here is going on. But anyway, I wasn't really focused on this page. I was more focused on the restaurants page, so that one is fine. We could now apply changes. We could commit and push this, and then we can merge our PR. So that one would be updated with a new commit at the bottom. Here we go, apply changes, merge this, confirm merge, and then let's go back to our main branch. So git checkout to main. And then we should also sync our changes. And then we should hopefully have everything in place here again. Is my app still up and running? Yep, looks like it has the latest version of our code. So now we have implemented that nice little header, and now let's talk about maps. Now we want to implement a cool map overview of restaurants near us and also use map markers. And we will use the Expo Maps package for this. So this one is actually currently in alpha stage, so it's a bit risky to use this, but we're living on the edge, so we're going to use this. Let's go ahead, run Expo, install Expo Maps, and I would also recommend you go ahead and install Expo Location. Because with Expo Location, we can then also locate the user easily on the map. Before we do our pre-build, I would like to check my app.json, because for Expo Location and for Expo Maps as well, we usually need an entry in our app.json. So I want to bring this in. So for Expo Maps, it could look like this. Request location permission true and allow product to use your location. I also want to have a block for Expo Location. So I think we should have the location when in use permission. Yeah, because otherwise we might have a problem, especially on iOS. Let's close this and let's do a clean rebuild of my project for iOS. So yes, I'm fine with that. And that reminds me that we can also do a new branch next. Maybe we're gonna risk some more space because this will take time building in the background anyway. And we can already check out a new branch. So create a branch, map integration. Let's pronounce this correctly, map integration. Here we go. Let's close all these files we were in. And I, by the way, quickly fixed our store screen. I just copied over the restaurant list page to the stores page, but again, this was just for dummy reasons. No reason to do this yourself as well. Okay, I can now also run my command again in the background. Hopefully this is going to work. I don't know, it's not doing anything. But we can under Modal already create our map.tsx and get started with that page. Potentially we integrate that also directly in our navigation. Where do we place this? Let's see. We had this layout file. Yeah, we're gonna do it pretty much at the top because it's actually gonna look a bit shorter. Oh, that reminds me I should snooze this one again. For my map, I will not pass any options. We will later, probably in like one of the next steps, do something about custom screen transitions. And therefore, I don't want to do anything about the map yet. But we can put our map link on the correct page. So that should be in the restaurant header. We have a click event somewhere. Right, here is a map outline. So let's put a link around that one. And that one should point to app modal map. That exists, right? Does it exist? Yeah, sometimes this only picks up when the server's running and it's still building iOS. But I think the link should be, overall, it should be correct. Okay, we can probably also get started with the map meanwhile. So on the map page, we need to do a couple of things in terms of data fetching and displaying. Let's also, I should create this page differently. I should create like React Native functional export. What is it? I do always RNFE. I think I just need to do RNFES. Yeah, that would be better. That would be a lot better. And if I then stay in there, RNFES, and then call this page, then everyone would be happy. Okay, good. Sam, I learned something again today. Perfect. Let's bring in some imports. Let's add the router, as always, use router from Expo Router. Then we want to have the insets probably. Again, insets equals use save area insets, just like before. And I will also have a map ref. So a reference to our map object. Use ref from React. This is going to be an Apple Maps ref. So app is coming up. That's nice. So we can also check our navigation in a second. But we also need to bring in Apple Maps and Google Maps from Expo Maps. So I will do this for Apple. If you're on Android, you can just do the same. Just use the Android props here. And overall, we can combine this on one page, or you could have like a platform-specific extension, whatever you prefer. Okay, so here we go. This would bring up my map. That is good. That's a good starting point. Now let's fetch the data. And I want to not use the data variable, but restaurants, and is loading. Let's call this restaurants loading, because we're gonna have this twice. So this one from use restaurants, and then we're gonna have it again, but this time from use restaurant markers. And this will be markers loading, and of course restaurant markers. Okay. The data we get here, let's quickly inspect this. Let's put a little lock here and open up the DevTools. DevTools, where are you? Are you coming? Yep, here we go. And then let's go to that page. So we get a list of 10 nice markers. They have some information, they have an ID, they have a name, but most importantly, we have a latitude and a longitude here. So this is really the important value that we need to create markers on our map. There's a little transformation we need to do in for the markers. So we can't display them in the format they are currently. So I tasked AI with transforming these markers. We can do this by hand if we want to. So let's go through this. Restaurant markers dot map. So for every marker, we want to create an object that's compliant with the way. Oops. Should be right. This should be compliant with the marker that an Apple Map expects. So you can check this out on the page of the Expo plugin. It can have a system. I think we can have like a. Could we have a sort of a type for that? Let's. Oh no, that was not the page I wanted to open. This is the one. So let's see. Apple Maps view markers, Apple Maps marker array. That's the type we need. Apple Maps marker. And it has coordinates, ID, system image, tint color, and title. Okay. And for Android, it would probably be sort of the same. So I recommend you look that up. Okay. And this one, hopefully they expose that. Yes, thank you. Okay. So now we have ID. And we should get code completion here, maybe. Undefined is not, yeah, that's okay. System image. No, there's no export. Oh, Expo Maps, why are you doing this to me? Map type, Google Maps, Apple Maps, marker. There's an Apple types. Can I just import a marker? But I can import Apple, maybe I can import Apple Maps dot marker. Does it work now? Yeah, now we get the completion. Nice, that's better. So this is a system image for iOS from the SF fonts. Let's use something like circle.fill. Then we have the tint color for that one. So that could be our colors dot muted. Was that 666? I think. Then we of course need the coordinates. That one's pretty simple. Latitude is my marker dot latitude, and longitude is my marker dot longitude. The marker is still not happy. We also need a title. So let's use the marker dot name. Okay, and then is not assigned. Type undefined is not assigned. Okay, yeah, this could potentially be undefined. So let's add as a fallback an empty array, and then we just need to make sure that the brackets are correct. I feel like we missed some brackets here. Yep, now we got this. All right, this transforms it nicely. I also want to add the functionality to locate me. So that one's pretty easy. So in order to locate me, we're going to do an async function. And within, I want to get the location of the user. location equals await, and then we need the location from Expo. Oh, we don't have that one yet. Let's add it. So import star as location from Expo location, and then use location get current position, async. With that in place, we can then hopefully target our map ref current dot set camera position, and then focus on the current position of the user. So we can say coordinates latitude is location.coords.latitude, and then longitude is the same, location coords.longitude. Okay, perfect. And we can also supply a zoom factor here, so I want to set this to like 14. Good. Probably we do a little early return, so if we don't have the restaurant, or if restaurants are loading or markers are loading, in those cases I would like to return a simple, let's return a view with an activity indicator, size large, come on, okay. And we can also do the color here. Of course, we're good citizens, colors.secondary. So now we at least have a little early return. I also need a function to select a marker. So marker selected. I don't know what's exactly going to happen in here. For the moment, let's just put out a little log message. So log e. Okay, page, here we go. I want to have a little check here. So even before we return, let's do this. If the platform, and we need to be a bit careful because the map view is specific for iOS and Android. So if the platform operating system is equal to iOS, we're gonna return a custom map view for iOS. Else if the platform OS is equal to Android, we would return the according Android view. So I will only implement the Google Maps iOS view, but if you're an Android, you could just code it up in here. It should be pretty much the same. So you can just use Google Maps.view and give it a style of, I don't know, flex1. So this is our current fallback. And else, we're gonna return text. Maps are only supported on Android and iOS. And then close the text. Okay, good. So now we can dive deeper into the implementation here. We will have essentially the Apple Maps view, but we also have a little specific header area as well as a bottom scroll area. Now, that one's probably not too important. Maybe I just bring that in later so we can just focus on the Apple Map for the moment. Let's do our map view, Apple Maps.view, and let's close it. So let's see if we actually see anything on our screen yet. No, we haven't given it any styling. So let's give this one the style sheet.absolute fill. This should now absolutely fill my view, and I have this nice little view. In fact, I think we should disable the header for this page. Header shown false. I think we're just gonna do a sort of a custom header there anyway. Okay, maybe let's get this to the side. So now we can tweak this. First of all, I want to pass in my reference to make sure we can actually control this from code that is our map ref. We then want to also put in the markers. So markers equals the markers array that we defined. We now already see I have a bunch of markers, so they're all in Europe, in Germany, in the town I live in. You might probably have to locate yourself on that place. We can then specify a couple of properties for that map as well. But also something that's probably even more important is the camera position. So you want to zoom that in. Probably you could just do this with a use effect. So let's do this up here. Let's do it up here. So when we enter that page, with our use effect block, we can then, oh, come on, I messed up that one entirely. Okay, and we need an empty dependency array here. So in my use effect, I want to have an async function get current location. And in there, I want to first check if we have the right permissions. So we can call that function in here. And we want to make sure that we have the permissions from the user. So let's say let status equals await location dot request foreground permission async. With that in place, we can then check if the status isn't equal to granted. If that is the case, we can honestly just return here. Because then we can say like, I don't know, permission was not granted. You should probably handle this slightly different. Now it's asking for the right permissions, and I want to follow this up with locate me. So yes, allow while using the app, and now it's locating me already in the beginning of that page and shows this page with our markers. Nice, that's a good starting point. So for the UI settings, so in the camera position, I could change the coordinates or zoom, but honestly, it's probably not required now. For the UI settings, you can pass a couple of things here. I want to say my location button enabled false, because we're gonna kind of handle this ourselves. If we do this, you see the button here disappeared. And I want to say compass enabled false as well. Nobody needs that compass. Okay, for the properties, I want to set something like is traffic enabled false. I don't really want that. I want to have the map type set to Apple maps type dot standard. I want to set the selection enabled to false. What one was that? If true, the user can select a location on the map to get more information. No, I don't really want that. And then say is my location enabled false, because we kind of do this manually later on. If we do a little refresh here and go to that page again, we should see it just pops up. We don't see any strange buttons up here. We will create them ourselves in absolute position. That's essentially our map. I can click the marker. Yeah, it actually shows like the names are below the marker, right? Yeah, nice. And once we select a marker, let's see, oh, we haven't attached any marker selected event. We need to do this here. So on marker click, I want to call marker selected. So now if I click on a marker, you see this here? I click there and it logs out the entire information of that marker. That will be enough to route us to a details page. Maybe we're just gonna do this quickly. Let's add a little details page. So for that, I want to create a new restaurants folder here, or just restaurant probably. And in there, a new id.tsx file. So then we should have a nice and easy time getting the ID here using use local search params from Expo Router. And then we could have the ID just displayed here. Okay, this is my ID page, and I should now be able to navigate there using the router. So let's do router.push. I want to push to, what's the page I want to push to? I want to push to, I now get no code completion at all, right? Modal /restaurant /e.id. Let's see if that works. That would be quite interesting. Is everything saved? Yes. I probably should reload the map. Let's go here. Yeah, nice. That seems to work. Apparently it didn't locate me. Oh, what did I mess up now? I probably shouldn't click like 5 times on it. Does it locate me correctly? It doesn't locate me anymore. Why are you not doing this? Get current location is called. Let's see, log locate me. I can see the log. Now it's locating me again. Strange indeed, strange indeed. But anyway, let's wrap up the view with the header and the bottom area. So now let's put up a view up here. I want to set this to styles.header, as well as respecting our padding top, so the safe area inset. I think we brought that in. Yep, nice. Here we go. And then we have our first view in there. Let's directly place something, because otherwise we won't really see that view at all. Let's add a touchable opacity, styles.back button, and on press we would call router.dismiss. Good. This one gets an icon, name chevron back, size about 22 probably, and for the color let's use our colors.muted. I'll have to use that one now. Okay, so that is the first part here. Now it would come up like, I don't know where it actually comes up, but it should be somewhere above. So let's put this in an absolute position so it is above the map. Position, absolute, absolute, and then we go ahead with top 0. From the left, I actually want to have a little padding here, so let's do left and right already 16, and making sure it is on top with a Z index of 10. Yep, there we go. Here it is, super small. If we add the styling for the back button, we will probably see more of it. So let's do width 40, height 40, background color. We're gonna make the code review really happy here, using everything we have. Of course, we need to center this one as well. Border, I should really have set up something for these rounded buttons. Align items center, and justify content center as well. Good, that one looks pretty good. I also would like to add a little box shadow here, so then it gives a nice effect there. For the header bar, I also want to make sure that since we have multiple items, these are in a row, and we have align items center set. And for justify content, I actually want to set space between. So again, we can have stuff on the left-hand side as well as on the right-hand side. So that means if I put another view in here, that will be placed to the right. But anyway, this will also need some styles. So let's call this one header right. In this one, I will just use the same filter button we had before. Where did we use that one? Here? Yeah, I think this one. Okay, so we have the link. Yeah, that opens up that modal again. We just need to implement header right, and probably I will just give this the back button styling. And then I will do a second one next to the link, also with back button, but this one will on press locate me. So we have a button to locate ourselves, locate outline. Let's make them a bit bigger. And then we still need our header right styling, but most of the stuff is already there. Yeah, we just need to make sure that the header right is also using flex direction row. Why is that not the default? I don't know. I feel like most of the time I really need flex direction row. Well, no, I guess not. I guess that's a bad idea. Okay, here we go. Little filter. We can go back, and we also have my locate me button. Perfect. Nice implementation so far. There's just a handful of other things I would like to do, and I would like to place a little scroll view at the bottom. However, I think this video is going to be really, really long, and this is honestly just a bit of UI stuff. So I will bring in that part of the view because it's really not essential for our clone. This is the view I had in mind. So without styling, we got a lot of problems because we are missing the imports. So let's add image and scroll view from React Native. Image. Okay. And then we're gonna see, yes, we have a full-sized view there. The problem is that this requires really a lot of styling, and that's why I wanted to not do this together. You can check this file out in our connected repository. So that is just the bottom area here. We have a horizontal scroll view. That footer is once again positioned absolute at the bottom, with a bit of padding at the bottom. And then inside, we just iterate over all the restaurant's data. That's why we fetched that in the beginning, essentially. This will then also have a touchable opacity, which routes us to the page we just created and applies some card styling with an image, a name, some icons here, a card footer, and pretty much that's it. And this just gives this nice little overlay down here. You could also, of course, update this while you zoom in and then you only display really what's visible on the screen. But I didn't want to make this too complicated. Can we disable this 2D, 3D thing? I just noticed. There's one more thing for the map. Properties, Apple Maps Pro. Is my location, is traffic, map type, points, values, emphasis, selection? Nah, not really. There's not really anything about that. Okay, so we gotta leave it like that. I think still this is a pretty cool implementation and shows how to use Expo Maps and how you can customize the screen with your own overlays. Now let's make sure we're committing this correctly. I actually want to try the CodeRabbit extension as well. I don't know, please restart to enable the update. Then I'm also have to restart the server. Okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, so you've seen CodeRabbit before in the browser, but you can use it as well as in VS Code, or you can also use it in Cursor and other editors. We just have to now use it. So files to review, these are the changes we just made. I can now say even, can you see this? I'm probably covering this with my head. We can now say review all changes, review uncommitted changes, or review committed changes, doesn't really matter. And you're pretty much at this point triggering what we already saw in the PR on GitHub, but instead you're doing this locally. So before we even do our PR, since we haven't committed the files, you see they're still uncommitted, we can analyze this locally. I should actually be pro. I don't know. It's maybe reviewing it. I should be pro. So let's wait until the review and then we're going to check out what we can get here in our editor. Okay, it's not yet finished, but we already see a couple of potential issues here. So we can now click on these issues, and I will make this a bit smaller, which will take me straight to the line here in my code. I can also see it down here in the comments section. So CodeRabbit now added comments to my code. I should probably complete the Android implementation. Yeah, that's certainly a good one. Then we have platform-specific marker format limits Android. Yeah, absolutely agree. Add error handling for location fetching. Locate me, what should I do instead? Yeah, can we just like apply suggested change? And it just applies the change. That is so good. Honestly, I love it. I love it. Replace web only. No, that one's fixed. This is not necessary. Also again here, fix the map ref to, yeah, let's include this to be either a Google Maps ref or a map view ref. Such great recommendations, really. Ensure proper error handling for location permissions. Yeah, why not? Can we apply that fix? Or did we already apply that fix? Yeah, but it's also not too critical. I'll just not do this for the moment. Remove unsafe null assert. No, I'm fine with that. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that doesn't really make it any better, honestly. So I think my code was good because I know that they will have an image. And then we have some other issues on the page here. Yeah, that was anyway just a dummy page implementation. That doesn't really matter. But it shows that you can get this stuff directly in here. So now with those improved things on my page, and there are a couple of more nitpicks here, remove the comment logs, use defined loading container style, consider memoizing the markers array, extract restaurant content into a reusable. Yeah, those are really great recommendations as well. For the moment, we will skip that. So let's close that. You, by the way, after installing the extension, probably need to log in with CodeRabbit once, and then you can also select which AI agent type you want to use. So by default, it's set to native. I could also use this to Claude Code or anything else that you prefer. Really, absolutely recommend that extension as well. As you see, it really made things a whole lot better here. I will now leave this. We don't really need to, I mean, we could memoize this, but at this point I don't want to do it. So here we go at Apple Maps. We can now commit and push this. Yeah, I would like to publish this. Now, because we kind of already reviewed that one locally, we can now make our PR here, and I would like to add a little manage my code reviews. So with CodeRabbit, you can also, as we've seen, supply some commands. So I think I just want to supply CodeRabbit AI ignore in here. Then this PR should not be reviewed by CodeRabbit because we already had our local review with the IDE. And yeah, I mean, we can probably wait for like half a minute and see if something happens. But as far as I know, this should ignore it. You can, by the way, also set up a file in your repository to like control how CodeRabbit handles these. And you see it tried to review it, but the review was completed, and it should be ignored. So we can now safely confirm the merge. I mean, this is not the greatest message for my PR. I think in general, I would still like to have the review. And now we can git checkout to main, we can sync the changes, and then we should be fine. No more comments in here, I guess. And our preview in the simulator is still working. Great, so now you have a super easy implementation of Google Maps or Apple Maps in your Wolt clone. Every half-decent application can benefit tremendously from using something for error monitoring, and Sentry is the absolute best thing you can do to your application. We will now in this chapter integrate Sentry in our application. Sentry is also one of the sponsors of this video, and I've used Sentry in the other videos as well. Go check them out for a couple of other use cases. So you can use the code, the link below this video, that will help me to create more of these clones and show Sentry that you're coming from my video. It should probably take you to like a sign up form. I just noticed, by the way, Sentry is doing really cool stuff. I really like what they're doing. They have this marketing off mode toggle. So usually that's the page. I like that page, but you can turn it off and it's just like a chat here where you can ask things about Sentry. I like it when post toggle is also doing some pretty cool things, just doing these things that are different on the internet. Like for the last 15 years, 20 years, every page looked different, looks the same. And it's like really cool to see companies innovating. Anyway, with Sentry currently, you have actually a bunch of solutions, not only for crash reporting, but also for measuring performance of your application. You get different insights, you get session replays. We talked about that before, which is like playing a video of when something happens in your application. You can also use this for like checking out how users are using your application. And they now also have AI capabilities that can help you to fix bugs that appear in your app. So let's check this out. First of all, we should install this. So let's go to our terminal. What is going on here? We don't really need that one. We should probably close that one. We can now simply set this up. So create your Sentry account first and then run bunix at Sentry wizard. So they have a really cool wizard at latest, and want to do this for platform React Native. That should work us through everything that we need to do. We'll help you set up Sentry version 6.6, installed React Native. Are you using self-hosted? Yeah, we're just going with the defaults here. Do you already have a Sentry account? Yes, I do. That opens up my view here. So I can now select a project or create one. I will call this one Wolt Video and do it in Galaxies. Okay, continue. And then the wizard. Honestly, I'm always surprised how the communication between a CLI tool and my browser works, how they're getting the code. Maybe if someone's watching at this point, leave a comment, because it's some things like, I also can't install a printer for my friend, but this is one of the bigger mysteries to me. Anyway, do you want to enable session replay? Absolutely yes. I don't really want the feedback. Do you want to enable logs? Yeah, why not? And I don't want to install them now. Optionally add a project scope MCP server configuration. So I will do this, but we will probably, or I specifically, have to dive more into the whole MCP stuff in a future video. We will not really take care of that yet. I mean, I could enable this now, but I don't know if I can specifically show you what's going on. Have you sent a test event? No, but I will put this one here right on my login page so we can directly test this out. Let's put this on the login page above the footer node here. So a button from React Native, and we need to include Sentry here. So let's go to the top and add import star as Sentry from Sentry React Native. This is going to be a simple test, but I'm pretty sure while we develop, we're gonna see more issues in our code. By the way, let's create a branch, add error monitoring with Sentry. That's our branch. And then let's check out, because usually if we now go to the topmost layout file, we should see this big Sentry init block. This is the wizard setting up everything for us. We have the logs enabled, we have replay session sample rate. For debugging, I will now set this to 1. Don't do this in production. You can keep the error sample rate to 1 in production, but nothing else. And I want to use Spotlight as well. So if you haven't seen Spotlight, they actually changed this tool lately. So I just downloaded the latest version of Spotlight. It's a pretty handy tool, like a little sidecar. And I don't know, but it looks like they're branding this towards AI engine agents and wipe coding stuff. So will be interesting to see, because it can do pretty much everything you can do with Sentry in the browser, but locally. Okay, maybe that's already enough. Let's check it out. At the bottom of our page, yep, Sentry wrapped our root layout. That was to be expected. Another change is usually that they add a little snippet to the Metro config, which they did. And so let's check it out. So we have the git ignore app.json. Yeah, in the app.json we have a config plugin. I once again called it Volta video. I'm so sorry, it's just Volt. We have a change in the layout. We have my button here. Yeah, cool. We can probably already send this off at Sentry. We can commit and push this, okay, and publish the branch. And now we should also be able to run the app. Do we have to do a clean prebuild? I hope not, because this is usually installing the dependencies anyway. I think we should be fine with just making a new run of our application. But while this takes place, we could already also open up the PR, because I don't expect there to be too many changes beyond that. Create pull request. This time I will also let CodeRabbit do its magic again. So we should be able to see some sort of update here on of CodeRabbit again. In the meantime, we can also explore our Sentry page. So simply log into Sentry. Maybe we're gonna zoom in a bit more. This was from the previous test. And while our application takes some time to load, I'll maybe show you some cool stuff in here. This was also a Sentry exception. If you have any sort of exception in your application, you will now see session replays, as I said. So this was from a different video. You will see exactly where users clicked in your application and when the error exactly happened. This is so cool, because you not only have the session replays that you can watch, but you also can pinpoint this or connect this with a related issue. Now, on the side, you're gonna see also Seer. So Sentry Seer is the latest AI addition to help you find the potential or the problems of your applications. Let me do a quick reload, because then I might also be able to get back in there. No, our app is not yet running. So in the meantime, we could check this one out, and you could just start like debugging into an issue by clicking find root cause. You can also configure this to your repository, because then we'll actually also see the code and make a PR. Maybe we're gonna do this actually in the next step, because that could be really interesting. And then you can analyze with Seer why a certain problem exists, and Seer can also do a draft PR for you that you can then review. So you see a lot of AI stuff going on in here, right? How can I go back to my Volta clone? I want to go to my Volta clone. Let's try. Okay, so let's not do everything at once, but first of all, here's the Spotlight sidecar. A few seconds ago, missing root transaction, something. You see, we got the log in here. We got the errors, the JavaScript error. I could actually dive straight into the file somehow. Sometimes this opens up like VS Code. This is pretty nice. Copy for AI. What am I copying at this point? Oh, okay, I copy a lot of information. That's probably a bit too much. But you see, this is a tool that you can use locally to see what's going on in your app if you don't want to like keep up your application all the time. Now, let's find my application. I'm always a bit lost here. Okay, here we go, projects, and I want to have my Volta video. Okay, we do have a number, let's see, view all issues. Yeah, we have the first issue here. That's the one we just caused. Maybe I could also, how can I cause a different issue? I want to do something else. Let's do onPress. Cause some error that will be captured by Sentry. So this one previously was of course intentionally an error. Now let's do this one. Did it refresh? I don't know. Let's do a reload. Yeah, maybe cause an error through some calculation or stuff. Like dividing by 0, yeah, something like that. Okay, so with that in place, we should see that if I click this, yeah, calculation error, division by 0. That's a good one, because that one should be interesting to debug here. Where did we go? I should see this issue somewhere in my project, in my Volta video. All events last hour of the Volta video. Here we go. Division by 0 unhandled. So let's find the root cause of this. I want to configure my repositories. Okay, so I finally figured this out. I just had to add my repositories here correctly and hook this up. So now I can do this and I can start my root cause analysis. I can plan a solution, or I can also draft a pull request. I will definitely do that one, because that's going to be interesting to see how Seer is able to figure this out. I mean, this is the easiest issue on earth, but I still want to see if this is doing what I think it does. Meanwhile, we can already check it out here. So CodeRabbit inspected our files. I don't expect there to be anything really wrong. It added our local env here to git ignore. That is fine. Yeah, we could place this in env file, but Sentry did this on purpose, I think. So isn't a Sentry collects IP addresses? That is actually an interesting hint here about what's going on, but I don't think this here is anything we need to be worried about. So in the meantime, let's go back here. So reasoning, the error originates from a file. Okay, yeah, viewing directory tree. I mean, Seer is of course going through every possible thing here. That is probably the setup within Sentry, because the most of the issues where people are going to use AI to draft a PR or a solution are going to be way harder than a division by 0. Therefore, this is a bit overkill, of course, but I still just want to show you the process of what's going on and what's possible. You can also enable AI or Seer for automation. So let's Seer automatically deep dive into incoming issues. So it will automatically do this when any kind of issue happens in your application. This year, git diff, okay, it's still doing this. But in the meantime, we can also maybe take a look at the session replays. So from our video, we already see we have a couple of replays here. I'm not really doing anything in there, so this is going to be a pretty boring replay. But honestly, you can even use these replays to see what users are you doing in your app. It's sort of like analytics for free included with Sentry. I really like that. I was watching for one of my applications. I was just watching the replays here and seeing, okay, users click here, there, that is the flow of things. This is what you usually get with an analytics tool. But now, of course, you also have the benefit of seeing that these session replays will then also be directly connected to specific errors that you can check out. I really think this is super smart, this like whole combination of error checking, session replays, and now also the AI integration with GitHub and any kind of potential PR. So I'm still really excited if this is actually drafting a PR for me. I know this is just an easy case, but let's see if this in general works. All right, Sentry is finally finished, or Seer is finally finished, and I can view my PR in my repository. Now, the funny thing here is that this whole thing is like AI doing work for you in the background. We use Sentry in our application to set it up so if anything in reality happens, Seer can automatically work on a fix. You can then tell Seer to also draft the PR as we did here. So we see the files changed is to remove that harmful code. And once you get that PR drafted by Seer, you can also tag CodeRabbit again to make a review. Here, the review was skipped because a bot user was detected, but you can easily say, hey, CodeRabbit review, and CodeRabbit could review that entire PR in case there were like multiple files and things that Seer here changed. So this is just a super small scale example for something that is absolutely powerful and really the future, I think, for developers. I know vibe coding is thrown around and everyone's like, yeah, you can't do vibe coding like real systems. And yes, that's probably the case. But using AI systematically in the right places like we just did here, that will automatically catch issues, that will give you an idea of how you can fix this with a draft PR, and then giving you also AI code reviews of things that can be improved is just going to upgrade your developer skill set unbelievable in the future. So make sure you got these skills in your tool belt in the future, and I think we're gonna do these kind of things more often from now on. Now, I've closed this because I want to keep that test button so I can test my Sentry integration in the future. For the moment, make sure your app is still working. If you're on Mac, I also recommend you check out Spotlight by Sentry as a cool little sidecar application here locally. And of course, if you want to create your account, it will be amazing if you use the links below this video to Sentry as well as CodeRabbit, so we can have more of these clone videos and other videos in the future. Now, after all of this is done, I think we should git check out to my main branch again, and we should sync the changes. So we're back in the game, and we can focus on something new, that is transitions. I noticed that the official Wolt application uses some interesting transitions in the application, and while we will not be able to mimic them exactly, I will give you the tools to actually do this in a way, and with a bit more time you could mimic them exactly, I'm pretty sure. So what we're going to do is we will use the React Native Screen Transitions package. This one allows you to implement transitions like this. Let's see, probably need to refresh this here. Let's check it out. Okay, so stuff like that in your application, and actually with really minimal effort. The only thing we need is to install React Native Screen Transitions. We do have Reanimated, the gesture handler. We have a bunch of things already. So what we need to add are these here. We need React Native Screen Transitions. I also added the React Native Masks view that is required for one of the screen transitions, as well as the native stack here. Now, there's also information on how to use this with Expo Router. So we need to create this custom stack navigator. And we can just do this in our components. So let's do a new file, stack.tsx, and just paste in this. So with our stack in place, we can bring up the reload again. So let's do bunix expo run iOS again. And in the meantime, also create a branch, custom screen transitions. Okay, fine. Now, where do we want to use them? I think especially in the auth folder. So in the auth folder, I will now simply remove my stack here from Expo and instead use my custom stack component. You see, from the TypeScript interface, this is entirely the same. There are no changes because this uses the creative native stack navigator function from the package, and with layout context from Expo Router is the way to create something of a custom navigator. I used this before for like top navigation, top tabs, material tabs. There's a lot possible with layout context here. So now, I said this before, I want to do this for especially my map. And the way to do this is you can either specify some specific properties like enable transitions, interpolator, gesture directions, or you can use predefined screen transitions with a spread operator. And this is what I want to use now, because I don't really want to write all these transitions by hand. So let's use our map as an example. And for my map, I think I can actually remove that. I want to use the transition presets. No, I just want to use transition actually from React Native screen transitions. And we can probably put this to the side. And I want to use .presets .shared Apple music as a function. Okay, so let's go inside of the app. And this is now when we open up the map modal, bringing up this. Okay, so in the simulator here, it was kind of a bit bumpy. But in a real device, you're gonna notice that this actually feels pretty cool. You can now try out all of these. So we can also do something like draggable card here. And then if we go there, we have this card, and the map view is probably the worst thing I could do for a draggable card. But you can just play around with all of these, like zoom in or slide in from the bottom. So some of them are pretty cool. That one's actually not too bad as well for the map transition. And you see, we just installed one package and added one line. I really like things that are just that easily and work so good. For the location and the filter, we're gonna actually keep it like it is, but I also wanna have one for my ID page. So let's probably at this point also hook up the restaurant list accordingly. In the restaurant list, I assume that, yeah, this was the place where we wanted to have the Expo Router link component. So add the Expo Router link around the touchable opacity here as child, and the link goes to modal/restaurant/item ID. And yes, as child, otherwise we break the styling. Screen names must be unique. Where's this coming from? Screen names are absolutely unique. Tabs, modal, map, modal location. Where did we mess that up? Oh yeah, here. Sorry about that one. So this one should go to restaurant/ID. And for my restaurant, I actually want to have like a draggable card. Okay, in that case, it might make more sense. So now we still have this little Apple transition up there, and we do have this one. Now, you see, this is a kind of weird thing if we don't have the ID page implemented. So probably on that page, let's quickly do something with the style sheet here, React Native styles. And let's do a container styling, bring in the style sheet. That should be fine. So now you see if that page has a white background, I can have like this draggable card effect. Pretty impressive for something we just installed, I think. And there are many more ways to use it. We will now use this for a couple of pages in our clone along the way. And we will probably also bring in some code, because they also have examples here on the page for defining custom worklet or custom transition. So in theory, you should be able to replicate any kind of screen transitions with these values of like the initial page, the upcoming page, and how they enter or leave the screen. The presets are just an easy way to do this. So let's change this up. Here we go. This is still the same. All right. This is a pretty short one, but I wanted to make sure we got the foundation here for the screen transitions in place before we move on to the details page. So let's quickly do our PR here, add screen transitions. There's honestly not too much to do. I think we can, in this case, probably skip the review because we only added we only added the boilerplate code and didn't really change anything. So I will not wait for the review here this time and just, oh no, not close. I wanted to merge it. I want to merge that instantly. Okay, so should be merged. We should be able to check out to my main branch again. Sync the changes now. Are we good? Check out Git, check out to my main branch, and then let's do a Git pull. And then we have everything from the new page, and we should be seeing our transitions here with the latest code as well. Good, that works. And now we can dive over the upcoming chapters into the details page because there's a lot to display. There's a custom header, there's a parallax image, there's a scroll view that appears. There's really a lot in here we have to do. Now we need to do a bunch of things pretty much at once. So I will try to do this in the smallest possible chunks so it makes sense. We're now talking about the details page of our application. So the details page of a restaurant. I took a couple of screenshots from the official application so we can go along and see what's going on. This is what we see when we just enter that page. So just from here, we can see we have a header bar, a custom bar. We do have a little arc here. So a specific view element. We have a background image, which is in a parallax fashion. And then we have the rest of the content here. If we now scroll down that page, we see there's both a parallax happening at the top, there's a white overlay happening at the top, and the header bar is changing to something that looks more like this as well. And then later, we will probably skip a bit of this stuff here. Later, we actually have like the list, which should probably be a section list with a horizontal scrollable bar here of the different sections. Okay, so these are quite a few things for one page. Maybe we'll just get started with the basic setup and eventually start out with the parallax scroll. But one thing you should do is install the React Native SVG package because we will use that to have this little arc above our view. Otherwise, it's quite hard to like do something like that in our application. Okay, so we're mostly focusing now on the ID page here and the app comes up. That is great timing. On that page, let's do a bit of general stuff. We probably need to import a few things. So we have the ID, use local search params. We can also set up some states, so something like active, or let's disable cursor here. Active category, set active category, and that's gonna be use state. In the beginning, this will be just 0, so the category 0 is active. Okay, additionally, let's do a section list ref using use ref on with the type section list. Section list from React Native. I don't know if we're gonna use the React Native one or the reanimated one, but we will see. Okay, that's the second one. Then we also have a reference to the category scroll. So category scroll ref, that one's going to be just to a scroll view. So we can scroll that one. Let's add the import as well from React Native. I want to probably also measure or track my scroll offset. So let's directly add a shared value here. So we got that one set up right in the beginning. I need my insets again because we have no header. So use save area insets, as well as let's set the category tab width to 100. So that's going to be like a width here. Okay, good starting point. Now let's fetch data. So we can, for this task, use the same setup we had before. I don't want to bring it in, so let's just do data restaurant is loading, and we're going to map that to restaurant loading using use restaurant, and we should now be able to pass in an ID to use restaurant or an empty string, because with use restaurant we need to pass that ID and it will get the data for one restaurant. It will only be enabled if we do have an ID. What's your problem? ID or empty string? Should I give this a type? Let's see if we make this an ID string. Yep, that makes you more happy. I knew it. Okay, second one will be use menu. So I think we haven't used that one before. So this is of course menu loading and the actual menu. And then we have that data. We also need to transform the data for our section list a tiny bit. So what we need to do is we need to iterate our menu map. So the entire data here, let's put out a little lock. If I find the right combination for doing a lock here. What was my fast lock command? This is the one. And then let's lock the sections as well, because then we can take a quick peek, take a look at this. Cursor lets me open up my debugging tools in the simulator. Why my DevTools? DevTools, where you at? Here we go. Okay, let's go into that menu. So we got sections, initially 0, then we have the menu. So speciale is 2 dishes. And we remap that to have a title, a subtitle, and then the data included. So that is the right format that we later need for the section list and displaying that data. I don't really want to implement the other functionality here yet. Let's maybe get a bit ahead with the view. So I just want to make sure that if restaurant loading or menu loading, we display a certain view early, so an early return with a view activity indicator from React Native, as well as size, large, and once again color. Oh no, not inside that one. Come on. Color equals colors.secondary. Good. We can copy that to make sure that also if we don't have a restaurant, we could display something. So if we don't have a restaurant, we would probably have like a text here, text saying restaurant not found. You can of course style this a bit more. In our case, this most likely won't be visible anyway, but I wanted to keep it in here because then we don't have to use the question mark in our view the whole time. Okay, so we have the page with the container styling. Maybe we just throw in our straight go to an animated image. Okay, so animated.image. This will get resize mode. No, not method, but mode. Set to cover, and the source here for that image comes from our data, so that should be restaurant.image. This is the starting point of our parallax image. Maybe we should now put this to the side so we can actually see this. I'm gonna use an exclamation mark. I know code review will strike me for that, but should be fine here. Okay, let's add some styling as well. So styles. Making this an array because we're gonna have both an reanimated styling as well as our local styles. So let's say styles.background image, and then we're gonna eventually also have certain parallax styling. But since we don't really have a scroll view yet, it's hard to do that anyway. This one, to make it a parallax image, we need to position it absolute. So again, top 0, left 0, right 0. Width, I think we had a specific width defined somewhere, didn't we have that? At least I thought I had this. I think we could also just use the window dimension width. Let's do that. Let's get the width up here by using dimensions. Dimensions.get window. Okay, that should give us the width, and we can use that. We can actually use the short form, just width in here. And then we should also set the height here. This should be image height. Do we have a specification for that yet? Nope. Let's do this. Const image height equals 300. And then we can use this down here as the height. Okay, so this gives us an absolute positioned image, and we should later be able to scroll our content on top or above it. For that, we of course need our list. Our list will be a section list, as I said, and there is no animated section list out of the box available. So if you need an animated component or a component where you can use Reanimated, you can always create this yourself by using const animated section list, that's the name, and use animated from Reanimated. Did we get that? Yes. Create animated component and then pass in the component from React Native, in this case a section list. We can also specify the type here. So dish will be the type for the section list. That dish comes from, oh, can we make that import a bit better? Let's import the type from data restaurant. Okay, so now I can use my animated section list in that view here. Oh, I should probably use it like a proper component. Okay, and close it immediately. Okay, that section list should eventually render a bunch of things, and it's going to be actually quite big. Let's get started. Let's do the easy part. So the ref for this will be set to my section list ref. Then we need the sections in here. This is the sections we prepared up front. With that in place, yeah, I have no render item function. That's like the second most important function here. Render item, we do have the item here, and then we can eventually render something like a menu item. Let's do this. Let's do a component, call this menu item.tsx. Okay, this is my menu item, and the menu item eventually should get like a dish. So we can already code that up. Interface menu item props dish is going to be a dish, just like we did before. Okay, and then we could probably pass this already in here. So dish. What do you need to do here? I'm getting confused with my own coding, honestly. Dish of the type menu item props. Okay, and then just do dish dot something name. We're gonna have to code that one up. But for the moment, the more important part is that we have our item here. So menu item gets the dish, which is the current item, and that will be rendered. So I can now enter that page, and I should already see my section list here. It's of course not styled, and you see the image is positioned absolute, so that's why it's working like this. Okay, we can now do a couple of things. We actually need to do a bunch of things. We need a scroll handler, we need our parallax styling, we need styling for the menu items. There are many things. Honestly, I think the menu item is quite boring, so we will probably skip that. So let's bring in the actual code for the menu item. This is a useful time saver, because what I did here for the menu item, and you can get the code from GitHub once again, is simply create like a card-like overlay, which routes us forwards to a specific page that probably doesn't exist yet, because that brings up like a little modal. So let's do a new menu folder in here, and in menu we also need to have an id.tsx. Okay, that will bring up some kind of view. It's not really important, but I don't want to get into any problems, but still bring in this menu item and then it will look a whole lot better. Now, why is this red here? Yeah, because we need to import it now differently. But now we see we got like the whole menu of items. That's pretty nice. And I think a good investment of some copy and paste here. But we're far from done, honestly. There's so much else we need to do. We need to define, do we have some styling here as well? Probably don't really need that one. But we need to render the section header correctly. So render section header. Now it's going to be interesting again. So I got my section here. Type is, I will just do section any for the moment. And then this will be the view separating each section. Okay, here we go. That view gets the text, of course, which is section.title. And we should probably see this now. Yeah, right. Just not in a great way because we haven't styled this. So let's do this. Let's put in some style here, styles.section header, as well as some styling for the text. The text should probably get section title. And then if the section also has a subtitle, so if the section has a subtitle, we can render an additional text with styles.section subtitle. And use the subtitle. Let's see, where do we need to close this here? Section.subtitle. Okay, why do all of them have like a subtitle? Section title? Am I doing something wrong here with the subtitle? Why is the subtitle always the same? How boring is that? Who came up with that idea? And did I implement it like that? I don't know. That's really not a good implementation, huh? Anyway, let's continue this. You can give this different names in the dummy data if you want to, but of course you don't have to. So for the section header, I would like to have some padding in general, I think, of 16. Okay, yeah, looks actually quite good. I can only, that should be fine, I think. That will be fine. One day it will be fine. Section title should of course be a bit bigger. So let's use font size 20, font weight of about 700, and some margin bottom of 4. Okay, getting there. And then we have section subtitle. Section I think I just made subtitle, right? Let's use font size 14, no specific weight, and my muted color. So colors.muted. Okay, so we could probably have a different subtitle, but we see this is our section list. The section header, why is there no white background in general? I feel like at some point we are missing a white background. Let's see. Maybe it will sort out itself at some point. You can also, by the way, see that these things are sticky at the top here. So eventually when we have a header or a different implementation at the top, this should be sticky in the right place. Now, with the current implementation, do we need anything else? Yeah, we need the list header. So let's implement that one. That one's actually a big one. So for the list header component, we want to create sort of a custom experience here. In the preview that I've shown you before, you can see that the header has a lot of things like some general information here, an image, as well as this little arc. And we want to do that exactly in our header. So first I want to add a little spacer here. Let's call this one styles.spacer, and this will be closed right away. Or maybe let's call this more precisely image spacer. Okay, let's add this to the bottom here. And that one will have a white background. So background color, I can now use colors background, of course. And we're gonna place this a bit more to the top. So we're gonna use margin top of -30, as well as padding top of -30. So that should render then above. And we're gonna make the overflow here visible. Okay, that will help us with our image and with our parallax effect. Now comes the container for our arc. So now comes another view. Let's call this one, give it styles white content container. And in here, we're gonna place an SVG. So we need to make sure that we import the SVG correctly from React Native SVG, as well as path, because we're kind of drawing our own path now. Okay, go down, and for the SVG, we're gonna use a height of 30, a width like our screen width, styling, which is position absolute. We're gonna go a bit above, because otherwise we wouldn't see the white arc, right? It would just be like in the white background. So we're gonna have to position it above the stuff as well. So far we're not drawing the SVG yet. And we need to set next to this one the view box as well. So let's set the view box to 0, 0, the width of the screen, and a height of 30. Now in the SVG comes the actual path drawing. So we need to open it up, and we can now paste in, because I don't want to make a typo here, our path from React Native SVG, which would now draw this nice little arc. So for the moment, maybe we can just fill it with red. And we already see the arc up there. We have some problems here with our container, so we should probably soon make sure that we have something above our animated section list. How could we do that? Let's see. We have our image, which is absolutely positioned. We have the white overlay, which will be absolutely positioned. We have the container. Gonna be somewhat hard. Actually, the image spacer should have some height. Where's my image spacer? This is not how the image spacer should look like. This was not correct. I made a mistake here. This one is image height -60. Okay, better. So now we do have, oops, what did I do? I didn't want to do that one. Now we have the spacer here, and then our glorious arc starts. So of course we don't want to paint this in red, so instead we're going to change it back to white. That's a good point. I mean, we could give our section headers a white background. That would already fix the issue we're currently experiencing. So that one would be colors.background. Then it would already look pretty legit, right? Right. That's fine. That's nice, actually. Okay. But below this SVG, there are a couple of other things we wanted to include in this white content container. So let's probably start with the styling of this white content container. That one was actually the styling I just had here. So this one gets the white background and the additional margin for our content. Good. The restaurant information is once again one of these really boring to set up things. I don't know if we're going to do this. Maybe we're going to do the logo together. So let's do the styling here. This one comes from styles.logo container. And then in there, I want to place another image. Source should be, oh, you don't know the image again? Didn't we add the image component before? I was pretty sure we had. Anyway, we can set the source here to the restaurant image. I don't have an actual logo, so I will just reuse the restaurant image. I'm sorry. And then set the style here to styles.logo. Okay, this one should of course render somewhere in the center of our page. So let's go down here and say for this container, we're gonna align items in the center, and we should probably give the logo a lot smaller size. So let's use a width of 80, height 80 as well. It's gonna make it a lot smaller already. Some border radius of about, I don't know, 16. A bit of background color here. Background, a border width. So we have like a little border around it. That was in the official application. I didn't came up with the UI here. And that border color can also be white. So we can also use colors background. Of course, that's now hard to see here, but it will be eventually a bit more towards the top. But I will also give that one a nice little box shadow. And then for the logo container, we're gonna simply say margin top again minus 60. So we're placing it a bit more at the top. And to make the shadow here visible, I want to give it some margin bottom of about 16. So then that container does have enough space. Okay, I think this is coming together pretty nicely at this point, right? We should probably now focus on the Parallax implementation or the restaurant information. I think, honestly, the restaurant information, you could also leave this out. It's not really required. So I will bring in 2 little blocks here below the logo. You could honestly just leave this out. This is, as you can see, just a bunch of views of text and really nothing that's gonna progress our knowledge about React Native. So bring in the icons, the touchable opacity, and then for all of the styling, this begins at restaurant info and goes pretty much like to the icon button small. So we can copy that in from our GitHub repository. Here are the styles. Where did we start? Here at restaurant info, restaurant name, info row, delivery info, icon button small, all of that stuff now goes in here. And why are you still having a white background? Pizza perfetto. That whole component does have a white background. That doesn't sit right with me. I don't know. Something here feels wrong. Aren't we in the white content container? How can the information here, the restaurant info, not have a white background? Honestly, we maybe placed it. Yeah, we should place it in that view, I guess. In that view. Okay, better. Sorry, that one's on me. Okay, so it just needs to be after that image. Good. So a legit page here. Now let's do the parallax image because it's actually not really that hard. What we need is, of course, to capture the scroll events from our animated section list here. So I want to add an on scroll and a scroll event throttle just like we had before at 16. I also want to say, shows vertical scroll indicator false like before. It's not really helpful on this page. And I want to say sticky section headers enabled false. We will have our own implementation for the section headers. You saw they are kind of sticky here, but that's not really required for us. Instead, we want to have a scroll handler. So let's set this up somewhere, I don't know, after the early returns, maybe, or before, maybe before. Const scroll handler. And that one will use an animated scroll handler, just like we did before, and pass the value during scroll to my shared value. So event, I feel like there's an easier way to actually do this. Maybe AI is going to tell us. But for the moment, we can also just leave it like this. This is a totally legit way to do this. content offset.y. And now we pass the scroll handler to my list. So whenever we scroll the list, we're now updating my shared value. Now with that shared value, we are already professionals with this, right? We can create the parallax styling. So parallax style equals use animated style. Okay, and then we want to have two things. We want to scale it. So if we scroll down further, we can make the image bigger. And at the same time, we also want to translate Y and move it a bit slower. So the page usually moves faster out than the image. And that gives the impression of a parallax scroll. So for scale, we can use interpolate from Reanimated. Again, use my scroll offset value. The input range is from -100 to 0. And along that way, I want to scale this up from 1.5 or to 1. So only if we're like in the minus of scrolling this, we're going to go to a scale of 1.5 and wrap this up with extrapolation clamp. Okay, that's the first one. Second one is for, what did I just copy here? Translate Y. And then to make this one happy, we also need to return an object with transform and then have an array scale as well as translate Y. Okay, so basically animating two properties here. Right now, yeah, we're not even applying it yet. So let's do the translate Y quickly. So once again, we want to make this from scrolling at index 0 to -150. Or actually, no, this is the translate Y, but the input range is of course 0 to 400. So while we scroll to an offset of 400, it will only decrease its Y value by 150. And now we just go ahead, put this to our image. And with that, we have implemented a beautiful parallax image scroll. It can be as easy as that with React Native. Honestly, I love it. In the official application, there's something else that we also quickly can do, and that is an animated view style. This is like the white overlay. So let's do a style object here with styles white overlay. And then probably we're gonna have a different, yeah, we need to do another use animated style, but let's quickly add that one somewhere here, I don't know. That white overlay gets also an absolute position. Probably looks almost like that one. Position absolute, top 0, left 0, right 0. We have our width, we have the specific height, but this one will also have a background color of white. So by default, you see that would cover quite a big part here. Could actually even make the image height like plus 200 or something, I don't know. But I don't think anyone would notice because in that direction it's actually not visible. It only becomes visible when we scroll up. So let's do an animated styles for that one as well. And then we have pretty much progressed a lot on this page already. So just like we did the parallax style, we now do this for the overlay style. And the only thing we want to do is we want to change the opacity. So we don't need this. And we will simply return the opacity here in my overlay style. In this case, we're going to interpolate. Our input range will be a scroll offset of 0 to 70. So just like in the beginning of the scroll, we want to fade in the opacity from 0 to 1. With that overlay style, we go back to my animated view and put it in. So by default, overlay style, we're going to have a scroll offset of 0. So you can see it's also not visible. Once we increase our scroll offset, the opacity of that view also increases. So up to a point where the header, the stuff isn't visible anymore. So now we have a beautiful combination of a parallax scroll effect, a performant parallax scroll effect, as well as a background overlay animation. And we also have a nice arc here, and we have a section list. So that was a pretty good start for our details page. And in the next part, we can focus on implementing the header here. Okay, so let's continue with the next part of this page. Because there's so much on this page, we really try to split it up into different chapters. We've done a good job with the basic UI. We have the Parallax UI. What we want to do now is want to focus on this area up here. So let's again go through what happens. By default, you can see there's like a transparent header with a back button, the search bar here, and a heart button. As we scroll, the colors slightly change here of those buttons, as well as the header finally becomes a legit white background header. This button here, this one, changed from a heart to the ellipses. And we also got a little shadow at the bottom. So there are a couple of things happening here, but it's not too different from what we've done before. So I think you should feel kind of comfortable actually implementing this. Before we get started, let's do a commit of the previous stuff we did. We will not review this yet. We will review this when our page is done. Yeah, we could do it one by one, but I think we should be fine here. And let's do a new component. And let's call this one restaurant detail header.tsx. Okay. Do we need any props? Yeah, of course we need props. Just like our previous restaurant header, we need something like this as well. We don't really need a title. We maybe could have even copied that stuff. But we of course need a shared value from Reanimated. And let me snooze this one so we get the full experience. Okay, so let's do a scroll threshold start here. That's gonna be like 50, I think. Then we're gonna do a second one, scroll threshold end of 80. So you can play around with those values, of course, if you want to. For the moment, that should be fine. We should be able to get the scroll offset here, and that also means we, of course, need to pass that through to the page. So let's go back to, no, not that one. Where is my ID restaurant page? And let's figure out a good place. So we have our parallax image, we have the white overlay. Let's place the restaurant detail, did I call it details header? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Here. And yeah, this one needs the scroll offset. So do we already have the scroll offset? Nice, we do. Okay, so how does it look in our simulator? Yeah, we have the header up here. That's good. That means we can get to work. Let's bring up the details header and let's see what we need. We of course once again need our insets for this page. So use save area insets. And we also might want to have the router injected, so use router goes here. For the view, well, let's see, I again did the wrong thing. Simon, why are you doing this? Why are you not learning from your own mistakes? Okay, so we got the header container. This one should go on the outermost view. This is most likely going to be an array of styles since we want to have animated styles as well. But let's start with styles.header container. Also, very sure this is going to be an animated view. For the styling of this one, we go with top 0, left 0, right 0, and a Z index of something high. So this definitely stays above the page. And I also want to drop in a little box shadow. Yep, this is not how you import it. You got to put it there. Let's see again. Okay, restaurant details header is still at the top. Not really any content in there, but we're gonna fix that very soonish. So let's put up another view, and this will be styles.header content. So this one will give like some padding or some margin around the view. Let's put this down, and of course this one will also align the items in a flex row layout. So flex direction to row, and then the usual align items center. Okay. Cannot find name view. Oh yeah, you removed the view. You're so good at instantly removing every unused thing on Earth. Let's put in something here to get started. So let's do a touchable opacity first. We'll of course have some styling, but let's close it and just place a button in so we can see something on the screen. This will be our back button. So let's use chevron back, as well as a, ooh, what was that one? That was an interesting import. A size of 24 and a color of, isn't it black by default? I think it is. So let's hit save here. Let's give our header content for the time being a white background so we can, no, actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's just do the back button correctly. So the back button is a rounded button, so we're gonna give it 40 width and height, or height. I don't know, I still don't. You notice how I use different words throughout the video to confuse you? I'm trying to appeal to both English and American English. I don't know what I'm doing here. Bring in the colors. So border radius, colors light. I wanna align the items in the center once again. Why is it sometimes doing the right import and sometimes not? I don't know. Justify content, again, center. And finally, this one should have a nice little box shadow as well. So with that in place, let's attach this class here, this styling, to my button. Styles dot back button. So the back button, yeah, there we go. On press, this should of course call my router. So router dot dismiss or back. Maybe we should deal with back. Let's go with back. So pressing it should, yeah, it's in an area where we can't press it. That makes sense. We should eventually attach this here. Nope, we should attach it here with a padding top using our insets.top. Better placement. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. Okay, not too bad. You can already see the drop shadow and stuff. So to the header content, let's assign some padding horizontal of about 16, as well as padding vertical. Is it a bad idea to have like 16 and 12 in the same place? I don't know. I'm gonna get some gap here as well. Is my header content yeah. Okay, here we go. Now it is attached. Okay, so far it has no background. This, why does it have a background at all? Maybe because of the absolutely positioned view up there? It's an interesting one. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. But we have the first button, so let's just do the other elements now. So the second one is going to be an animated view. Style here will be also an array, so let's use styles.searchBar. This is going to be the second one. We're just gonna mimic the behavior here. So let's do an ionicon with search, size gonna be 20, and maybe set the color to colors.light or something. Okay, so here is the icon, and let's place a text input next to it. Text input, yeah, this one. Placeholder search, and maybe also the placeholder, not a comma, placeholder text color, also colors light, and we can close that one. Okay, that looks horrible. We of course need our search bar styling. So just like the header content, the search bar needs the same flex direction. So can we do, what is the right way, what is the right shortcut to click on to just get flex direction row instantly? I don't know. This should also take up most of the space. So now if there's a third button or thing, this search would take most of the space. And of course I want to have align items center. I want to have some padding horizontal and vertical as well in there. So just like this, and a gap between the elements as well. Maybe we're gonna do a little padding horizontal a bit less, and padding vertical also a bit less. Also, this should have like a border radius, I feel. How do we get, why does it not have a background color at all? I think because I'm setting this later. So we will, as you've seen, change the color here, maybe through scroll. So therefore we're gonna just set the background color of the search bar later. For the moment, maybe I'll just set this to white so we can test this out. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna troll myself with that setting. Okay, so we got the search bar. Let's do the heart button. Animated view style something styles dot icon button probably. And then let's just place in icons, name, heart, outline, size 24. Okay. Where is it? Up there. Yep. Our icon button, of course, needs sort of the same styling here. Okay, there's one thing about this. The icon button will eventually change, and we can't really animate the change of an icon. So I think I'm going to position it absolute. So we're gonna pretty much do the same thing like the back button. So it looks the same, but we're gonna add position absolute in here. And then we need to figure out the right place for this. So top like 12. And right about 16, yeah. Yeah, that's probably exactly the place where it should be. Now we have a problem. Because if it is absolutely positioned, our search bar is taking up the whole flex 1 here. How do we prevent that? Let's place a simple view in here. I'm gonna call this one styles.spacer. Or we can actually just do it inline because we're freaky today. For our inline spacer, not spicy, we're not doing Theo here. We're gonna do 40 by 40. So now we have this like spacer up here, which basically sits exactly here. And since our button is absolutely positioned, it is just on top of that spacer, and the whole setup, it just works. Okay. Next to the button here, I'm just gonna drop in a third one, which will use something like ellipses. We will work on that later to change a bit about the UI here. But for the moment, let's see. Why is there no ellipses? I don't know. Do you know why? What is the icons.expo right here? Ellipses. Come on, I'd like to use icons, and there is, oh, it's ellipses horizontal. I'm sorry. Horizontal. All right, let's see again. Let's close that one. Yep, that's the ellipses horizontal. I can absolutely confirm that. Good. Okay, so by default, this is sort of the menu we wanted to see. And it actually does okay-ish at this point, but there's so much more we can do. At this point, I mean, we're basically reanimated styling experts here, especially scroll experts. I won't say in the rest, but we're kind of expert in the scroll stuff. So let's do a header styling here. For our header styling, of course, use animated style. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the background color. Using interpolate, just like before. We're gonna use my scroll offset dot value. Then we're gonna have our input range. So the input range starts with the scroll threshold start and ends with the end. That totally makes sense. And it goes from 0 to 1. Why 0 to 1? Well, we're gonna see how that works in a second. Again, just like before, extrapolation dot clamp. Okay, and then we're gonna have a return block here where we're gonna set my background color and set this to, and now we're gonna set this to a string. We're gonna set this to a string of white, And the opacity using, actually I should probably call this like background opacity. I think that would be a better name. Background opacity, and then we have my variable here with the background opacity. Cool. Let's close it. And now while we scroll, my header should actually fade in. Does the header have a background? Yeah, I think it does. We might not even need that in the first place now. So from somewhere we added a background of white. I think it was the search bar, yeah. We're gonna change that anyway. This fades in quite quickly. I don't know if I like that one yet. And why? There is something wrong here. The header pushed down the rest of my page, so I don't see the arc. Let's place it in an absolute view. Let's do a view here around it. Style Z index 10. And now if I go there, that's not a lot better. You shouldn't press down my page, honestly. Do I have to? I don't think I need this in here. I don't think I need. Although we might have to. Might also have to go a bit higher. No. Also, I don't think that's the real reason here we need to do this. Why are we pushing this down? Maybe this resolves later when we continue with this page. For the moment, I would probably leave it like it is. And then we're gonna come back to that in a second. Let's continue with the styling here first. By the way, we're not even using the header style, so I can't really see anything about that. Let's put it up here to our surrounding component. Oh, I see the issue. We of course have no position absolute in here. This is where it belongs. So much better. You see? This is better. Although this is not better. What if I do like 1,000 here? I just have to go above that parallax effect, right? Why is that not? Why parallax? What are you doing here? Usually you're supposed to go behind that bar. Parallax. I should have just used normal people's Z index and not like 1,000 or something. Background image. Did we go somewhere wrong here with our background image? Position absolute, width, height, left. Do we have any Z index in here beyond that one? I don't think so. We're pretty good. Let's continue for the moment. Maybe this will resolve itself with all the animation and the animated styling we place in there. Okay, so this is the start of my header styling. I also want to animate the shadow. So let's do something like shadow opacity, because right now the shadow is visible instantly and I kind of want to do this slightly different. So let's copy that over and set this one here to shadow opacity. And then we're going to say from start to end our input range, we're going to animate the opacity from 0 to 0.1. So that means in the default case, there's no shadow, and then the shadow just gently comes in. At least I hope that's what's happening. It might not work with our box shadow though, huh? How about we do it like this? Box shadow. And we have a string here with our box shadow. And then we're going to use the shadow opacity actually to just 0.5 and use that in place here. So now it is 0 and then that's not really doing it. That's not the way that's not what I expected. expected here. Okay, but we do it on the header, right? I wonder why we're not able to animate. Maybe we just can't animate the box shadow. Let's just set this to like 1. No, we can't really do anything with the box shadow, can we? Why is that the case? That's really interesting. That's an interesting one. Can we just convert this? Convert to old school React Native shadows and not use a box shadow. Okay. Yeah, you were right on that one. Yeah, accept. So if I do it like this, I will comment out this one here. And let's see. Why am I not seeing a box shadow at all? Really? Like this is... Do we need a background color to see this? We did have a background box shadow. Okay. Maybe we'll just stick to what we initially had, but then we probably also don't need like the box shadow thing up here. So let's copy that out and let's see. Oh, I'm not getting any kind of shadow anymore. Now I'm not allowed to have shadows anymore. Yeah, well, we're gonna stick with this shadow here. I will still add the shadow opacity here because I think we could do it eventually like that. But for the moment, let's just keep it. I want to do 2 more of these styling. So let's just copy this block because we're going to essentially reuse that. The second one is my search bar style. Again, the same stuff is going on. We have my opacity here, and we're going to go from 0, so when the scrolling starts, to the scroll threshold start. This should do actually pretty fast. And this goes from like 0.9 to 1. Really, it's just a very, very gentle way of doing things. We're gonna once again animate the background color. This one's actually not entirely black. So let's go with this one. And then we're gonna attach the search bar style, of course, to the animated view here of my search bar. Okay. So by going into this page, what is wrong with you today? There's something entirely wrong with you. Because now my search bar doesn't have any background color. And it's also not animating. Am I doing something really, really wrong? Like we're animating the background color here, aren't we? I feel like you get the, you know, this feeling when you feel like I'm like in the wrong movie here. Let's see again. If I go in there, what is different in this syntax than I had before? Tell me. RGBR 245, 245, 245 something. Okay, I had the bracket, the additional bracket in there. That makes sense, but nonetheless, like this should exactly work as expected. Okay, now you're white. Okay, whatever. So we got 2 of our animations in place. This one turns a bit darker as well. We can see it. Looks like everything has a drop shadow these days now. I'll just take it. Okay, let's add an animation for the first button, which is actually like the hard button that we currently can't see. It should start at 0 and go until the end. And it should animate from 1 to 0. So during that time of scroll, we animate the opacity. Let's just call it opacity. And then we can just export or return opacity here. And we can just do a duplicate of that. We're going to call this button style 2. This one starts with the scroll start times 0.3. So a bit later, goes till the end and animates from 0 to 1. So while the one button fades out, the other with a little delay fades in. Now we just need to attach them to the right places. So the heart gets button style 1 and this one gets button style 2. Okay, let's see. If I go here, we see the heart. We change this and the heart changes to our ellipsis button. So there's one more thing that is absolutely not working, which is the background color. We have the 2 buttons with background color. I still wonder why my entire header does not have a white background. And how the parallax image can go, it almost feels like it goes above the shadow but beyond the rest of the bar. This is absolutely beyond me. Let's check again. We have my header container. This has no background color or thing at all. We have the padding top and we have the header style. The header style gives us a background color. Maybe I do have once again a typo in there, like I did have down here. What? What did I change? Oh yeah, we had like a missing bracket. Oh, a bracket too much. There was a bracket too much in there. I see. Oh my. Okay, so here we go. Now it fades in. It fades in the background as well, and there we go. But now the search bar. I love to debug animations. It's so much fun. Default style is okay. It's mostly okay. Only problem is the search bar styling. Did we mess something up with our search bar? I don't think so. It looks good to me. Let's call this one background opacity. Oh, that is that page. Yeah, that page is cool as well. Maybe it was like that. I don't really know what it looked like. But it feels like it should be a whole lot darker. Yeah, well, we can't really, I can't go. Yeah, that would totally change the color. I would have to play around with those values. I think for the moment, what is my light color of the buttons? So this is like this one. How does it look like if I change this to RGB 230? Okay. Let's try. If I use 230 up there, it might already be the right color. Yeah, essentially, I think that's a good call. Only problem is now about the icon. You know, you can't make everything perfect. So probably the search icon. I would give it actually this one, the muted color. That would be better, right? Yeah. Now we also would have to give the text input. Let's call this one. Oh, what is this? No! Whoa! Space, what are you doing? No! So much pain in one video. Oh my. Style. This totally got me off guard. What's going on here today? Let's set the font size. I'm totally confused at this point. The font size to 15. Let's make this one a bit bigger. Yeah, I think that is a good effect. Okay, after a lot of trial and error, we got our header sort of nailed. So you see, it works in the default case. It plays nicely with the parallax. It fades out, it fades in the additional button, and the spacing is also on point. Good. With that in place, we can focus on the next area, which is putting some nice little sticky tabs right below our custom header. All right, we got the header. We got most of the effects in place. Let's talk about something functional, which are our sticky tabs with automatic scroll for our section list. So, you know, the section list has different sections. That's why it's named section list. So we want to, 1, jump to these sections, and 2, also update our view up here with the section control. So we have like a bi-directional data flow. That sounds more exciting than it actually is. Let's place this in here, and we will not do a new view. We will just do it in our ID page. So we have the restaurant details header. Let's do another animated.view. Okay, and this one will have another view included. I should just always give them some style in the first place. And then there will be a scroll view from React Native. And that scroll view will contain a bunch of items. Let's make this one happy. The scroll view will actually be, of course, horizontal. And essentially what we're doing in here is we're going to go through our menu and say, hey, please map all items. We can get the category and the index here. And for each of those elements, we want to render a touchable opacity. I already set key. We'll set to sticky dash index. Okay, and I don't want to mess this up again. Okay, this is my key. And on press, we're gonna do something. And inside there will be a text element with some styling. And additionally, we will display category dot, actually it's just category dot category. All right, let's see. Right now it's positioned very much at the top. So let's get started with some styling so we can actually see our element on the screen. Let's call this one sticky tabs overlay. So this is like a bit of the background sort of. And this one here we're gonna call styles.category tabs container. Okay, so two stylings. I will just put it to the end. Okay, so we have the sticky tabs overlay and the second one was the category tabs container. For the sticky tabs overlay, once again, we're gonna go with a position absolute here. Absolute, and this will be again left 0, right 0. Again, a very high, not Zustand storage, but a very high Z index, and a background color of white. Okay, and right, here we go. So where is it? It is still absolutely at the top. We're gonna probably fix that in a second with some inset. For my category tabs container, I just want to give this a very light box shadow here, something like this. So this will give us pretty much the same shadow that we have here as well. And I just need to make sure it is first of all here and it only appears once we scroll. The appearance is of course handled later because that's not too hard to imagine. Like we've done a bunch of things with scroll effects already, so that won't really be that hard. Let's go back to our element. So we have the sticky tabs container. Let's add top, and because this is absolutely positioned, we're not just using padding top, we're gonna use insets top, but that's not enough. That will just give us the height of our bar. So we're gonna add the 64, which is apparently the height of our header bar. So then we have a horizontal scrollable thing in there. It's not really anything beyond that yet. Did we set up some refs? Yes, we have a category scroll ref. That's great. That can be used for the scroll view. So horizontal ref is set to my category scroll ref, so we can access it from code. I want to say shows horizontal scroll indicator false. And then we probably also want to plug in some content container style. Let's call this one styles.category tabs. And while we're here, let's add a bunch of other styling classes. The touchable opacity, of course, needs some styling. This is going to be an array as well. Let's use for the first one category tab. So just the singular from that one. And for the text, we might need something similar, but this one should be category tab text. Now, all of these things can exist in an active and inactive state. So imagine when I click this and we are like here, the first tab is active. So we should account for that. We can do this in our styling here. Let's do this on a new line, so it becomes a bit more clear. So the touchable opacity will have by default the category tab styling. And if my active category is equal to index, we will also attach the styles.category tab active. I'm gonna pretty much do the same here. So if the category is equal to index, we're gonna attach category tab text active. All right, a bunch of classes that we haven't even created yet. Let's do that now. Let's go to the bottom. Let's try to remember all the things we had. So first we had the category tabs. That one just needs essentially some padding top. Okay, getting better, and padding horizontal. I should have defined the 16 somewhere. I really feel like I should have done that. Okay, and let's add a gap between the items. Good. All right, not too bad. Then we have the category tab active, category tab. No, we have the category tab and we have the category tab active. Let's give this one a padding bottom of 12. So it is pretty much the same, but the category tab active will get a slight bottom border. So border bottom width of, let's do 3, and use border bottom color of colors.secondary. So now we see, I mean, I can't change it yet. We need to change that in the click event, but we do have a sort of an active button. Not too bad. So category tab text was the next one. Let's give this a font size of 15, bit bigger. The muted color, so color colors.muted. Oh my. Colors.muted. Okay, yeah, well, getting better. And a font weight of about 500, so a bit more bold. Again, let's duplicate that for category tab text active. This one might even use 600 now, so even a bit bigger. And of course, for the color, let's use second. Okay, good. I like how this one comes together. I don't know. We probably, yeah. I think that's probably all the styling we need for that one. Let's talk about the click event for our section list. So we have the touchable opacity somewhere here. On press, I want to call a function. Let's call something like, do we have handle category press? Handle category? No, we don't. So let's create that. Let's do it up here. Cons handle category press. And handle category press should actually retrieve or get one argument, which is the index, so a number. Okay, and let's quickly hook this up here with the index. Good. Okay, so first of all, in that function, we of course need to set my active category. So we just can call set active category with the index, and apparently from the styling perspective, that's already all we need. Now, of course, this is not everything in terms of the scrolling. So we can now call our section list ref by hand dot current dot scroll to location. Now we want to scroll to the section index. So the index of our section, which is of course the index we just had. We want to go to item index 0. I think that should be fine. And we want to make this animated true. So now if I press here, it scrolls somewhere here. But since our view and stuff is here, I would rather like to be sort of here or there. So we can add a view offset. Now we'll set this to insets top. So now if I go to, or let's use anti-pasty again, top plus 100. Yeah, that's it. Our header seems to be about 100 and the inset, Yeah, perfect. This is what I wanted. This is the beauty of a section list, honestly. So now we also want to have another function. Let's call this one const scroll category tab into view. And we're gonna pass index here as well. What this function does is essentially when we scroll, it should scroll and update the bar up here automatically. Now, how are we going to achieve this, and why is the header not white? Why is the header not entirely white? This freaks me out. Let's take a look at it. This is our restaurant details header. Because we set it to something like this, the header style. I would have to set it to 255, I guess. Yeah, then we wouldn't see the problem. Yeah, why not do it like this? Did we set the placeholder text color? I feel like that search input, placeholder text color light. The text color should be something like, I don't know, muted as well. Yeah, better. Sorry about that. Quick side note. Okay, we have the sticky tabs overlay here. How do we handle this now? So let's maybe implement this. To bring something into the right view, we need to scroll my category scroll. Okay, yeah, we do have that one available. So let's call category scrollref.current.scroll2. Oh, why am I not getting code completion here? .current.scroll2. Not scroll to end, I just want to scroll to a specific place in there. X, and this is of course the X coordinate we want to scroll to, is index times, do we have the category tab width defined somewhere? Yes, we did, nice. But if we do it like that, let's just call it here as well, so then we kind of center elements after doing this. Okay, so if I click this, it kind of works, but it's not correct. So let's subtract width divided by 2. So our general view width, that is a bit too much, plus category tab width divided by 2. So now it kind of puts the item in the center as much as possible. I think that's a good effect. I kind of like that one. We can, by the way, also say animated true in here. So now, I mean, probably animated is true by default. Okay, so we have that way. Now we just need the update automatically. And we can implement a function here that's automatically called. We're going to call this on viewable items changed. And it's going to use a ref on this function here. So we're going to have viewable items any. And I need to be a bit careful with the brackets here. And I'm going to add .current. So it's like a ref to something as well. And we can now plug this in to the section list. There is actually a function on the section list that's called, where do we place this? Somewhere here. On viewable items changed. Okay, and inside of on viewable items changed, you can just place this ref. So here, this is called when the viewability of rows changes as defined by the viewability config. So that means you can actually have a viewability config if you want to. However, I'm not really interested in implementing this as well. So these are just some additional settings you can set up, but we don't really need that. We have our section header, we have pretty much everything else. We will add some animation here later, but for the moment, I think we're mostly good. So that function will now hopefully update our viewable items. So what can we do in here? We can first of all check if the viewable items dot length, we got no code completion. Is there any way to get code completion here? What is the type? View token dish array. Maybe that works. View token dish array. Yeah, but that's not like something where we can extract viewable items from, right? It's not going to work. How can we use the right viewable items? Viewable items is actually an array. I think. What is the type? What is the problem here? Expected type comes from onViewable item, which is declared here. Blah 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 blah. Type viewable items. Void is not assignable to type. Maybe I should get like the info and then the viewable items. Viewable. Yeah, this is one last try. Otherwise, we're just gonna go with any. So I'm just gonna copy that out before I forgot about it. And then let's see if we can have the right. I could probably get AI. Use the right type for on viewable items change to match React Native section list. Let's see. Is this correct now? Use ref no, components type of section list. Maybe. Maybe we're gonna figure it out in a second. So if I now go ahead with viewable items dot length, it actually works. No, I didn't told you to start again, cursor. That was not our deal. Our deal was you help me once and then you're out again. Where can I disable cursor tab? I sometimes have it in my bottom bar and I sometimes don't. Maybe I can just cursor tab, disable cursor tab. Okay. I would like to maybe have it just disable like code again. Okay, so if we do have viewable items, if our length is greater than 0 on the general viewable items, we will check const first visible section. So we need to like distinguish, do we actually need to move and change our bar here? So let's check. This one is viewable items at index 0 dot section. Then we have the section index, which we can figure out using our sections array. Find index. So we're gonna try and find our index, and for every item we're just gonna check if the title is equal to the first visible section. And now if I get code completion here, yeah, I'm not. Type of section list. Am I now getting this? No, not really. I was hoping that if I could add the type here, it would give me the right typings, but apparently not. Okay, so this gives me the section index. And now we can do a quick comparison. If the section index is unequal to -1, and as well the section index is unequal to the currently active category, that means the index has changed. In that case, we simply need to call setActiveCategory once again. Oops, sorry about that. setActiveCategory with the new section index, as well as scroll my category tab into view with the current section index. And with that in place, let's see. I scroll, we are at Speciale, and nope, and not yet working. Let's do a little lock here for the viewable items. Now I see. Okay, this is not really called for. Honestly, this is not really giving me anything, and to make it easier, I can also simply just say use ref. Let's remove that type here. I have my viewable items and call this one any. Really, it doesn't change anything. but the viewable items definitely change. Do we need to reload? I feel like my reload was anyway kind of broken. Yeah, I think it's working now. We see some logs here. We do see some logs, but we're not seeing anything meaningful. Need to change. It's not like this is madness. This is like never updating my view. Is something off here? Okay, so we never see the need to change log, apparently. That is bad news for us, because that means something is still incorrect here. We saw all the logs here. We probably... Oops, let's do some debugging here. I don't use breakpoints, so we'll use it like this. So sections, find index, as title equals first visible section dot title. In general, this code looks pretty good to me. I will do a refresh and then we'll also open the debugging tool. So let's get into this one. Okay, first visible section is speciale, section index is -1. That's good. But now we scroll. Yeah. All right, just a little change. We're not going to use useRef, but use callback with dependencies here for making sure we get fresh values, because otherwise the page is initialized with the sections array being empty because we're still loading the data up here. So we're going to have an empty array. This would be used for initializing, and therefore we will never have a section. Now, with this change in place, you can go here and we should see that at some point the visible section index, right, now it happened, here changed to 1 and the section index changed to 1, and that's also why we changed the element. It's probably not absolute, yeah, maybe because of the absolute positioning above the, it's not entirely correct, so you could change that with the viewable config, I guess. But you see, we're scrolling through this and it updates, and we can still update this from code. So essentially the whole logic at this point is working. That's good. Okay, let's remove the console logs. And now let's do one more thing. We want to set up 2 more values. So let's call this one const sticky threshold start. I set that to 300. And then we're going to have another one for end. That's going to be 350. So between 300 and 350 offset, we want to fade this in, okay? So by default, it should not be visible. That means we need one last styling. So let's grab this and put it before our hooks here. I'm going to call this sticky tabs style. Use animated style opacity. Scroll offset, we're gonna start at sticky threshold start. So this is our input range to end. Between those values, we of course want to animate our opacity from 0 to 1. And then we're gonna just stick this to the animated view around this. So this was actually a poor try I did before to make sure the sections are initialized. That was not really helpful. And here, after the sticky tabs overlay, comes the style. All right, we see the page is initialized like this with only the header. We start scrolling, we scroll. And only once we hit our 350 threshold, which is about when the actual section list begins, the menu fades in. And it also fades out. So like a 2-step header animation here. Probably could even be a bit earlier, to be honest. Something like 260. Oh no, that was the wrong one. This one maybe. Let's see. Yeah, but maybe then we would also change this one to like 3. Let's see. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. I think that's good. Oh, I love it. Okay. So a lot going on this page. I hope you once again enjoyed putting this together with Reanimated. Let's do a little commit here. We're not entirely done, so this is work in progress, section list, navigation. I don't know how to call this, navigation or so. I'm gonna commit this, and then we will wait before we make our final PR. I actually hope we are inside a branch at this point. Check out to, what are we currently on? Oh no, we committed to main the whole time? Who is doing that? Oh no, oh no. We can maybe still do a branch. Create branch, let's call this details page. And then we can still publish the branch and push to that branch. That should work, nice. Okay, so with that in place, we're almost done with that page. There's one more thing, which is sort of experimental, so I wanted to keep it in a separate section, and that is about adding a nice little functionality for this little friend up here. Alright, so this is just a little quick fun one, and especially it probably will only work for Mac and for Apple applications. I want to bring in Expo UI, which allows you to use Swift UI components directly in your app. So as far as I know, we installed the Expo UI package already in the beginning, because I sometimes have problems with this when I do it later. If you haven't done it, now is the time to do it. What we want to do is we want to use the host element to, is there like an overview? There's an Expo, here's the reference. So Jetpack Compose, there will of course be more, so if you're watching this in the future, perhaps there are already some relatable Jetpack Compose components that you can use. For now, I want to go to the restaurant details header and bring this in. So let's bring in host and button from Expo UI. Now, what we want to do is we want to have not only a button, a color picker, we want to have a context menu. So this is how a context menu essentially looks like. We can also add context menu to our imports up here. And then we will just grab this one. So there's a host element around this. And again, all of this is very beta, or maybe even, I think it's in beta right now. So things might change in the future. Therefore, let's go to the place where we want to use this. So instead of having the ellipsis, let's comment that one out and have our host block here. I will not give this a specific styling, but instead you can use match contents. This will make sure that it has the context menu has, or everything inside of the host element, which hosts the Swift UI views, has the right sizing. Then we do have a context menu with items, so potentially some buttons, and we have a context menu trigger. Let's just hit save here, and we're gonna notice that on the details page up here, we now have something like this. So this is a native context menu that we just brought in pretty easily. Now let's just style this now to our needs. We're gonna use the button here, and we're gonna just say, please use a system image, which is ellipsis. That also means we don't need, we can actually just close it here. And I will also give it the color, colors.dark. Okay, so we got the 3 dots and I can click on that. Not too bad. Now about the items included, I can simply change them to what I need. So let's do info.circle fill, and I would say something like more info. And then you could add just whatever kind of buttons you wanted. So let's do like a heart image and another one which could probably trigger a share dialog. So with that in place, it just takes you about like 3 minutes to have a beautiful styled iOS context menu. This is exactly the native Swift UI component iOS developers are using as well. And we just integrated it so easily in our application. It's almost ridiculous that it works this easily. And if I click on something, that we have a lock, yeah, the first button had like a lock. So if I click the first one, yeah, we see lock pressed 1. So this is how you can combine the Swift UI elements with your own React Native application and your React logic and code to just bring it in. You see like this everything we get here, this glass effect and how it morphs, all of this is entirely native. This is not something like a like a styling library, like an additional React Native library. No, this is directly using the native primitives that are available to you. And I think the Swift UI package has a big future. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, with that being said, again, for Android, this won't work, so we'd have to create your own restaurant details header for Android and then use the according Jetpack compose elements. Now, add Swift UI elements. So this is our last commit. I will commit and push this now, so we can do our final check of that page. So right here, my Wolt React Native app has a pull request. Actually, it doesn't have yet one. I will create this one, and that should contain our details page in general, the thing we did first. Then we had our section list, and then we had the Swift UI elements. So quite a big PR. I think this one actually really makes sense. Actually, I think most of the stuff we did really makes sense. And the whole Git workflow will make your code a lot better, because in a couple of minutes, we're gonna have a great code review, and we can go once again through the changes we made and see if there's room for improvement. Alrighty then, so here's the summary by CodeRabbit. We enhanced the restaurant details page. We have a sticky category tab, loading indicator, animated header. Yeah, there's really a lot in here. The sequence diagram. We have possible related PRs. Oh, we have a failed check. Ooh, that's not good. Well, let's see. So review details here. Remove unused styles and stuff. Yeah, if we have something unused, that will usually be removed by the editor anyway. We then have icon text mismatch time icon next to rating. Hey, holy moly, what a catch. Is that true? We have, what was that? Yeah, there's a time icon right here next to the rating. How is that even possible? That this is, oh my, this is so crazy. This is really crazy. Yeah, of course, we want to use star outline instead of time outline. I just need to find the right page now. That was our details page, star outline. Was it the details page? Auth modal restaurant ID, and then in line 200 and something we have open restaurant rating time outline. This should be star outline. Okay, thanks for that. Good one. Then we had potential issue fix numeric font values. Font weight must be a string. Does it really? I don't think so, honestly. You can have font weight as both a number or a string, as far as I know. So I will leave it. That is all. That's also good for us. Like, that means we did a good job on all the implementation. We have some nitpicks here. Okay, yeah. I'm on the details header, we mispronounced something. That should have been, of course, scroll. Yeah, I can see how that should be fixed. Scroll start, scroll end, and scroll end. We don't want to confuse anyone, so this is absolutely a good idea. Oh my, how many times did I use it on that page? Okay, that's not only a nitpick. I think this could be even something bigger. Something about the shadows. Yeah, we can use the shadows as they are. There's someone here in here. Remove my unused styles. I think that's fine. Yeah, we have a bit more about shadows, and we have a bit more small typo. Category tab width. Yeah, where is my category tab width? That should, of course, be replaced with category tab width. Okay, if only typos are the problem of our code, then I'm absolutely happy. So let's put this up, fix typos. We're gonna add this to our PR. This should appear at the bottom almost instantly, fix typos. We don't need initial request review. So let's merge this in. This is now merged, nice. And we can go back to Git, checkout to main. We can sync our changes. And on main, we should also be on the latest version now with all our changes. The pull request is merged, and we're on a clean state for our next features. Now that we've finished the details page, it's time to move on to the cart logic. So we want to add items to our cart, we need to manage the cart, and we want to build the checkout process. But let's take a step back because we need to do one thing after the other. First of all, we already have the menu item. That actually links to our menu dish. I don't know why it's not opening that page right now, but in general it should. So let's tweak the layout for the menu ID. So this is the page where we display like a little sheet with the details of an item or a dish item that we can add to our cart. Do I have a screenshot of that page, how it looks like in general? Let me quickly look this up. Yeah, well, essentially it should look like this, like a form sheet once again. Maybe that one's more interesting. So a form sheet like this, we will probably not do the whole thing together because there's a lot of styling involved, like 300 lines of just styling. So we will take a look at the logic and then maybe bring in the UI components and the rest. But let's get started by tapping into our layout file here, where we already had some other definitions. And let's copy one and put it to the bottom. Probably don't get this here included, otherwise you're gonna run into trouble. And you're gonna use menu/ID. So that's the ID of the dish item. We want to present it as a form sheet, header, shadow, visible, false. I want to set the title to an empty string. I want to actually open this up to like the most possible value. Have the sheet grabber visible, sheet expands, when scroll to edge, yeah, why not true? And then for the header right, we actually don't really need that one. So let's give this a try, yeah. Okay, great. So now I can click on an item and it brings up this little form sheet, which essentially fills up. Can I also set this to 1? Yeah, that works as well. Nice. I wasn't aware of that. I want to disable the header shadow though. Header shadow. No, actually I want to hide the whole shadow. False. That just looks bad. Okay. Yeah, better. Good. So now that we got that, we can talk about both that page and our cart store, because the cart store is actually the backbone of all of this, since we need the cart store to manage our cart. We already have a user store, so we kind of know how it works. And setting up everything here might be a bit tedious, so we will just do the initial stuff together so you get a feeling for how you can use Zustand in your app. In more complicated scenarios. So if you're using TypeScript, which we all do, of course, I recommend you set up also a legit interface here for the cart store. That will just make it a lot better. Every cart will, of course, have items. We're gonna have a selected restaurant. You can actually, in the real application, have multiple carts. We will not really do this. I found that to be like, that's probably a bit overkill for this one here. But yeah, in the official application, that's possible. And then you also want to have something like set selected restaurant, which is gonna get a restaurant, and then void as the function here. Okay, so all of this is still the interface for our cart. We're then gonna have a total value, which is like the total price here, and then we have total items, so we can directly display like the user has 5 items in the cart or something. Then we get all the functionalities like add item. Add item gets a dish item and also a quantity, so maybe you're gonna add like multiple dishes at once, but let's make this one optional. It's gonna be a number. All right, and then let's copy this. So we're gonna have multiple here. We're gonna have add item. We have remove item. That should just be like the dish ID. Dish ID. Then we have increment item. So if we just want to like update the quantity by 1, then we also need this here. We also, of course, have decrement item, for which we're going to use the dish ID as well. Then we're going to have another function to clear the cart. That one doesn't really need anything. It's just like we did the checkout, now let's clear the cart. And then we probably also want something like get item quantity in case we need to, I don't know, check something. You always want to have that. Okay, so that could be the interface. Now, I highly recommend you write the interface for your store first. There are some things I want to use across this. So something like const calculate total. This is gonna calculate the total for all the cart items, and it will return a number. Okay, so that's pretty much return items dot reduce, and then we have the sum and the current item, and you simply go ahead with sum plus item, and if we had the typings now, yep, quantity. Actually, we need to do item dot dish dot price times item dot quantity, and the starting value is 0. Okay, good. That's a helper function to calculate the total, and also one to calculate the total items. That's going to be actually a lot easier. That's just sum plus item dot quantity. Okay, now comes the actual store. So you want to export this one. This is our use cart store. And just like we did for the user, we're going to use create here. We use our type. So we can now use the cart store that we just defined. Because we're going to persist the cart locally, we need another pair of brackets here. Otherwise, with Zustand, it looks a bit different. And then we can throw in the persist middleware. So in the persist middleware, we have set and get functions. And then we have an object that is pretty much of the type and needs to implement all of these functions here. So I don't know if I would copy this in here. Yeah, we would have to change this to the actual implementation. Beyond this object, we now also had our, let's see if I can make this correct. I think up here comes the persist options. So this one I will call cart, and then we have the storage, and I will set the storage to create JSON storage using Zustand storage that we implemented before. So remember, that is the MMKV storage we created probably a bunch of hours ago at this point. Okay, so in here comes the whole implementation. So in general, you can just like set up the basic stuff, like items is initially empty array. We're gonna have 0 items. And for all these functions that we prepared up here, so in the interface, we now need the actual implementation. So if we had like set selected restaurant, you can now update the state in here. So same interface like before, restaurant, this is going to be a restaurant. And if you want to update the state, you have the set value here. If you want to get the current state, you have the get value. So in this case, what we're going to do is we call set to update the Zustand state. We're just going to set the selected restaurant to the restaurant that was passed to this function. All right, and with that, we have implemented the first one. And now we would go ahead and do this for pretty much the rest, but it is actually quite boring. And honestly, I would recommend for stuff like this to use AI. So you could just bring in the interface or tell AI to now implement the rest of this. I'm pretty sure AI would nail this. You can, of course, or should probably bring in the code from our GitHub repository at this point for this file, so you have the right implementation, which essentially now looks like this. Oh, it looks like I made a mistake somewhere. Oh yeah, because I haven't added the create from Zustand yet. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so all of these functions, it's really boring. Like managing a cart, it's just about iterating the items you have, finding if you have the item, so you up the quantity or you add the item completely new. And the same is true for removing it or incrementing or decrementing. Really, there's not a lot of logic behind like find, filter, and map in here. So I think this gave you already a good impression of how you structure your store. And with our cart store in place, we can now head back to our details page. So where was my details page? I think it was this one, right? Okay, on this page, we of course want to get the ID that was passed. So we're getting this with use local search params as always. This is going to be ID string. Okay, and then of course we need the router as always. So use router from Expo Router, and we want to get the dish ID here now. And since the ID that's passed to that page is a string, and I actually want this as a number, I'm gonna call parse int. So that's a bit safer. You could also just do plus and then the ID, but yeah, whatever. Let's use as a fallback 0. Okay, what is this? Radix, a value between 2, and that specifies the base of the number in string. If this is strings with a I never used that one before. I didn't know there's like a second param to it. Anyway, okay, most importantly, we can now bring in the card store. So use card store. That's our entire store. And on card store, we can now do everything that we defined in our interface. So adding items, clearing the card, adding a different quantity. All of that is now possible at this point. So now let's get the data for this page using mapping this to dish, and then use is loading, and we should have a hook for this, right? So we can now pass in, that's why I made, we need an ID. So just pass in the dish ID here. Okay, we also want to have a bit of state, so let's set the quantity, set quantity to an initial value of 1, because otherwise that page, I mean, that should be like the default. After this, the rest of this page is gonna get quite boring. So we need a couple of like UI tweaks, couple of options that I just made up. And then we could have some early return statements if you wanted to. This is not entirely required, so feel free to absolutely skip this, but then you're gonna have some optional code in the main return block of your page. This brings in all the important stuff. Now this is the general setup of this page, and I think at this point we should be able to, if not dish, right, let's do this here. So here we should be able to say dish, okay, insalata di zucca, build your own salad, yeah, build your own pizza. Now we're able to get all the right information. Now, before we bring in the code for the UI, let's quickly talk about the last logic for this page. So we want to calculate the total price as well. So let's do this right here. This should be dish.price times the quantity. So if anything changes, the total price should change as well, I guess. And then we have handle decrement. So if we have like a plus and a minus button for our dish, we can now handle this simply with our store. So I want to check if we decrement this, if the quantity is still above 1. In that case, I can just call set quantity quantity minus 1. Otherwise, if the quantity goes to 0, I wonder if we should call like clear card. Probably, but I will just keep it for now because we can try this out later. And then we of course have handle increment. And this should just call set quantity plus 1. I just wonder, okay, this is just updating our local state here yet. You're right. We will only update the local state so far. Only when we finally press the, let's call this on add to order. Only in that case we will actually update our state. So here we can say card store dot add item, and then we have the dish data that we retrieved, and then we have our quantity that we summed up before. And at that point I should probably also call router dismiss. So this is the entire logic for that details page. Now, as I said before, the view, it is just a big styling block. There's not really any logic in there. So go to the according page of our GitHub repository and let's replace the return block with the return block from the repository. You're going to see a bunch of missing styles, and you also need to bring in the according components like touchable opacity, ionicons. We're going to add the scroll view from React Native, perhaps as well the image. Let's add this somewhere here. And then we should have all the components, I guess. Yeah, looks good. So now let's just bring in the style. Honestly, the styling block, it's like 200 lines alone. Look at this. Okay, so if we hit save now, we should see a nice little page with an image at the top, the title, the price, a little tag. Here are the potential options that users could add. And at the bottom, we have the most important piece, which is having plus or minus. Let's see. Oh, that works awfully bad. I think I messed up handle increment, right? That should probably be +1. Okay, let's close this. Yeah, that makes more sense. Greater or equal probably, so we can go until 0. Although it doesn't really matter, like it doesn't make sense to go to 0 for that item, because if it's 0 you can't add it to the order. Then you should just close that view. All right, that makes sense. So notice also that down here there's actually a gray area. I think we need to go one more into our layout for this page. So we had the form sheet. I potentially want to set the content style here and set the background color to white. Yeah, that solves the problem here. We could also have done that on that page, but I think it's a bit safer if we do it in there. So we should be able to add like 3 items to our order. That's pretty good. Now the question is, how do we display this? And for that, we should add a new component. Let's call this one view order button.tsx. I'm now smart and I'm adding this with styling here. And let's add the interface. Let's call this one view order button props. And this will just get a restaurant, because then we open up like the checkout from there, and therefore we might need that information. So here we go, view order props, and then have the restaurant extracted. Good. We should be able to directly use that one in the details page, I think. So this is the, let's see, restaurant ID, that's the one. And we want to scroll down and place it pretty much towards the end here. So let's do a view order button here. Restaurant will be passed. We should have access to that. And let's close that one. So now we see the button already down here. Not beautiful, but it works. That's important. So that button again has a bunch of styling. So let's focus first on the actual logic of this. We need the router since we need to push a new page from here. So let's close this. And we need the insets. Insets, use save area insets from React Native save area context. And we also want to use our card store again. Use card store. And now let's not get the whole card, but let's destructure this and only bring in what we need. So we only need total items, the total value, and set selected restaurant. These are the only ones we need. So now if the total items are equal to 0, in that case we actually don't need to display this one at all. Now this will not trigger right now because we have already added some items. So let's do another one, open order, and in here we would now actually push our next page. We would set the selected restaurant to the state so we can make sure that we're like retrieving the right information for dishes and stuff. And then we would call router.push to something like /order. I feel like we don't have that page yet, right? Don't really have that one. Let's do a whole new folder that I will call order, and in order I will do a new index.tsx, and this will be my order page. Okay, so now pressing that button will hopefully or eventually at some point trigger that one. Okay, let's do an empty fragment here because I want to have actually a little gradient background. So for that, you can bring in linear gradient from Expo linear gradient, and this is a bit hard to code. So I came up with this one, which goes from 0 to 0.7 to 0.1 to 1 opacity. And we also need some styling for the gradient container, which we're gonna do. So let's position this absolute, but I think if we do it now, we don't see anything yet. So let's also place in a little view here and a touchable opacity, because otherwise we don't see anything on the screen. This one, of course, will unpress open my order. And let's do a text quickly, view order. We're gonna style that more. For the moment, that should be fine. And text, oh, come on. Text and image are just never automatically added here. Okay, so we do have order here. Why is it not displaying my order page? Probably because it's not correctly included, but that's not the main thing here yet. Let's see, this view should of course have some styling as well. So let's do style and then styles.view order container. That view order container should also be positioned absolute. Okay, position absolute, and then bottom 0. So this should be at the bottom of the view, of course. Left 0, right 0, and then some padding of 16. So now it's floating kind of above, but we also need to respect the bottom insets. So let's add include padding bottom of insets dot bottom, or at least 16. All right, so now it's floating a bit higher, I think. My linear gradient also needs to be positioned somewhat like that. Okay, so we're gonna give this like this nice little white faint. You see when you scroll stuff and it just like looks like it goes behind something. That is the gradient we have here. But this one needs a specific height of, let's do 120. So then it's like the whole bottom area has this little glow. And maybe some padding top of like 40. Okay, that looks actually pretty good. I like that one. Okay, the button here needs styling as well. This is like the main styling. So this will be styles.view order button. Okay, and the view order button now gets the right background color, and then immediately it all makes sense. So, okay, good start. Now go ahead with border radius of 12. Go ahead with a padding vertical of 16. Makes it rounded. Padding horizontal a bit more, actually. Let's do 20 here. And then let's also align the items in row layout. And then we also want to make sure that we have align items center set. And because I want to have something to the left and the right again, we want to say justify content space between. Okay, that looks good. I also would like to give this a slight box shadow like this. So it stays a bit above this, and you see we're scrolling this behind. So it gives really a nice effect here. Okay, we're gonna have two elements in here. We're gonna have the view order text. Actually, we're gonna have, I think, 3 items. So let's do a view first. View style, it's gonna call this styles.view order left. Okay, that one will have like the badge and the text element. And then we're gonna have another text element here with the total to fixed to. Syntax error, yes. Okay, good starting point, good starting point. We just need the icon count badge here. So let's call this one styles.item count badge. And in here, we're gonna have a text element with, what is the total items, I guess? Yeah, so we can just use this now from our card store. And of course, this one needs to have the right flex direction as well. So view order left, flex direction row, align items center, and a gap of 12. Good. So you see the number of items here. Let's also do the item count badge real quickly. This one should have a white background. Okay, and probably a specific width and height. I will just set this to 28, and then a rounded border radius of about 14. Almost good. Almost good. Probably need to align item center and justify content as well in the center. Good. But that label looks so bad. All my labels here look bad. Yeah, let's update that. Okay, so this one will be item count text. This one here should be view order text, and this one will be view order price. Okay, just 3 left, folks. Then we've got it. Then we got our logic in place. We got the item count text, we got the view order text, and we have the, what was it? View order price. Okay, so item count text, let's just make sure that it's really small, like a font size of 14, but a bigger font weight of about 700. So now it looks a bit bolder. And of course, that one should have a different color. I don't like black in there. Let's set the color here to colors.secondary. Yeah, that's a good one. So for the order, let's copy this over, view order text. Let's make the font size a bit bigger, 16, but not as bold, just 600. And the color in that case is going to be just white. All right. And probably the view order price here, 16, and again, a bit bigger. Okay, I think we're good here. So now going into this, I have my order here. And clicking this will eventually take me to the next page. We're gonna animate that with a custom screen transition. I currently, we have the state and I can't really reset the state. Although I could do like clear card, but maybe we're gonna just do this on the next page. So I think for the moment, this is enough. We should be able, you see, to also add more items. Now we got 6 items and a different price. So everything from the card store is of course automatically updated because we have the perfect state management in our application with this. And based on our state, we can now easily extract all the information that we need on our details page. Before we do that, and before I forget about it, let's quickly create a branch and call this one card and checkout. Or let's just call it card. Card logic. Okay, and we're gonna do commit here, work in progress, state and order button. And we're gonna review this after the next section when we have built the initial card page. So let's already commit and push, and then we can continue with the next part. We can now dive into the first part of the card checkout process. So right now we can't open that page. We need to include it in our layout routing, although I'm not sure why we actually have to. But anyway, that's a different story. And then we want to build a page that looks sort of like this. So that's going to be our first page. We have up here a list of order items, and down here we have some recommended items. I will actually bring in this as a component because honestly, we don't really need this, as well as this one. It's basically like our card button, just slightly different. I wonder if we could just copy that button over and well, we're gonna maybe do that. Let's figure this out. But first of all, if I press on this, we have set up, how did we call that one? View order button, right? The view order button routes us to /order. In theory, we do have a /order page here. Yeah. Okay, so let's include it in the navigation first. I will probably use a custom navigation here again, so a custom transition. So let's do stack.screen name order, And for the options, I now want to use enable transitions true, and then use everything from transition.presets.shared X image. So that one should look pretty nice, I think. Let's give this a try. Okay, we're not getting anywhere right now. There's something no route named order exists in there. If the order also needs to have its own layout file, I think. So let's do layout.tsx in there. And the layout for the order page, that should actually also be our custom stack. So let's bring this in because we might have some, hey, bring it in at the import, thanks. And then we have stack.screen name index. And then we will have some options as well. But for the moment, we should actually be good with this one. So let's try. Yeah, now it opens up. And we also, so this is what I wanted to see. I can actually swipe this down and you see like the background fades a bit. That is the X image preset transition. I don't know what it is, but again, it's a pretty nice one. And I think it kind of matches what you see in the official app as well. Couple of things. On that page, we do have a header, but it's gonna be somewhat custom. And on the next page, so you go like with go to checkout, you go to another page in that stack. That's gonna be too custom. So I wanna say header shown false. And also probably set the content style here, just like we did before. So background color white. Okay. Won't change really anything. We can probably already add the second page. Like the second file here should be probably checkout.tsx. Okay, this is my checkout page. And if we want to include checkout in our custom stack here, we would say checkout. And then we're gonna probably also skip the title here because that one should actually have the header shown. But we're gonna take care of that in a second. Okay, checkout can be closed. This is my order page. Okay, now on the order page, as I said, we want to have some recommended dishes as well. This is a page I will not code and I will bring in from our repository because it's just like a bit of UI stuff on top that we can display. It's just using the card store like before to add a dish, and beyond that, it's just a bunch of styling. So bring in the recommended dish. We're gonna use that very soon in our order page. Let's focus on the order page now. First of all, just like before, we need a couple of things. We need the router. So let's bring router from use router. We need the insets again. I should like, sometimes it feels strange if you do like this, all the same imports on the pages again and again. It's like, maybe I could like optimize something in here and do this differently. But anyway, let's go ahead with this. We have our items and the selected restaurant that we can extract from our use card store store. And we can of course fetch the data. Again, I want to remap this to recommended dishes. And we can use this from use popular dishes. Again, if you have a real backend, you can of course code this yourself. This is just like a dummy one. So this will get for the restaurant ID, which is like fake here. But of course, should be easy to replace that. Style sheet should be added as well. I'm gonna use that absolutely. Can probably already start with a container here. We will always have a container. So let's add styles.container up here. And the container will just be taking up all the available space. Now, we have multiple areas we need to implement. So we do have the header. We have the, let's do it hello, please do another comment here. Order items. And we do have the, oh, come on, what is wrong with this? Recommended dishes. And eventually we'll also down here have a checkout button. I still wonder if we can like reuse our previous button. I don't know. Otherwise we can just use my checkout button component. I think this is going to be a safe bet as well. But eventually, I really wonder if it looks the same, if the view order button and the checkout button, I mean, they're mostly the same. It's just that the route is different and then it doesn't require any kind of logic. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Okay, let's get started with the header part. So header part, as we've seen here, we need an icon, we need some text, we need a bit of shadow, nothing that scares us. So if you have some coffee, grab some coffee. Okay, good. And we can head over to the view. Styling, I'm gonna use styles.header, and since we are not displaying a header, at this point we've learned that we want to include padding, top, insets. By the way, you could also simplify this, right? So you could also destructure this into like getting top immediately here, and then you just use it like this. Would work pretty much the same. Okay, if I put my header down here, why am I not seeing? Okay, because there's no text in the header. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Okay, there are gonna be two views in here. So the first one is gonna be the restaurant info, and in here we have a little touchable opacity again, so we can reuse some of our logic. Actually, this is not going to reuse the logic. This is just like my back button. On press, I want to call router dismiss. So this will get rid of that view, and then we have an icon name, usually chevron something. In this case, probably chevron down, and for the size 24. Okay, we see that button. Good starting point. Good starting point. For the restaurant info, we can also add this here. And for the header, probably we're gonna add something in here because then it's a bit easier to see our code. So let's give this a white background. We're gonna have padding horizontal of 16 and padding vertical of 12. That already centers the stuff a bit more. I then also wanted to have my good box shadow in place. So now it feels more, right. I wonder if we can get our borders at the top of that view rounded. I wonder, let's see if I can say border top left radius and set this to 20. Let's see if that works. That would be pretty epic. What if I up the Z index a bit? What if I reload the page? last frontier, reloading the page. It's not really rounded. I guess it's not rounded because we've set the background color here to white, huh? I feel like it should be possible. I'm just not entirely sure. I wish it was. So I would usually also do something like border top right radius. What if we give the container like overflow hidden? Would that change anything? Not really. That's a pity. I thought we could. I was really sure we could do it. I mean, I don't know. I kind of still think it should be possible, but we're gonna leave it in here. Eventually, someone of you is able to figure that out as an ID. Anyway, that button already works. We just probably want to give it some more styling. So let's call here styles dot back button, something like that. And then also implement that one down here. That one should have, once again, a specific width and height, so we can make this rounded. Let's do 40 by 40 again. I really like this. And then you do like border radius of 20. This one, I don't know, does it actually need a background color? I don't think it really needs, right? So let's also make sure we justify in the content and align items in the center. Yeah, we can just keep it in there. So the restaurant information is this container here, and therefore we want to have the flex direction set to row. And of course, align the items in the center as well as having some gap in there. So gap of about 8 between the items. Oh, I didn't even use that one. Okay, yeah, now it looks a bit better. So besides the button to go back, we of course also have the restaurant text. I'm gonna probably do this after in here. So let's do a text element, and in there we can display the selected restaurant dot name. Oh, why are we not having a selected restaurant? It's this one. Did I have a typo? Or is it just because I'm not? Sorry? Shouldn't I get code completion at this point? For my selected restaurant, which is a restaurant? Yeah, this can be null. Okay. Okay, yeah. Don't be so hard on me. Okay, here we go. It's currently centered. Well, it's I don't know, horizontal or vertically centered, but not in the right way that we want. So let's put in more styling here. Let's call this restaurant text container. Honestly, with all the styling and the styles we write, I sometimes think, is this easier or is native wind and tailwind styling easier? I just don't know at this point. I also don't know exactly what you prefer. So let me know in the comments if you made it this far. If you prefer the styling concept we do here, which is like pretty much the default styling of React Native, or if you prefer something like using Tailwind with all the classes and having everything there inline. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm open for both. So my restaurant container will now get flex 1, so it takes up all the available space here. Additionally, we have align items center and justify content center once again. And you're going to notice once again that because this is already taking up some space, the text is centered in this kind of view, but we still want to more center it like here. So therefore, I would like to give it some padding right of about 40. Actually, is this the center? I'm not sure. Maybe we also have this. Maybe we should also add 8 for like the padding here. Yeah, that feels to my eye a lot more like the center. I don't know why, but that should be it. Okay, font size, let's do 15. Let's do font weight of about 700, making this a bit bigger. And some margin bottom, because they're gonna be another subtext beyond that. So subtitle. So let's place that in as well. Where do we put this? Probably just another text here. Maybe I could just copy this. But this should not really be a number of lines. 1. This should just say something like your order. So people know what they're actually on here. And this is like order subtitle. Yep, displays already pretty nice, but probably want to style this anyway. So let's do this. Font size smaller, just 13. Ooh, that one. Yeah, that was a good one. Colors dot, what was our, like, muted probably? Yeah, that one looks good. Okay. We're centered, everything looks good so far. So that is our custom header implementation for that page. Not too bad, I think. Then we have our order items. Because this is not going to be a huge one, I will just use a scroll view. You can of course also use a flat list, but honestly, what do you think people gonna like order? Are they gonna order like 5,000 items? I don't think so. So let's do this and let's add content container style equals styles dot scroll content. And then we're just gonna put in our items in here. So essentially what we want to do is want to map my items dot map, and we have item, and then we want to display. Do we have that one? Yeah, we don't have that one yet. This is once again, this is going to be actually interesting. Maybe we're going to do this in the next part as sort of a little exercise on how to build a scrollable item. For the moment, let's just add a new component here. So let's add the order item dot tsx. React Native functional export styles. We want to have an interface here. Interface order item props, which is of course going to have a cart item. Okay. And then we can of course add it in here already and destructure this to get our item. And we're just gonna say item dot dish dot name for the moment and item dot quantity. Okay, so we just have like a super simple representation of my order item. And what is it? Item is item. Okay, so you see, this is our current cart. Every item is unique, of course. Yeah, we can account for that. So let's do it. Every view in here. No, actually the order item needs the key. Should be just item.dish.id. Okay, let's also add the content and container styling quickly. So content and the other one, I think this one should really take up all the space here and have a white background color because I currently disabled that. So yeah, here we go. And then we had scroll content. And scroll content will get some padding, bottom of about 16. Okay, yeah, we should be fine here, I think. I think we're fine. Okay, how can we style this? Well, we had a little headline here as well in that view. So let's call this one styles.section, and every section should have just a bit of padding top. So section padding top of about, what we're gonna do, 16 is our value, right? Okay, good. On top of that, we have the section header. So let's place that one in. View style equals styles.section header. And my section header will have a text. The text will be to like order items. So let's call this just section title. I don't know. And order items. Okay, this is displayed here. And then there should be a little button also next to it. So let's also, after the text, do a touchable opacity. Touchable opacity. And this is like add more items. So on press, I will actually want to go back to the previous page. So we can just say router.dismiss or back, or it doesn't really matter. Okay, touchable opacity, get back. And then this one has text as well. This is like styles.add more link. I would call it link. It doesn't really look like a button. Okay, so add more should be to the right hand side. So let's probably go ahead with the implementation of these three: section header, section title, and add more link. Section header, section title, add more link. Okay, for the section header, I'm going to use flex direction row, of course. And I want to have justify content space between. Okay, places it on the opposite ends. align items should still be center. And we also want to have some padding, so let's do 16. Good, looks good. I wonder why my, oh well, we're gonna implement the items ourselves anyway. That's gonna be a good one. Section title, did we have something before? Yeah, let's copy this. So section title will get 20 and font weight 700, and we don't need any specific color, I think. Okay, and add more should probably be almost the same. So this one's 16 and 700. Well, let's do 600. And colors.secondary. Good. On click, this should close. We have the list of items. If I now place more items in my cart, they should appear in here. Good. That's a good start. And on that page, we also had 2 more elements. So we had the recommended dishes down here. As I said, this is just a section I wanted to like have as an addition. So I would do, if we do have recommended dishes, and recommended dishes dot length is greater than 0. In that case, I want to display this. And again, we're gonna just use the section and call this one recommended for you. We don't really need a touchable opacity then. And instead of the items, we're gonna do styles.recommended grid. Recommended grid. And in that grid, we will place our items. So let's map through all the items here. And for every dish item, we create one recommended dish. Now, because this is, once again, just optional, I think we just already placed this in here. This just has the item and displays a card, so we can add it. So let's do recommended dish in here, and the interface is, of course, dish. Okay. I probably missed a bracket here or there. This is, by the way, recommended for you. Cannot find name styles. Yeah, I certainly messed up something along the way. But where? This one? No, not that one. This one, recommended dishes. Yeah, we need to close another view, I think. Okay, better. So now we have the recommended grid. It just needs a bit more styling. So in order to display the recommended grid correctly, we will give this one also flex direction row. So flex direction row, as well as flex wrap. So then any item that overflows will be wrapped to the following line. And then we just need a little gap between the elements and potentially some padding horizontal of about 16. And I feel like my content here of this whole thing needs background color white as well. Oh, that's not that one. Maybe this one. Okay, that doesn't really look white here. What am I doing? Oh, it actually is. Oh, it is white down here, but recommended for you is not white. What if I just give the whole page white background? What are we talking about? Yeah. Okay, here we go. So I can now add these, and you see it already increases the items and changes my state here. In the next one, we're gonna do the little row implementation here, so we can also swipe and add more items. But before we do that, let's quickly introduce also the checkout button to this page. So the checkout button, as I said, it's almost like the button we already had, the view order button. Maybe I'm just gonna do like a folder here, buttons. And I will place my view order button in there. I will hopefully not mess up the, yeah, it will. Why are you not able to just update the path here? Components, buttons. Okay, good. What if I just duplicate that one? And then we guys just gonna call this checkout button. Okay, so this is the checkout button now. The checkout button doesn't really need a whole lot. It just needs the same UI. It needs the total items insets. We probably don't even need any of this fun here. And this touchable opacity here will not open the order, but we will simply wrap a link around this. So let's do a link from Expo Router. href could go to /order/checkout. Did we add that page? I think we did. And let's add this around the touchable opacity and make sure we're exporting this one. Okay, so this is now the checkout button. Let's see, and if I place the checkout button now in our page, checkout button, does the checkout button need anything? What does it need? Needs to be closed. Yeah. It should just not say view order, but instead the checkout button should probably say go to checkout. Okay, nice. Now we've placed that again in our view. That's pretty cool. And clicking this, yeah, brings us to the next page. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, great. The only thing is that you notice, so we have our custom header implementation here. And if I go to the next page, this one looks horrible. So you can change that one actually by going into the layout file here and setting the header back button display mode to minimal. If you do minimal, it will just do this like back arrow. And that's all I want to see in there. Okay, that's better. And on that page, we can then implement our checkout. But before we do the final checkout, let's talk about our swipeable items. This one is going to be really fun. And I think actually some people might just join in here because they want to see how to implement a swipeable row with React Native. So welcome. If you didn't watch the rest of the video, you can find the code on GitHub. Now, what we want to do is in our, I think it's order item, right? This is the one. We want to implement a view that looks similar to this. And we're going to first implement the view. So this stuff, the image and the padding and all of that. And then we're going to add the swipeable behavior because you can kind of add this to anything you want afterwards. It's actually quite easy. For our item, let's do some styling. First of all, I will probably use a view. Then we have our swipeable item later. Let's do another view in here. I'm gonna call this one styles.order item. Oh, that was entirely not what I want to do. Styles.order item. In the order item, we already know that, of course, the flex direction should be set to row. So let's do this, flex direction row. That's a good start. In that view, we then first have the quantity. So that's going to be view as well. Let's call this quantity control. Styles.quantity control. And in that view, we have the actual text with the quantity. So this one needs some styling like quantity text. Styles.quantity text. Quantity text. All right. And we should be able to get this from our item, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Let's bring in text because this wrecks up my TypeScript all the time. So item.quantity, right? Okay, good. This is the quantity. We should then probably make sure that our style sheet doesn't look as horrible as it currently does. So the quantity control, once again, will have width 40, height 40, and a background color of something like 5F5F5. Okay, yeah, good starting point. Border radius of about 8. And then we also need to, as always, align items in the center. What is the right one? Right here is it. Align item center, as well as justify content. It's the short form, right? It's this one here. Okay, good. We probably need sort of some general styling here. Yeah, let's for the order item, let's add some padding and stuff now, and then it should look better. Let's do padding horizontal 16. We want to have, of course, also have padding vertical of about 12. We want to have a gap of 12 between the items. Yeah, now it already starts to make more sense. I feel, by the way, like our recommended dish stuff is in the wrong place. What was the page we were working on? The order, right? Right, this one needs to be in the scroll view. So much better. The whole time I was like, something is off here. I don't know exactly what it is, but something is not quite right. Okay, we have the order item. That was what we want. So let's do a border bottom. So border bottom with, I will use 1, I think. So then we have like a nice separation between the elements. Let's do a custom this one. So we have like a thin border. You could also use hairline width or something, but I will also set in, just in case, the background color here to white. And then for the quantity control, we already have everything. We just need the quantity text implementation. This is going to be font size 16, so a bit bigger. Up the font weight a bit to 600. And then finally, I think we can actually keep it like that. That looks good to me. Okay, that is our quantity. Now we need the details. So the name, how often we got the item, and as well the whatever. Everything, like the details. You know what I mean with the details. Styles, dot, item, details. This will be it. We also want to have an image, so maybe we can already place that one, because then we get like the right alignment here in the row. Source will be set to item.dish.image. So if you're using this from a URL, you're gonna of course set the URI here for that image and not just directly. Our image is like in here with require, so therefore we can directly use it. So if you have a URL, you're gonna use that URL with URI in the image component instead. Item image. And then let's close this. And for item image, we should probably already do this right now. Item image. I want to make this very specific as well, so we don't get into any trouble here with our row. I want to have a border radius of about 8. And that's probably, why are the first two not having an image? That's weird. I don't know, we should print out the name, but I still wonder why we're not seeing an image. What kind of dish we added? I thought like all the dishes have images. Like if I go here, everything does come with an image, right? We're gonna see what it is. Okay, so the item details should of course also use most of the space available. So if we place any kind of text in here, let's say this is the name, styles.item name, and then, what is this currently? We have item.dish.name. What are you mad with me? Okay, so we want the item details, of course, to take up all the available space. So let's say flex 1. And for the item name, we can probably already implement that as well. Let's do font size 16, and let's make the font weight, the font weight a bit bigger, like 600. And then probably add we'll probably just add a gap here. So that will give us a gap between like the dish name and the subtitle and whatnot. After the dish name comes how many times we already got that item. So let's check if the quantity is greater. I don't think we need this. Like, this will only be displayed if the item like actually has a quantity. So we should be fine here. Styles.item meter. Let's do it like this, and then we will simply say item.quantity times item.dish.price. So a little calculation here. Let's do this in brackets. Item dish price times item.quantity dot to fixed to. Okay. We just need the, let's do like whatever. I don't know. I think I use euro in this application, but I'm pretty sure you are smart enough to figure out the currency your application is using. For the item meter, let's make this a bit smaller. So just font size of about 13 maybe. Maybe we're gonna use our muted colors. So colors.muted. Okay, it looks pretty good, but I still want to make the... No, we should be fine here. It should be fine. Finally, we just want to have one more item price here. And for the item price, want to set the font weight to 600. I want to have the colors secondary and the size 15. So the price... Why? What? Wow. What did just... Why did the item name... Oh, did I cut that out? Did I honestly just cut that out? I didn't really cut. Why did I cut that out? Who's using cut? I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, so the third line is going to be text style. We now have that. That's item.price, item price. And this one is the total price of that one item. Again, you could probably keep this in your state, but I mean, we can retrieve all the information that we need here. So not really a big issue, I think. So this will be the price for one item. Let's do this just like above this one, item price times item quantity dot to fixed. Actually, if we do this already, I should probably just copy this over here. Then we have the total price, and here we should just use the item dish to fixed instead. Yeah, that makes more sense. So I hope that's correct, these values. Looks good to me. Now, risotto alla zucca e rucola. Where is this? Risotto? I don't know where it is. They do have an image. I don't know why it's not displayed. But that's not a big problem, because now we want to add our reanimated swipeable row. So let's get started. The view we currently have here, let's change this to a reanimated swipeable. And we can bring in the reanimated swipeable. There is actually a package where we can get this. So let's say import reanimated swipeable from, and this should be in the React Native Gesture Handler package, React Native Gesture Handler, then reanimated swipeable. Okay, so now we've made this a swipeable item, but of course there's a lot more to this that we still need to do. We of course have the whole, we open it up, so when does it entirely open? I want to also react to and have like a little haptic feedback and display a button. So there are a couple of additional things we now need to consider. First of all, let's create some ref. Yeah, so let's do a reanimated ref, use ref. And these will have swipeable methods. So we can import that as well from the same package here. And we're gonna add that, let's make sure reanimated ref. We're gonna add this right here as the ref for our swipeable. Couple of settings we can do. So the first one, Oh no, I added it to the wrong. Oh, here we go. There is friction. So friction simply means how much the visual interaction will be delayed compared to the gesture distance. Value of 1 will indicate that the swipeable panel should exactly follow. The gesture 2 means it is going to be 2 times slower. So I will set this to 2. You can play around with that value however you want. In the default settings, you will also usually see enable trackpad to finger gesture, although I don't think it's really that important. And then I want to set the write threshold, so distance from the write at which released panel will animate to the open state. Before that, it would just always go back. There's also a callback like on swipeable will open, and we want to use that to like when the delete button is displayed and this will be opened, I want to trigger a function. So let's call this const on swipeable open. Let's put just a log in here, open for the moment, and we can attach that already in here. Now there's one more thing. Right now we don't really have any action or any swipe going on. We still need to handle that. And to do this, we can now render an action. We can render a left action or a right action. I actually want to have this to the right. And on top of that, we will now set up a function here. So let's call this function right action. And let's do this. And let's put this right in here. Okay. Type void, yeah, unassignable. Yeah, we probably should do the right interface. So you get access to the progress, which is a shared value number. Is this already satisfying? No, I think it's also drag. You also get the drag value, which is also a shared value number. And this one should probably also return a view, otherwise it won't make sense. So let's return something like a reanimated view. Yeah, I usually call this animated, right? But I want to import reanimated here. Animated.view. And if we do this, we should already satisfy this. Yeah. Okay. So now we just need to implement our right view. Let's give this a styling first of all. So style here will be styles.writeActionContainer. And maybe we should place something inside. So something like Ionicons, name, trash, and then give it a size of 24 and just make the color here white. And if we have the white color, we should probably wrap another view around this. So let's do another reanimated view. Okay, this one is like the right icon container or something. Right action icon. Okay. So right action container and right action icon is what we need to implement now. Right action container. And what was the other thing? Right action icon. Good. Okay, let's implement them and then they should hopefully become visible. So for the right action container, we want to give this a background color of red. Let's do value like this here. If I do z-index for the moment, it might be, no, it's actually not visible. Oh, we should probably still give this a flex 1. Justify content in the center. Why is there nothing visible? Probably because we need to still give this one a width as well. By the way, this is not really a good idea. Where's my item? Oh, there it is. So we can see something. Right. So this is the cool thing. If we use this swipeable, like this whole swipeable logic is actually implemented in there. You see, this is now after the threshold of 40 and we should see a lock, right? There comes a lock open and our button is currently there. I want to have it to the right hand side. So for my container, I will actually say align items and then flex end. So that places the item there. Okay. already a bit better. I want this also to be sure to take up the full height here. Okay, and then we want to say justify content center as well as align items center. Okay, now it's positioned correctly. Good, that's a good point. We have my right action, and in some cases that might actually be enough already. But if you want to implement sort of like you have to swipe, then we release it, and then that whole action appears, we need a bit more like, there needs to be something going on, you know? So let's make both the right action as well as this view a bit more animated. First of all, I want to do one thing here in the right action in terms of like haptics. Did we install the haptics plugin? I think it comes with every Expo app. Yeah, Expo Haptics. So it's always a good idea to have sort of an haptic feedback here. And we could say something like has reached threshold up equals use shared value false, because you can't use this with like state. If you want to update your state and stuff, you're gonna get into trouble. This is not going to be good. And I'm gonna set the threshold here to, let's say, 50. Has reached threshold down as well. And then we can simply use an animated reaction to the value of the drag distance. So the value here is, let's return drag.value. And our reaction to that one is drag value. And we will check if and now we want to have the absolute distance. So if the math absolute, not plus or minus, just plus, of the drag value is greater than our threshold, so the user has scrolled for an offset of 50. If that is the case, and we have not set this before, so if not has reached threshold up.value, in that case, I want to just say that, use the haptics plugin basically. So haptics from Expo Haptics, you can just call it like haptics dot impact async, something like that. But this is going to cause you trouble as you're not running this now on the, yeah, let's see, we probably need to refresh this once. Unique key, where is that one coming from? From our list here? Each child in a list should have a unique key. At which point? Recommended dishes. Sorry, did we implement that? Oh, yeah. Let's add a key here, dish.id. Okay, sorry about that. So you see the app just crashes. Why is the app crashing? We can probably still see this in here. We can't really, we can't. But the problem is that in here, we're trying to do something while we're on the UI thread, and we're trying to do something in JavaScript land. So instead of doing it like this, we need to call schedule on React Native. This is a new function from the React Native worklets package. So this is using like the latest versions. And we can call schedule on React Native, my haptics impact async. And if you have any props that you want to pass to that function, it's the second argument. So you could say haptics.impact feedback style.medium. Okay, and close that off. And now the application won't crash again, because from the UI thread, this will be now scheduled to our JavaScript thread, and everyone is happy. At the same time, I want to set has reached threshold up to true, as well as down to false. Dot value equals false. Okay, and now we also want to have an else if statement that's probably going to be very similar. So if the value is below the threshold and we haven't triggered our down haptic, in that case, we will just do the opposite. So impact is the same, But now we're gonna set this one to false and this one to true. Good. So this is something you can't really feel right now. So this is just one part of this equation. If you run it on a device, you will feel it. I also want to add a slight icon style animation, so we can fade in the icon or move it in probably. So let's do an icon style animation, use animated style. And we've done this a couple of times. You could probably do this on your own at this point. What you want to do is you want to create a translate X value. And we're just gonna do, a calculation here. So the drag value, if the drag value is above minus threshold, then I will just continue to use the drag value. Otherwise, I will just do 0. No, let's add a trash value plus this. So that should hopefully work. Let's do the return block. So transform array with our translation, and that should be my translate X. Okay, let's see. So in theory, sometimes the screen transition package really behaves strangely, but usually not. Okay. View order, and what we're doing, so we try to do something on the icon. We should probably include this here as well. And now we should see that while we scroll, the icon sort of follows our mouse, but just until it reaches that final point. So in that final point, we will not translate the X value anymore, but before we will translate this. And you could of course also do sort of like an opacity fade in. That would also be very easily possible at this point. Okay, I think this is a pretty cool one. Now, in terms of functionality, when this is triggered, so after doing like 40 here and we release it, the row is opened. At that point, I really would like to do two things. I want to change the height, so it should go from this back to 0, as well as fade out. Okay, so two things in here. For the height animation, let's do height animation, and we want to use a shared value where we capture pretty much the height of that row. I think it should be about 90. Then we have our opacity animation. And we're gonna set this to a shared value of 1. So we will use this. It's like running an animation, what we're now doing. So first of all, we will create an animated style. Animated style. Use animated style. Okay, and in here we will not do any transformation. We will really just pass in our values, so height and opacity, and then we will later, or in a second, animate them when the row opens at this point. So let's put this, I don't know, should we just do it on this one here? Can we do like style here? Because this one, actually the reanimated swipeable does not really come with a style. Let's put it up here. Reanimated view, style, and then animated style. So just putting one more view entirely around our component. Good. So when the swipeable opens, what are we going to do? I want to change the height animation. So I will set the value, and I will not just set the value to 0. That would be no animation. I want to use with timing. So we have like a default timing. I don't know what's the default is, like 500 milliseconds or something. The value should go to 0 during that time. And with the second block, I can also specify the specific duration, because this is something we need to time. I want to have a duration of 300. Now, if I do this, let's see. You see the row already closes. However, I want to do the same for the opacity. So with timing, this should also go to 0. So let's try this on this one. So I think this feels even better, but you can also add some easing here to make it even more natural. I think easing dot in out should work nicely. And then easing dot ease. That should be a nice curve for the effect. Okay, let's try one more time. Yeah, that feels very gentle. I think that's good. So that means we can do that stuff. Now we just need to make sure that we're also calling the actual function. So something should happen. In our case, what should happen is that I want to remove that item. So we can now combine this with the remove function from our store, use card store. And then we can use here the third argument. We need to be outside of it. The third one is a callback. So when this animation has finished, and since both run 300 milliseconds, we can just do it in here. I want to once again schedule on React Native because we're calling a JavaScript function. Remove item. And the second argument is item.dish.id. So now the animation runs, and when the animation is done, we will remove the item. That also helps because if you do this instantly, the row is deleted. You know, this problem when you have animations and you want to delete a row. So that should prevent this, hopefully. Let's give it a try. So I want to remove those 2 rows that were anywhere strange. And now we have just 6 items. Yeah. And if I remove this, we are back to 3 items. Yeah, perfect. And with our state automatically updating, this plays really, really nicely together. Nice. It just clicks and works. Okay, I think we've done a pretty good job on the first order page. So let's open up our view here and let's commit this. This is like the order overview. I want to commit and push this to our repository. Yeah, we could review this locally, but I think we're just going to do it in here. So let's open up a new PR and let's wait what CodeRabbit thinks about our changes. All right, here we go. Excited to see what CodeRabbit came up with. So the summary of our PR: introduce a complete cart and checkout flow with Zustand back cart store. Yes, all the pages we changed. Our cart store, including the different hooks we use. That's good. Okay, let's check it out. Failed checks. What was that one again? Oh, that's not a weak one. Some comments are outside the different. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, nitpicks. We might go into that later. Let's check out the actual problems here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we could style the return stuff here a bit better. Remove hard-coded vegan badge. Yeah. A bit about our application is simply hard-coded and just for dummy purpose. Respect safe area at the bottom bar. This is actually an interesting one. Add to order. So aren't we on add to order doing that? That's interesting. I mean, we do have enough spacing from the bottom nonetheless. This one, yeah, we do have enough spacing here. I think we're fine. There's this box shadow. Yeah, okay, the good old box shadow one. Use selected restaurant for recommendations. Am I not doing this? I probably have a typo here. Avoid hard coding, also fix the subtitle. Yeah. Font size, fix numeric font weight. I still think font weight can be numeric. Box shadow, again, not an issue. Would be actually cool to like ignore this in the future. I'm pretty sure this could be ignored with CodeRabbit in some setting. You can have like a specific CodeRabbit file in your repository and then it would probably respect this. Okay, a slight change into this to just import the type restaurant. Yeah, type only import and nullable setter. We're gonna do that one definitely. So let's go to the use cart store, and that one is about restaurant up here, right? Yeah. And then set selected restaurant should be this, and down there we're gonna have the same fun again. So yeah, I can also prompt the AI agents for this, but we can also just do this by hand. That's not a big one. And then we can just update our commit. In the card store, potential issue major. Guard against non-positive quantities and add item. Yeah. I mean, yeah, why not? Why not? Let's do this in here. So if quantity is below 0, we will not do that. Also, what is this one? Clear card should also reset selected restaurant. Nice catch. Nice catch. This is, this is the sort of stuff I really like about this. It's thinking a level further. It's not just like doing, yeah, code review, here it is, that code is good or bad. It's actually also noticing in terms of like leaving a stale restaurant after clearing causes inconsistent UX. That is a really good catch, honestly. Okay, update PR, commit and push this. We should see this push in here. There we go, and we're gonna merge this because we don't need another review. And then we are fine. Once again, perfectly executed. Okay, let's check out our main branch quickly and sync all the changes. Let's do this. Let's do a quick git pull. Okay, then we have all the latest changes. And from here on, we are clean to dive into our last feature, which is apparently already the last page of the application, which comes on this screen. We have come to the last page of our Wolt clone, and to wrap it up, it's gonna be a banger. We need to do a few more things. So overall, this is what we wanna do. And there are a few areas we want to focus on, and there are some that we don't want to focus on. So make sure you also got the GitHub repository ready. What we want is a cool header. We want a map implementation here that is actually using a parallax scroll. So if we scroll, it kind of looks like it's in the background. We then want to have like a little toggle here, as we can see. And when we press that toggle, or when we press a delivery toggle, we actually want to bring up this little sheet from the bottom with a picker view. So once again, going back to the Expo UI package. Finally, we're gonna have a choose delivery time button that we will place at the bottom. That's probably nothing that's too exciting. And we will also just add a bit of UI stuff, but all of this is stuff that we will really just bring in to make that page look good. There's not really any benefit in just like doing 45 minutes of aligning views and updating active styling. So let's get started with the checkout page, and let's do a branch first. So git create branch, checkout. Okay. We were on the index, so we are now on the checkout page. This page, by the way, should have stack.screen here, so we can dynamically set the name. Options, set title to the restaurant name. We should probably start at the top a bit more. And bring in const router, like the basic stuff, you know it from all the other pages. Use router, I want to have access to the insets again. I should really do like a snippet or so, but that won't really help you. But still, I feel like there is something we could do. Const items and total from our cart. So use cart store. Then we'll probably keep the rest and the stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do that at a later point, but we're gonna do const handle checkout already as a function. Handle checkout, that's it. Okay, here we go. And finally, we have my view. So the title should be selected restaurant. Where do we get the selected restaurant from? I think that's also in the card store, isn't it? Selected restaurant and probably also clear card. Nice. Okay, so selected restaurant dot can be null. Selected restaurant returns a restaurant or no? Oh yeah, this needs to be title, of course. And then this is also the name or something of that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Here we go. We go to the checkout. We have that button up there. Okay, yeah. Looks okay to me. But in my example, I had a sort of different header here. So why is that the case? Well, let's look into our layout. Right now, we don't have any setup for the, okay, we have the checkout. We do have my components stack here. No, something here is entirely wrong right now. Let's see. This whole thing is messed up. You see there's like an overlay on top of it. Something is broke here. Let's do again. Okay, restaurant, view order, full screen, go to checkout. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, good. Good. No problem here. Where do we get started? Probably with the map view. So again, I will just do it with Apple Maps. If you're on Android, you can just throw in an Android map as well. You probably still want to have a little check here like platform operating system equals iOS or Android. In my case, iOS. And then we want to render an animated view actually, because as I said, this is going to be a parallax view. So we can get some general styling going on. That could be map container, and then we will later have some animated styling as well. Let's add our Apple Maps.view in here. And again, for the style, I want to use stylesheet.absolutefill. And let's also close this already. We probably, for the map container, also need some styling. So the map container will be in an absolute position. Position absolute, which means also top 0, left 0, right. Is there no shorthand for this? I feel like there should be. And I want to put this at z-index of 0. So it will be behind the rest of our view. Let's define a const for the height. I don't know. I feel like we're going to reuse that. Const map height of about 250. And if we use that one, yeah, we already see our view. Good. That's a good one. Okay. Also, my general view should probably have some container styling. So let's place container up here, flex 1, maybe a different background color. I think I used a slightly different version here before. And let's attach this to the surrounding view, styles.container. Good. The map is of course not aligned. So we kind of want to do this like we did on the other screen with, but we don't really need all the markers. I think we can just handle it in here. Let's set the camera position to coordinates, and we should have the coordinates of the restaurant. So selected restaurant dot location dot latitude and longitude, selected restaurant dot location dot longitude. All right, we probably want to zoom in a bit more. So let's set this to 14. And then it kind of zooms into the place where the restaurant is. Maybe even like 15 could work as well. Now, for the markers, we can create this also on the fly here. Or probably you want to do it at the top once. But overall, this is just one marker. I will just call this restaurant because this is just the position where we order from. So we can do ID, coordinates. Yeah, this needs to be in an object, of course. And a title. Let's call this one selected restaurant dot name. So now we also have the pin centered in here. This is our map. Now, when we scroll head view, the rest of the view should essentially scroll above that. Let's say we place, let's see, what is this? This is the, yeah, okay, this is this one. Let's do animated dot scroll view. And then we're gonna say, okay, no, there's probably something included, right? This is not an animated flat list. Okay, animated scroll view. On scroll, we again want to capture the value just like we did before. So we need an animated scroll handler. Const scroll handler equals use animated scroll handler. There we go. And in here on scroll needs to be implemented where we catch the current event and simply update our scroll offset. So we have that value available. This is of course a shared value. Use shared value 0 initially, and on scroll offset value will be set to event.content offset y. So as far as we've scrolled. What are you trying to transform here? I don't know, but looks good. Okay, so scroll handler goes in there. And additionally, we also want to set the scroll event throttle like before to 16, so we get good performance going on. We don't really have anything to scroll yet, right? That's going to be a problem. So shows vertical scroll indicator false, definitely. And this one will also get some content container styling. I honestly don't know yet what the styling will look like. Let's call this one scroll content already. For the content of this view, maybe we can do part of it together, but we're gonna also, as I said before, there's a lot of useless stuff going on that we will later bring in. So let's try as far as we can go together. This will be my content container, and the first thing is actually this little toggle. So here I want to once again use Expo UI components. Let's set this to styles.section, so that's going to be like a section. And then we use the host again with match contents, and we throw in a picker from Expo UI. We're going to set the options here to delivery or pick up. We're gonna call this one variant segmented. What else does the picker need? Probably the selected index. So we need some state for that, I guess. We need in general some like dummy state stuff. Let's bring that in. So use state from React. This is now from my repository. So we have a delivery mode, we have leave at door, delivery time, tip amount. This is pretty much just like some dummy stuff. But now we can use for the selected index of my picker component, actually check if delivery mode is equal to delivery, then it's 0, otherwise it's 1. And with that, yeah, nice. We got an absolutely native picker up here. Right now, this is absolutely okay. Yeah, my view here is absolutely positioned. So we're gonna have to see how we get that item further down that page. We have the scroll content probably here where we have scroll content. Let's include padding top, and we want to have the map plus I actually had minus 30, but that would place it on top of the map, I feel like. Why is that the case? Overall, I think it should work like that, but let's maybe not do this yet. But if we just do it like this, we should have a nice place already for this. Okay, this is the first one. Now, there are a couple of other elements that I want to bring in. We have a delivery address, additional options, we have a when section, we have a payment section, we have a tip, we have a summary section, and we might also have something like a bottom spacing. So if you go to the repository, grab everything that starts after the view element here, and pretty much everything that goes until we close this content container, which looks like this. Now, There's a bunch of stuff missing, so let's quickly add that up here. Pretty sure we're gonna use text. We're gonna use touchable opacity. Okay, anything else we're missing? Yeah, ionicons. A switch. Did I actually use the switch from React Native? Yeah, I did. I think so. Let's. Yeah, that's a funny effect once again. Yeah. Okay, property link doesn't exist. Okay, we had a link as well here. Yeah, when you reload, it's sometimes absolutely broke. But no, let's see. Oh, come on, grand total doesn't exist. Oh yeah. That's when you try to like build a page with a bunch of like things you don't really need. So also bring in this little one to calculate the fees. I actually have an order service. I can't remember coding up that order service, honestly. But let's add it. So the order service comes in here. This is my scroll handler. We already have that one. Thank you. And now I can. This didn't happen before. Like this whole animation bug here. I feel like it's new. Oh yeah. Of course, we had to have one more issue. So where is not selected my colors? We anyway need the styling as well. So you're probably better off just like bringing in that entire styling object as well, because the styling alone here, my friends, is like, it's like 400 lines or 200 lines of code. So make sure you also add the colors, and then probably we're finally good. Let's do one more reload in here, and then we should be fine as we have everything in place. Okay, so now let's see what we got. We got this view with a bunch of things here, like the tip. It changes a bit down here, the values, and some other views. When I press schedule, we actually have one more thing to do in a minute. We could probably already generate that page next to our checkout page. So let's also add the schedule.tsx here. React Native function export page. And that page needs to be included in here as well. So let's call this schedule. I don't know if we need those settings, but yeah, whatever. We should be able to get to this schedule screen by clicking on, oh my, this is now getting ridiculous that it happens every single time. View order, go to checkout. When I press on schedule, right, we go there. So you can look the code up for schedule, and you're gonna see that there's a link ref here around one of our touchable opacities, which is this schedule button. Eventually that should trigger a form sheet, but for the moment we have other pressing issues, and that is we still need a purchase button at the bottom, as well as this is not Parallax, my friends. We can't get away with that. We still need to create a proper map style. So let's set that up now. Const map style equals use animated style. And in here, we need to make sure that we scroll and scale our map just like we did on that image when we did the parallax header. So let's start by setting up a scale factor using interpolate. Values is our, of course, the offset of our scroll. Then we have the input range. Let's go from -100 to 200. So in that range, we will be able to scale it up to 1.3. That's the biggest of the map I want to give away. 1, and then the smallest scale is 0.9, as well as extrapolation.clamp. That is my scale, and I want to return an object here with transform. And then we have, first of all, scale. Okay, so now, yeah, we should probably attach the map style here. Okay, that works. That works okay-ish. But I also want to change the the y value. So const translate y. And we're gonna do another calculation. Again, same setup, scroll offset value, input range is now between 0 and 200. We want to change this to be just 0 minus 50. So it's really slowly going out. Again, extrapolation clamp, and then gonna have a second argument here. So now if I go up, it slowly scrolls as well. Nice. Yeah. That's actually pretty nice. That was almost too easy, honestly. Okay. Where do we continue? We could probably quickly implement our handle checkout. Or should we should probably leave that for the end. We still have the schedule page. So let's look into that. Actually, I want to display that schedule page slightly different. I'm gonna call this schedule delivery, and this will be presentation form sheet once again. I wanna set the couple of things, I think. If we do it like this, it already comes up, and that's good. I want to set the header back button. I don't think we need header back button here, but header shadow, I want to disable that one. So header shadow, then the line goes away. I want to, oops, false, of course. I want to set the sheet corner radius. Sheet corner radius to about 24, so it slightly changes this one. Sheet grabber, which can be visible. I'm fine with that one today. True. So it displays this little sheet grabber, at least I think. Yeah, maybe when we reload and get back to that page, we're gonna have a sheet grabber. View order. Bunch of really interesting concepts going on here. Okay, here we go. I wanna set the content style to white as well. I want to open the sheet only to 50. So sheet allowed d10s. Let's do 0.5. Okay, better. Yep, that's a good one. And then finally a header right button to close the whole fun. Header right. And then a touchable opacity. I wonder if I had some code for that already. Like close button. Oh, there's no style sheet here yet. Let's do it quickly at the style sheet. And then we can use the close button. Honestly, we could do this inline as well, but I try to rely on like one concept of styling. So yeah, here we go. On press, I don't know if we have the router in here yet. No, probably not, right? Yeah. So let's just get the router, use router. Router.dismiss. I feel like we repeat ourselves in some places. We could definitely do even better by creating some more components that we reuse across our application, like these close buttons, so we can also make sure they have the same styling in every single place. Just a bunch of things that come to my mind. Okay, so we have this one. Where is my... sorry, where is my button? Close by... isn't the default color here black? I think the default, I'm pretty sure the default is black. I think something is not right here with my whole reload of this application. Maybe we should just restart that whole thing. I don't know. Yeah, I will give this a restart. So let's open this up again. This is my schedule page. Schedule is a form sheet and has a header right button with a touchable opacity. I don't get it, honestly. I really don't get it. Where's my button here? There should be a button. Let's set the background color here to red. Where is my button? Oh, some clown disabled the header entirely. That wasn't me. Certainly wasn't me. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, let's check out the schedule page real quickly. There are a few things on this page that we don't want to implement, and there's one thing I want to implement. So in the GitHub repository, let's bring in all the dummy code. This is for setting up the pretty much like the state of that page. So we have a selected date and selected time, and we also want to add more times tomorrow, in 2 days, in 3 days, and we also have an array of next days and next time. All of this is really just boilerplate code, and we have a confirm. Now, what's more interesting is the actual view implementation. So let's do this one together. Let's do styles.container. As always, my container is going to be flex1. The background color is white. I don't think we really need that one. But we want to have another host element in here. And for this, I will actually set a specific styling height. Again, this is using one of the iOS components. If you're on Android, the Jetpack Compose stuff will come pretty soon as well, I'm sure. So I'm using the host element here. Then we use a horizontal stack because I want to have 2 views next to each other. So pretty easy. And then we have a picker component once again. Options for this picker. Options are my next days. The selected index is the selected day. And then we already have this one, but that's not the view I want. I want to use variant wheel. And then we got that. Nice. One more thing. On option selected, we get access now to the native event. And we're gonna destructure the index here. Need to be a bit careful in terms of brackets, but then we can call set selected day to that index. Okay, that is the first picker. Let's just copy this over, do a second one, and here we will use next times, as well as selected time. And then set selected time. So now we have 2 beautiful native pickers next to each other in this beautiful form sheet. I love it. Honestly, absolutely love it. To wrap this up, after this one, let's add a touchable opacity, styles.button, and on press we want to handle confirm, so that will pretty much just close that view. And for this one, there's a text from React Native, styles.button text, and this should just say confirm. So let's just quickly add our button and button text styling. Since you have that file open anyway, let's just bring it in. Should look somewhat like this. So then we have a blue confirmation button with a little box shadow. Actually, this makes even a sound. Nice, I like it. Okay, so now when we select schedule time, we can confirm this. We have our parallax map, rest of that page. And the last missing piece is only a purchase button. Now, this is one of the components that's really absolutely like brain dead. So bring in the purchase button from our repository. It's pretty much the same setup we had before with a linear gradient and button. But a bunch of styling that we really don't want to go through. So on our checkout page, let's see where we can drop that in. Probably right before, yeah, here. Let's do a purchase button here. On press, I want to call my handle checkout, and I want to set the delivery time selected. If the delivery time, if the delivery, you know, this is a bit like fakey stuff. Delivery time is equal to schedule. So only when we have selected a schedule delivery time, this button should be enabled. So now we get this Apple Pay button down here. We just need to wrap up our clone. This is always the sad moment when I know that I'm gonna leave you very soon, but I hope you will come back for more in the future, or check out Galaxies if you want more structure for learning React Native. So handle checkout. If we don't have a delivery time selected, I will just return. So that is my logic here. Otherwise, we're gonna try and create our order data. So that would be an object that we want to put to my order server. So at that point, you would essentially make a request to your API. We can do the rest of the code entirely correct, like we would do it. So order service create order with the order data. We can even check out the type, and then we see that this should be of the type order data. So let's do it in here. And can we bring in the type? I probably want to have the type here, right? Import type order data from service. Does it work like that? I think so. So this is essentially what we need to implement for the order data. Okay. Maybe we're gonna comment that out and then start. We of course have my items, so we should have an array of items. Why was it commented out? I think this is the right time to comment this in. I think we did this yeah, we did this in the very first video of this clone. So now we can finally update this. We have my items. We have the restaurant ID. Could be my selected restaurant.id. Then, come on, type string. Can we just, yeah, this is going to be defined. We're good, we're good. We have the delivery mode. We have something like leave at door, send as gift, false. So these are just a bunch of settings. Delivery time, tip amount, payment method. I will just set this to Apple Pay. Maybe in a future video we're gonna implement Apple Pay because that's actually also really fun. We have the subtotal. We can take this as the total from our card store. We have a service fee, we have a delivery fee, and we have a total in the end, which is our grand total that we calculated. Okay, with that in place, we try to create the order. We catch any potential issue. Catch error. So the error handling here is up to you. We also need to make this an async function. And when we have the result from the backend, we're just gonna say order created result. So we see something going on, but this is fakey at this point. And we will just say router.dismiss. And I will actually dismiss to a specific page. So I will use dismiss to restaurants. That's the tab with the general restaurants overview. Okay. So we have 4 pizzas and 1 pizza Diavolo. I will go to the checkout. And if we do the checkout here, I want to schedule a time. Okay, this is my time. And now let's hit pay. Creating order. Order created with our order ID, success true. We had all the information in here, so our backend could easily create that order and do everything that's required. And with that, we have finished the Wolt clone from start to end. Do we actually have a page too? Yeah, we have a go back page. I think I even forgot to implement the profile page. That was a bunch of UI stuff again. Let me quickly bring this in just for the fun of it. But you should also be able to see this in your GitHub repository. So there was a layout as well as an actual page for the profile. Let's check that profile out. Yeah, but I thought this was not too exciting, so I left it out. Not really anything we need to do. Just that we probably want to, in the sign out, have the functionality that we currently have on the discovery. So this one use set is guest false. Could probably do this in here as well. set is guest false. And then we can just add our, come on, use user store. And then we can sign out here and we're back on that page. Yeah, I think that wraps it up. We have the implementation of the order. The order is currently not clearing out my order, I just noticed. So when we're done here, we should also call clear cart. So when we go to the checkout, we choose a delivery time. We do this. Now, yep, now it's empty again. Good. Perfect. That's it. Let's wrap it up. Let's do our last commit. Implement checkout flow. Commit and push this. Publish our branch. And then head over to your repository. Create one last pull request against main. And then you have set up a perfect flow with different PRs. And we're going to do one last PR review with CodeRabbit before we wrap it up. And here we go. Edit comprehensive checkout experience. Absolutely right. Enhance purchase button. Update profile screen. Yeah, that was like a little additional thing. We got the sequence diagram. Let's check out some potential issues. Okay, the box shadow thing, it's not a deal. Yeah, well, this is, yeah. The problem is this is mostly fakey anyway. So yeah, I mean, that makes sense to check if no restaurant is selected, but at that point it's definitely gonna be selected. Otherwise wouldn't even have gotten to that screen. Add on option, select handler to picker. That's a nice catch here. Pretty good one actually on the checkout page. We could probably add that. For the tip, ESLint flex the unescape apostrophe. That's cool. Yeah, that's a good catch. I will stick to this how it is right now. What about this here? Okay, just replace box shadow. Okay. Selected schedule values are not persisted. Yeah, okay, good. But it's just a fake thing. Replace box shadow again. Replace box shadow, and I think we're good. So let's merge the final PR. And this is actually gonna be the repository that you will see later live as well, where you take your code from. I will also attach some screenshots and some images in there. But essentially, that's it. You now have a perfect base as a Wolt clone. Please, of course, give credits to Wolt for building a great application. But I hope you learned a bunch of cool things in terms of animation concepts, page transitions, and everything else. Page composition and passing data around in your application in this, once again, pretty long clone. Alright, and that's it for another clone. I think this was a huge project, especially because we use so many animations reanimated in those screens, those header transitions, parallax animations, and everything else we did, that you hopefully feel a lot more comfortable using this and integrating this in your own applications in the future. On top of that, you've probably also learned how to use a proper Git workflow with pull requests against your main branch and how CodeRabbit can really improve the code that you write for your application. I was actually stunned by some of the replies that CodeRabbit gave us in terms of the feedback in our app as well. And of course, you should also in every serious application include Sentry, as we've done for both error monitoring as well as performance tracking, as well as also using Seer to draft potential fixes for bugs that happen in your application. I hope this video helped you to get a lot better with React Native, a couple of other components in React Native, with Expo, with all the things that we use. And if you enjoyed it, leave a like and hit that subscribe button so you will get notified about upcoming videos. Big thanks again to CodeRabbit and Sentry. Check out the links below this video, and if you want to go deeper and have a more structured learning path, check out my own platform galaxies.dev, where I help developers just like you with our zero to hero mission to build and ship your own epic applications. I'll hopefully catch you in the next one, and until then, as always, happy coding, Simon.